Cincinnati, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. Yeah, you got Antonio Brown goes down.
Yep.
And then Pac-Man, and then Vontaze Burfict gets the 15-yard penalty, so you don't know what to think. And then Pac-Man gives you another 15 yards. But all the while, you're still worrying about Antonio Brown for the next game against Peyton Manning's Denver Broncos, who ended up beating you, of course, because Antonio Brown absent in that game.
I have a funny theory on the whole Antonio Brown thing. That last hit from Vontaze Burfict is what started this whole downhill spiral that he went in.
That's not a theory. That's the truth.
He might still be in Pittsburgh.
So we'll see what T. Higgins can do in Cincinnati. So now their receiving core is looking like a declining A.J. Green, Tyler Boyd, John Ross, and T. Higgins, the rookie from Clemson. Now Indianapolis is on the clock, and their pick is already in. They didn't have a pick last night.
You're not messing around.
Their first pick of the draft.
What away their first pick here? I could see Indy going wide receiver.
I could see Indy going anywhere. Right now, the mock draft I'm looking at has them going with Grant Delpit.
I could see them going anywhere but offensive line.
That is, I don't know about quarterback. It seems like they're pretty confident in Jacoby Brissett. He showed some flashes last year.
Oh, they signed Phillip Rivers.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I think they're good.
The only position that I could see them drafting, but I don't think it would be in the second round, is another left tackle. Costanza was on the bubble about retiring. He decided to come back, so they re-signed him. So now that you have a player that has already debated or flirted with retirement, now the clock is on because he's not going to play much longer. So you have a contingency plan in place to replace him when he does hang it up. Although
I do think that could happen next year. Yeah, I do think that could happen next year. Maybe they could tank or trade up because there's going to be some quarterbacks in next year's draft. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, just to name a couple of the big ones. Yeah, but Cincinnati, they do kind of need a wide receiver. T.Y. Hilton isn't going to supplement them forever.
No,
they do need an edge rusher.
They haven't had any luck finding help for Hilton since he's been in the league.
It's been insane, and I bet T. Higgins.
At the same time, I could see them going defense here solely because, the first year in with Reich and the general manager for the life of me, his name is slipping my mind. They had a solid defense. Now it fell off a little bit last year. So I could see them looking to retool that a little bit this year because let's face it, the AFC South is really wide open here. It's a 3-team race.
It is.
I'm a Titans fan. I have my hat on tonight. I'm not full blown Titans gear like I was last night, but I'm honest and I'm a realist. It's a 3-team race in that league. Indy adding Phillip Rivers in, they have the pieces to contend for the division.
Okay.
And
so they went wide receiver here. Michael Pittman Jr. from USC. So 2 wide receivers to start us off.
Yeah, there you go.
And the last notable second-round wide receiver coming from USC just so happens to be Juju Smith-Schuster.
There you go.
The Pittsburgh Steelers. Can't wait to see them pick at number 17. They got a wide variety of options that they could go with.
I bet you they're crossing their fingers that a running back falls to them.
Oh, yeah.
You would think. If you're a Steelers fan, that's what you're hoping for. Now, they're going to need a little bit of help on the interior of that offensive line. Ramon Foster retiring, so they have a hole there at guard. Although I think it's a little early now to be going for that. You can get a lot of quality linemen, 3, 4, and 5. It might be a little high here. I mean, maybe you look for another receiver if you're Pittsburgh. I mean, I've seen some mocks that had, them taking a couple different wide receivers because Juju's really the only proven one they have there right now.
And he is the only one that has proven himself. But I think that somebody who showed flashes last year is Deontay Johnson. He reminds me of an Antonio Brown. He's a small, speedy guy who can make catches and get free. He can be a good target for Ben Roethlisberger. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a breakout season upcoming.
Now, don't
consistent.
Don't forget about the addition of Eric Ebron.
They needed it with the injury.
That gives them an option, something they haven't had since Heath Miller retired, and a tight end who could actually be a weapon.
Yeah, they need a healthy, lethal tight end, and I think Eric Ebron is somebody who brings close to that, if not exactly that, to the table.
Yep.
Pick is in for Detroit here, we'll see what they go with. They went with Jeff Okudah last night. So, I mean, they got to need it a lot of places.
Yeah, they
I
do.
wouldn't be surprised if they go running back here. Kerryon Johnson.
Yeah.
He got injured last year, but he was decent.
They
have Kenny Golladay and Marvin Jones Jr.
Marvin Jones, yeah.
So I think they're good there. If they were to go offense here, I think that they would go with a running back. Wouldn't be surprised if DeAndre Swift or Jonathan Taylor, maybe even J.K. come off the board and go to Detroit.
Yeah, you can never give Matt Stafford enough help. And the one thing that poor guy has never had is a reliable running game. They've had some backs that had potential but could never stay healthy. And you know that your best ability is your availability. And, Stafford has done a lot with a little, like not having a run game. I almost compare it to Barry Sanders' prime years where they didn't have a passing offense. So Barry Sanders was doing all the legwork. They had Herman Moore and stuff like that, but Barry Sanders was the focal point of that offense. Now it's Matt Stafford.
Yeah. And the thing, Detroit, they've never been able to get a running game and a passing game. That's why they've never been able to make it to the Super Bowl. They need to combine that, and I do think that they need to get a running back right here. If they don't draft a running back, maybe they could throw their hat into the ring for the Leonard Fournette trade if they decide to go defense here.
What about Josh Jones at tackle to try to keep
that could be interesting. Try to keep – yeah, you're right. Try to get some – protection for Matt Stafford, as it looks like Bob Quinn's video was cutting out there.
And as
we'll see, the Lions pick is in. They know who they're going to select.
They do, and as we have the experts discussing who they think will go, I mean, yeah, like you said, the Lions have options here. I mean, they have a lot of needs, but you also don't want to focus solely drafting on need because that could get you in trouble in a hurry.
And another thing that they might want to go with, they might want to go with a defensive edge rusher. There are still some on the board. Josh Uche, you've got Yeturgos Montos from Penn State, DeAndre Swift. There it is, running back.
Running back. See, you called it. That's why you are the genius. That's why you make the big bucks.
I don't make very many bucks, but
well, you should.
Yeah, so DeAndre Swift is the pick here off the board. Unfortunate for the Dolphins and possibly Steelers fans because now that gives two teams that need a running back ahead of Pittsburgh that could take J.K. Dobbins and Jonathan Taylor. So let's hope Miami and let's hope Miami and Tampa Bay don't take running backs here. Giants pick is already in.
Tampa doing it. Oh, yeah. I could
really see Tampa doing it, and especially Miami. They wanted Swift last night, but they traded down.
The Giants are on the board right now, and their pick is already in.
They knew who they were picking before this even started.
They are ready to go. So
I think it is going to be Josh Uche. They need an edge rusher.
You think it's going to be an edge rusher?
I do think it's going to be edge rusher. I think it's going to be Josh Uche just because he fits that description of a Giants edge rusher. He's a guy that New York has wanted this entire draft to fall to them in the second round, and he has. So I think New York, that pick was easy. So New England is coming up next with their first pick in the draft.
Back. I mean, that's what they do. They'll have 32 seventh-rounders before this night's over. Now, I remember last night, I think it was you that made the comment when New England traded back from the first round. I mean, it's a very Belichick thing to do. I can't remember the last time he drafted in the first round. But to only get the 2 and the 3 that he got for trading back, to me, I don't think was worth it.
I don't, and especially what the Chargers got. They got, what's his name?
The linebacker.
Kenneth Murray from Oklahoma. That's a really good get for Los Angeles at the bargain that they got him for. So it's very confusing to me why that was made, why that trade was made.
I don't know. I mean, again, Belichick puts a premium on draft picks, and I mean, you got to give him credit. He's had a lot of success with those second, third, fourth, and fifth round picks. Now obviously you got to throw the 6th round pick in there with Brady, but they really haven't hit on a lot of those since. But that's where they do a lot of their damage are in those mid-round picks. And, speaking of just Belichick in general, you see a lot of turnover with a lot of these teams, every 2 or 3 years. Like, everybody's always talking about Cleveland, they change coaches all the time and whatever. And that's, to me, is a big reason why these teams just cannot be competitive, because the league is a win-now league. We all know that. Owners are impatient. They want results and they want them now. And it takes time. Because when they bring a coach in that has a vision and they start drafting and signing players for that vision and it doesn't go according to plan, they blow everything up. They bring in the next guy and his vision's different. So now half of these players they have don't fit that vision. So you got to retool the roster again. You're just starting over from scratch over and over and over again.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody embraces the rebuild process and its length. They know that they have to rebuild, and it's going to take maybe 1 to 3 years. They don't embrace that it might take 5 to 7 years. They need to embrace the full rebuild process. And if by those 5 to 7 years, nothing is at where you want them, then blow it up. But after 3 to 4 years, if it's not where you want it, maybe there's a couple players missing. Maybe there's a couple players that don't fit the scheme that you guys want to run. Don't blow everything up just because it isn't producing the very quick, immediate results that you want.
Well, think about it. Think about how many coaches are getting paychecks right now that are sitting at home on their couch or are no longer employed by the organizations that are paying them. If you're not prepared to see this thing through, why are they handing out these 5-year contracts to these coaches and everything else? I mean, especially if they're getting rid of them after 2 or 3 years.
Absolutely. And maybe the only explanation for that would be because they just want to lock up this coach by any means possible. Maybe they just think that this is the guy. So let's lock him up for as long as we possibly can.
Yeah, that's true. Now, I know when Carolina hired their coach, they gave him, was it a 7-year contract or something like that?
I think it was a 7 or 6-year contract.
And I guess it ruffled a lot of feathers within the league because that's not normal. I mean, nobody said anything when Oakland gave John Gruden the 10-year deal. I'm sorry, Las Vegas. When they gave Gruden the 10-year deal because it's Vegas. It's the Raiders. That's the kind of stuff they do.
And it's John Gruden. He's already coached there.
Right, exactly. But, you see this college coach coming in, getting handed a 7-year contract with all the money that he's getting. And a lot of these coaches, and I guess rightfully so, are upset that here's a guy that's never coached in the NFL. And now he's making more than, so many percentages or so many of the other coaches that are currently in the league. I mean, it just kind of blows everything up. Basically, it resets the market, I guess.
Absolutely. We're going to put a pause in that discussion. Corey Miles has a question from Facebook. Who do you think the Steelers will get? I think they got to go with a running back like Jonathan Taylor. I think that they got to go running back too, but it doesn't look like a running back going to be there. The Lions just threw a monkey into the wrenches of the Steelers' hopes by taking DeAndre Swift. So now there's only 2 backs, elite backs left. And then there's 2 teams ahead of Pittsburgh picking that want to get one of those great backs in the Buccaneers and Dolphins. So either they're going to have to settle for Cam Akers, as we once again see Dave Gettleman with a mask on in his isolated one-person room, have no idea. Computer must have coronavirus.
Right.
Yeah, so, but the Steelers, if they don't have a good running back there, if it's Cam Akers or Zach Moss, the best on the board, I think they go defensive tackle, maybe a Ross Blacklock from TCU. I've said his name quite a bit over the past 24 hours. He's a first-round caliber type guy. He's in any play that's within 3 yards of the line of scrimmage, whether it's in front of the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage. He's in on nearly any play that was within 3 to 5 yards of that line of scrimmage. I think the Steelers need a playmaker that can be at the center of that mid defensive line. Let's see who the Giants select. I think it's going to be Josh Uche or Yetur Gross-Matos, one of those edge rushers.
Well, the Giants fans are already clapping in the background, and Goodell hasn't even announced it yet.
They should be booing.
How excited they are.
They're always so excited.
All right.
Oh, that Xavier McKinney goes.
There it is.
Xavier McKinney goes to the New York Giants. There he is.
That's a good pick for them.
That is. They do need help in that secondary.
They never really replaced Landon Collins after he left.
No, they didn't. And I think just everybody was so fixated on that edge rusher. New York hasn't really had one in a while, but they do need to replace that defensive backfield. I think that is an area where more stress needs to be put on, especially in New York, where they're in divisions that have the Cowboys and Dak Prescott. They just got another weapon in CeeDee Lamb last night.
Yeah.
The Eagles, they're trying to rebuild. They've got Carson Wentz, and with the right receivers, he can be a great quarterback. And then who's the other? Redskins. They got Dwayne Haskins. If he can be what they expect him to, and they've got Terry McLaurin, who had a breakout season last year. I think he was a second-round pick. No, not a second, a fourth-round pick for Washington out of Ohio State.
Mike, we got another comment. We got another comment. Jose Sanchez chiming in here, and I apologize. I'm learning my way around this software. He's asking if we think the Patriots will take Dobbins. Personally, you can't rule it out because it's Bill Belichick, but I don't think they do. Do you think it's possible that they go quarterback here?
No.
No.
I think if they would have gone quarterback, they would have gone first round. I think that the nightmare scenario will come true. I think the Patriots will start Jarrett Stidham this year just so they can tank. Go 2-14. Get one of the top 2 picks and take Trevor Lawrence out of Clemson. That is what they want to do. Or they want to trade up to
Belichick. I can't see Belichick doing that. And apparently, Bill Belichick's dog is in his chair. He's the one making the calls here. As you see, I mean, you can't. That's Bill Belichick. That's what he thinks of technology.
All right, here we go. The pick is already in, and here comes the selection, the Patriots.
Edge. I'm going to say edge rusher.
I'm going to go with you. Oh. Ooh.
Wow.
Where's this kid from? Leonore Ryan University. Kyle Duggar. I'll have to look into this kid.
I mean, okay. So they brought McCourty back, right?
Yeah.
They still have Patrick Chung, but I think they're both in their mid-30s. 32, 33.
Yeah.
But this necessarily isn't a bad pick here. You can put the kid, let him sit, play some special teams, and learn behind Chung and McCourty. And he may even get on the field in some of those sub packages because you know how creative Belichick is on defense and the way he uses his chess pieces. You know, there may be one game that kid plays every defensive snap, and we may never see him the rest of the season. But I think he'll get some valuable experience and playing time, and just being able to learn from Chung and McCourty in itself is a win for him. 2
Pro Bowlers that you're going to get to practice with, learn underneath. That is, for Duggar, that has got to be a dream come true for him. Leonore Ryan University, I don't think I've heard of that before tonight.
No.
And Duggar is a selection in this draft as the Panthers pick is already in.
Yeah, Panthers not messing around either. And while we have a second here, of course, we got to throw a big shout out to Pizza Joe's. Provided us with that grub last night for the party here, which was amazing. And there's Bill Belichick. See, he's paying off his dog for sitting in his spot, and he's leaving again because he knows he's on camera. But big shout out to Pizza Joe's, open normal hours. Their taco pizza is amazing. I've had it numerous times. And the Panthers pick is in.
It is. I'm not going to spoil it because you don't see it yet.
I don't see it.
It is a name we've been mentioning quite a lot.
There it is.
There he is. But that is okay. I'm going to have to let me write this down so that I don't forget who was picked here. That is a kick in the nuts for Panthers fans, I think.
For Panthers fans?
Yes.
Why?
Or just the Panthers in general. Because who did they take last night? Derek Brown Jr., a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Yetur Gross-Matos is a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
And they passed up on Isaiah Simmons to take Brown.
Right, but Brown is an interior
defensive lineman.
Brown is an interior lineman.
But I think I'd rather take Isaiah Simmons in that situation, especially if you're going to take Yetur Gross-Matos in the second round.
Would you rather have Aaron Donald or Von Miller?
I'd rather have Aaron Donald, but it just depends on what the situation is. Certain situations I would have Von Miller, but overall, yeah, I'd have Aaron Donald. But I do think Isaiah Simmons is an overall better player than Derek Brown. That's why I have Isaiah Simmons.
Now you're going to pair him with Yosmato.
Yeah, that's a good pick for the Panthers, but I think that with them passing up on Isaiah Simmons, that's where the logic is thrown out of the door, because I think Isaiah Simmons is a better player than Derek Brown Jr. Even if you get Gross Matos and pair him with another defensive lineman.
I'll give you that, but think about it though. Simmons played all over the place, right?
That's why I like him a lot more.
But where are you going to play him in the pros? Because he ain't going to be able to do all those positions there. So where do you play him in the pros? Do you play him at safety? He's a little small to really be an edge rusher, other than a speed rusher. That'd be about it. He's not going to have much for power moves.
It just depends on what defensive scheme you're going to use. If you're going to use a defensive scheme that would fit him better as a safety, then use him as a safety. If you're going to use a defensive scheme that would fit him better as a linebacker, put him as a linebacker.
But
it just depends on what you're going to
do. If you want to throw the comparison out, when Brian Urlacher was drafted, he was a safety for New Mexico and ended up being a middle linebacker in the NFL.
Yep.
Not to say that it can't be done, but Urlacher played specifically at safety. Simmons was everywhere. I mean, we saw the footage last night. He played corner, he played safety, he played outside linebacker, he played inside linebacker. I mean, there might even have been a clip of him playing quarterback. I don't remember. But he played everywhere. I mean, those are good players to have, but they have to carve out a consistent role within the defense because you have to account for all those positions. If he plays middle linebacker, he's middle linebacker. Now you have your outside linebackers, your safeties, everything set. If you move him from middle linebacker to safety, who's filling the middle linebacker spot?
I don't know. With Carolina, they really don't have much on that defensive side of the ball at all. They need to rebuild that completely. So, as I go through it, Yetur Gross-Matos is a logical pick, but I still think that Isaiah Simmons getting passed up will be, a huge regret from the Carolina Panthers. I still believe that.
Well, I mean, time will tell. We can revisit this in a couple years and see. Or they could be, I mean, any guy is going to benefit playing opposite of Chandler Jones, right?
Yeah.
So what is Brown? I mean, really, Brown has nothing there to work alongside. Now Gross-Matos is there, so now you have two young nucleus players, on that D line. Is Carolina still running a 4-3, or are they changing to a 3-4? I haven't heard.
I would say they would change to a 4-3 because of all that talent they have.
Well, they've been a 4-3. They've been a 4-3 team.
Excuse me. They stay a 4-3.
They stay a 4-3 team.
Stay a 4-3. Especially when you got two talented guys like that, I think you pack the D line and send them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because that's one thing we're going to have to keep in mind as the night progresses when we start seeing some of these defensive players coming off the board. And we didn't really touch on it much last night when you saw some of these other linemen and stuff going. It's Simmons going to Arizona and stuff like that. What defenses are these teams running? Arizona runs a little bit more of that 3-4.
Yeah.
Carolina runs more of a 4-3. We got to figure out how do these players fit? Just because Gross-Matos was drafted as an end, if he goes to a 3-4 team, he might now become an outside linebacker.
And it all depends on the defensive scheme they're running. I do think Isaiah Simmons is a better fit at Arizona. So for Simmons, maybe falling to number 8 was the best case scenario for him.
For sure.
But, only time will tell. But the Dolphins pick is in. We'll see who they go with here. I think they have to go with a running back here. They've wanted a running back, and I think they're going to take Jonathan Taylor, leaving J.K. Dobbins to be the only running back left. And as an Ohio State fan, it's going to pain me if he doesn't go to Pittsburgh. And as a Steelers fan, We don't have one of them top running backs. So let's hope the Dolphins pick something else. I'll look at what their needs are, but I don't think they have any bigger need than a running back right now with the need with what they addressed last night.
No, I mean Miami's in a rebuild. They're not going to flat out come out and say it, and no team ever will. But Miami is on a full-blown rebuild. They traded away pretty much the only tradable players that they had last year when they traded Stills and Tunsil to Houston and when they traded Fitzpatrick to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
They're basically retooling the whole roster. So it just makes sense. You draft your quarterback last night. You get your offensive lineman last night.
And why not go?
And your defensive back. Why not go running back here?
Absolutely.
I mean, you already signed Brian from Dallas to be one corner. You drafted another one last night. They made some splash signs on defense. They made some splash signs on offense. But, it's an offensive-driven league, as much as it pains me to say that, because I'm a defensive guy. I believe in defense. I believe in building a defense first before you build an offense. But it's an offensive-driven league. It's all about points.
All right, so we'll see the Dolphins pick here. They showed Grant Delpit and Robert Hunt, two non-running backs. They took Robert Hunt? Oh,
wow.
That's a shocker. And a very
interior line.
That's a great sight for Pittsburgh right there. They still have two running backs on the board and only one running back, wanting team in front of them. So they could have one of those elite backs there. That is huge for Pittsburgh fans.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's a huge pick right there. Okay, I'm actually on Bleacher Report right now, and the Texans pick is already in, and I know who it is. Do you want to know who it is?
Do I want to know who it is?
I know who the Texans pick
Roger
is.
Roger Goodell wants to tell me who it is. Why would you ruin that for him?
Okay. Roger, I will let Roger Goodell tell you.
You will let Roger Goodell tell
who it is.
Roger Goodell tells me who Houston has picked. Cleveland will have already selected. Because right now they're on my screen, they're doing some talking here.
Because I think at this point it is pre-recorded because of how quick the picks are coming in.
Yeah.
So at some point it's going to be pre-recorded, or I think Goodell's already announcing the Cleveland pick and it's already in. So, oh wow, okay. So
Houston.
Bleacher Report has reported this is not a pick. This is a trade
for Houston.
No, the Browns have the 9th pick.
Okay, so they traded.
They have traded it away to the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh wow! So what's Indy coming up here to get?
So the Colts will pick number 9.
Is Indy coming up to get a running back?
Could they? They selected a wide receiver on Michael Pittman. Could they be coming up to pick a running back? That is interesting. We do have Marlon Mack though.
Yeah, but I mean, you got a chance to get one of these two potential studs that are still sitting out here.
But we did mention they might need an edge rusher on that defensive side.
True.
There's still Josh Uche there. Could they be coming up to take Uche away? The Browns. Now, I'll look and see if there was a second pick for Indianapolis in this second round. There was. So now the Browns will be picking 12th in the second round. They move down from 9 to 12. And Indianapolis moves up to 41.
Okay, so I'm done waiting on Goodell. He blew it. Who do
you want to know who the Texans pick is?
I want to know who it is.
So I mentioned Ross Blacklock might go to Pittsburgh if he falls that far.
Right.
The Texans have taken him at number 8. So Blacklock, defensive tackle from TCU. I mentioned he's in on almost every play. He will no longer be available for Pittsburgh at the number 17 spot.
That makes sense for Houston because they lost DJ Reader to Cincinnati. So they had a hole on that D line. So that's a good pick.
That's good for Houston, but it would have been logical if they would have traded up last night to take a wide receiver, or maybe take a wide receiver right here with KJ Hamler on the board, who could be an impact player immediately.
Oh, absolutely. Now, did you see earlier they said that Tunsil had agreed to a 3-year extension?
Yeah, I did. So Tunsil has a 3-year extension.
$22 million a year.
Highest paid offensive lineman on a per-year salary in NFL history.
I know I said it last night, and I'll say it again. Bill O'Brien has lost his mind.
I don't know what he is thinking. So the Colts pick is in. Bleacher Report does not have it yet. So
Bill O'Brien is trying to destroy the Houston Texans from the inside out. I'll say it again. It's the only
and that's that theory of the Patriots' assistance. So the Browns have the 44th and 60th pick. So the third rounder from Indy also goes to the Browns in this trade. Thank you for the update, Jose Sanchez on Facebook.
All right. So, go, Jose. Colts, team player.
Trade up 3. So the Colts trade up 3 spots, and there is the pick for the Colts. Are you going to wait on Roger Goodell?
I tried waiting on Roger Goodell. He let me down. I can't do it.
Your prediction was correct. The Colts have traded up to take a running back.
Oh, okay.
Jonathan Taylor.
Oh, you were going to let me guess.
Oh, I didn't even hear you. I'm sorry. So I'm sorry. Were you going to get Taylor?
So Dobbins is still on the board.
Dobbins is still on the board. Jose, Dobbins will not go to Cleveland. As much as I hate to say it, Cleveland has Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb. The last thing they need to pick is a running back. So now you look at what is Tampa Bay going to do.
Well, Jacksonville's on the board right now.
So Jacksonville on the board. So
Jacksonville and then Chicago. Now, rumors I've seen have Chicago potentially linked to a running back.
That could be
Could Jacksonville draft a running back?
Hey, is that big kid?
I don't think they're going to draft a running back until they know they have a deal for Fournette.
No, he's gone. Yeah, no, he went to Carolina.
Traded away.
Yep. All right, so here comes
Gross Matos.
Wait a minute.
All right, so here comes the pick. It will be Jonathan Taylor. Dobbins to the slot. Dobbins is a running back. I see him. There being no scenario whatsoever. J.K. Dobbins is picked by the Cleveland Browns with the number 12 pick.
No, not with
Pittsburgh pick 17. They've got ahead of them Jacksonville, Chicago, which could be the scary one if they want to draft J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah.
Cleveland, Tampa Bay. That's another scary one. And then you have Denver, Atlanta, and New York. New York, of course, with
Atlanta
has Todd Gurley.
Well, Atlanta got a lot of money on him. Atlanta got Todd Gurley, but probably for only 4 games or so until he gets hurt. So that would make the draft.
I would say they'd pick a guy like Cam Akers. I don't think they'd take a big risk.
No,
I'd say they take a Cam Akers in the 3rd round if they want to pick a running back in the draft. So
if as soon as Dobbins goes off the board, right? Are teams now that we're looking to draft a running back, are they calling Jacksonville about Fournette?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah, it has to be.
That could be a scenario. I think teams are already starting to call Jacksonville now that 2 running backs have been selected and the Buccaneers aren't even on the board yet, because I think a lot of people were looking at the Dolphins and Tampa Bay as being the 2 teams that are going to take a running back in this round. So I think that now that Taylor is off the board and we're not even out of the top 10 in the 2nd round, we could be looking at possibility of trades happening between the Jaguars and other teams involving Leonard Fournette.
Let's touch real quick. Diggs is still there.
Trayvon Diggs.
Could Jacksonville double up on corners?
I could see that happening.
They traded Ramsey. They traded Boye.
They took last night.
They drafted a corner.
They took Cle'Veon Chasen and C.J. Henderson. They reached for C.J. Henderson. I really don't think that was a reach at all, especially considering how many cornerbacks I thought were going to be drafted in that 1st round. But still, still, I think that that was not too much of a reach. Bleacher Report still does not have Jacksonville's pick in, so we might be having to wait on Goodell yet again. But, they took C.J. Henderson and Cle'Veon Chasen last night, 2 defensive players. Wouldn't be surprised if they go offense with a wide receiver or maybe go offensive line here. There's a lot of things Jacksonville can do right now. I think they're going to go with Josh Jones, the lineman from Houston.
Yeah, I guess there are options, but I think if you're Jacksonville, their first 2 picks last night went defense.
They have to go off.
They lost a lot on that defense. So I would almost have to say they're going to go with another defensive player here. It may not be another corner, but it's going to be another defensive player of some kind.
Okay, Bleacher Report has just gotten the pick in. Do you want to guess?
Defense. I'm calling defense.
It is an offensive player.
No, it's defense.
It is offense.
No.
What position?
Is it an offensive lineman?
No, it is not.
Ooh, it's a wide receiver.
They did build up at that wide receiver position.
Who is it?
With the 10th pick in the second round of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Laviska Shenault Jr., wide receiver, Colorado.
Who?
Laviska Shenault Jr. Had a mock draft seeing him go to Pittsburgh earlier. I saw a mock draft had Pittsburgh earlier. So now the Bears are on the clock with number 11. Could they be going running back here?
They could.
There's two picks that the Steelers need to survive here if they want J.K. Dobbins to fall to them at number 17.
If Chicago doesn't take him, he's going to Tampa. I mean,
I unfortunately think that is the case. So the Steelers might need to trade up here if they want to take J.K.
You know, when was the last time Pittsburgh traded up in the first round?
Traded up in the first round?
They drafted Polamalu?
No, they traded up last year.
Did they? Oh, that's right.
Yeah, last year they traded up for Devin Bush, traded with the Broncos.
That's right.
Before that, I think it was Polamalu.
I didn't get enough.
That was an interesting thing. I was shocked as a Steelers fan to see them trade up to number 10 to take Devin Bush. And it worked out. He was one of the better rookies last year.
Oh, for sure.
And you think about it, their last two first-round picks, including, if you say this year's first-round pick was Minkah Fitzpatrick since they traded away their first rounder for Minkah.
Yeah.
You think they got Minkah Fitzpatrick and Devin Bush in their last two first-round picks. The Steelers are doing very well right now in the front office department.
And before that,
has done a great job rebuilding the team.
Watt and Bud Dupree, and I mean, yeah, they've
drafted very well.
Pittsburgh's always done a great job of drafting. I mean, they spit out linebackers like I don't even know what. Kevin
linebacker. They're not going to take
good at what
he's still under the board. Now, I'm going to go on to the prospect rankings according to CBSSports.com and see what D linemen are available for Pittsburgh to possibly take.
For Chicago?
This is for Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay. Chicago.
Neville Gallimore from Oklahoma. He's ranked 36th in the prospect rankings.
Okay.
Arlen Davidson from Auburn, number 51.
Yeah.
And Justin Madubuike from Texas A&M. He's ranked number 63. So I think it's down to Gallimore and Davidson if J.K. Dobbins is not there when the Steelers pick, which I expect him not to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're wrong.
Jose Sanchez with Steelers and Browns work on a trade.
Great.
I would say that if the Browns hadn't already traded their second round pick just a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
If they didn't trade it to the Colts a few minutes ago, I could see the possibility being there, but I don't see it anymore.
Yeah, but you never want to trade with your division rivals. You know? Like unless
it benefits you.
Well, the only if I'm Cleveland and I'm sitting up here and Pittsburgh wants to come up, the only way that I'm letting them get there is if they're willing to give me more than the pick is worth.
Yeah.
You know, like if an NFC team called me and offered me a little bit less, I would trade. But in order for me to trade with a division rival, I'm going to want more because I'm not going to let you improve your team at my expense.
No, and even if you're not a division rival, you're going to get more out of that draft pick. That was what the Broncos did last year. They got a lot for the first-round pick that the Steelers had taken from them. So there it is. That's Laviska Shenault Jr.
Finally, Goodell, you've let me down. Too many
times. By Jacksonville. Chicago's pick still not in, according to Bleacher Report's draft board right now. That is what I'm looking at on my phone right now. They do have up-to-date trades, so this is what I'll be using for draft boards and stuff like that. For rankings, I will be using CBSSports.com. Just about 40 minutes in here as Chicago is now on the clock.
They've got two. They got Foles and they got Trubisky. Yeah, they traded for Foles.
Going in the next two picks, Jose Sanchez, you are 100% correct. And if you are not, praise the Lord, but that would be great for us Steelers fans to see J.K. Dobbins still on the board at 17.
I don't see him getting my If Pittsburgh wants him, they're gonna have to trade with Cleveland.
I don't think
And they're gonna have to give up.
They could trade with Tampa Bay.
Tampa's got 2 running backs.
But they're not. DJ, I'm gonna say this: they're not very good. They got Ronald Jones, and who's the other? I know they have a second.
I don't even know.
They have a second running back, but they're not good. Okay, the pick is in for Chicago. I know who it is.
You know who it is.
It is not a running back.
Easy.
Jay still on the board. All we got to do is survive Tampa Bay.
So Chicago went offensive line.
Chicago went tight end.
Tight end.
Corey
from Notre Dame?
Yes.
Okay.
Corey met tight end Notre Dame.
Hey,
So we got 1 pick to survive here. If you're a Steelers fan.
Where's Thaddeus Moss going, Mike? Where do you got him mocked?
Probably late 2nd round, early 3rd round.
Okay.
That's where I see Thaddeus Moss going.
Now you keep saying we. Like, are you on the Steelers payroll or
I'm saying as a fan base.
Okay.
We want J.K. Dobbins.
Okay, I gotta make sure.
We want J.K. Dobbins.
Like,
Even if the rest of the fan base doesn't, I know DJ does.
Okay.
DJ wants J.K. So if
Okay.
it's a we, it's the 2 of us. I know my father also wants J.K. Dobbins as well as an avid Ohio State fan. So here are the Browns picking. I doubt this pick will be traded.
Yeah, my mother also is all on board for the J.K. Dobbins pick.
Cannot wait for.
She's a diehard Steelers fan.
Tampa Bay pick will be the most anxious Pittsburgh fans will probably be this entire draft.
Yeah.
All right. I'm ready to go.
DJ's over here pacing.
Let's go. Let's go.
To Corey Kmet.
Who?
Corey Kmet. I'm talking about the Chicago pick.
Oh, that's the time.
Once we hit a dry spot here in the 3rd round, I've got an entire sheet of things the 2 of us can talk about, Rick, but we've got interesting things happening here in the 2nd round.
Yeah, we do. This is, and I'll tell you what, it is moving a lot faster than that 1st round went last night.
Oh, yeah.
Which is great because there's a lot more picks we got to get through.
Come on, JK. Hang on, JK.
As you hear, fearless leader back here, Jason.
I got the same mindset. I've got the exact same mindset right now. So here we go. Cleveland is on the clock.
Cleveland on the clock.
Let's see who the Browns pick here.
I bet you they take another. They take another right tackle.
No,
it's Cleveland.
I think Cleveland was praying. I think Cleveland might have gotten screwed here because I think they kind of wanted Cole Kmet. They need a tight end. That's a backup Austin Hooper, I should say.
Thaddeus Moss.
They might take Thaddeus. If Thaddeus Moss were to go early 2nd round, it would be right here to Cleveland, I believe.
But you think Cleveland's gonna? They still have Joko for another year.
They don't like him. He can't catch.
They do. I'm gonna go with DJ. They do not like David Njoku at all. So another thing that they might go with here is safety, because Grant Delpit is still on the board from LSU, the Thorpe winner from this past year. So Delpit he was high on some people's draft boards. He's the number 2 safety in this draft. So he could be going to Cleveland right here. I wouldn't be surprised if the LSU Thorpe Award winner goes number 12 here in the 2nd round.
And it showed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, because I couldn't see anything. He was seeing all the comments. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be able to see stuff.
That's real cool.
Boom, I hit the button and boom, there it is.
Little Dubsky over there?
Yeah, we're talking to people.
Good job.
I got my buddy in Pennsylvania watching. He's blowing up my phone, texting
How
me.
many people we got watching right now?
Yeah, we got about listen, everybody that's watching right now, share this with your friends. Get them on here.
Absolutely.
We want to shatter the records that we set last night. Okay. Mike and I want to prove that him and I together are unbeatable.
The
Batman
unstoppable
and
duo.
Robin. We're like Batman and Robin.
Here we got pizza in the fridge from Pizza Joe.
Yeah, the unstoppable duo. And of course, this could not be possible without our sponsor, Pizza Joe's. Hooked up everybody at HQ last night with a lot of food. Heard it was
great,
pretty good.
It was.
I couldn't make it down there. I'm
we had some for you.
I don't have a ride, but Pizza Joe's normal hours right now, and make sure you go check them out. Hooked everybody up at HQ last night.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. I was a little late getting here from when the food was delivered, and I had ate before I come in, but I ended up getting some pizza later. And it was fantastic. I've never had a bad experience with Pizza Joe's. And like I said earlier, my favorite is the taco pizza. It is to die for. I love their taco pizza. Best of any pizza shop ever.
Yeah. And shoot, I was gonna say something. Thorny last night, he had some Pizza Joe's, and then he had left at about number 10, the 10th pick. Cleveland's pick is in, but it is not showing on Bleacher Report right now.
All right. Well, then while we wait, again, my friend who's watching us in Pennsylvania has sent me some more comparisons that we can compare.
Right. Oh, okay. The pick is in.
Oh, what do we got?
The pick is in. Who do you think it is?
Well, it's not a running back because of the way you
Who do you
celebrate.
think it is? Yeah.
And who is it? It's Cleveland?
Yep. The man I mentioned just a couple minutes ago.
Thaddeus Moss.
No.
Oh.
It is an LSU guy, though.
I don't remember.
Grant Delpit.
Oh.
Said they needed help at that safety position. The Thorpe Award winner from LSU.
Nice.
Falls to Cleveland.
That'll help. He was the Thorpe winner.
Grant Delpit, Thorpe Award winner last year, somehow by, I don't know how, beats out Jeff Okuda. And now the pick we've anticipated for the past 10 minutes.
No, I have not anticipated.
Are on the clock. The Steelers fans, as a collective fan base, have been waiting for this pick.
There you go. I can't do this. DJ, sit down. Anyway, so while we have this. So again, like I said, my buddy that's watching in PA, he did send me some more ideas. As I said, we're like Batman and Robin. We could call ourselves, we're like Jordan and Pippen, right? Or Montana and Rice. Or Antonio Brown and Crazy. Whatever.
Who knows?
So I like those. That was good. Thank you, Art. Appreciate it. Again, hey, hang on here. I got my cousin Kim checking in. Hey, Kim, what's shaking? I guess people were listening.
I'm shaking right now.
We told people to go out there and share the video. Come watch the draft with us here. Let's see how this goes. I think you can do this.
Bleacher Report's going to have the pick in before ESPN.
Oh, look at this!
You can announce it.
We're hitting.
Oh, okay. Got it going.
Oh man, look at we have the technology
now.
Yeah, I did that without touching anything.
Jose Sanchez seems to be a Browns fan here. He's been mentioning them a lot. Jose, what do you think about Grant Delpit here? A lot of help at that safety position right there. They needed it. Of course.
Thomas is throwing in the next two picks.
There you go. Kimberly responding to you.
Yes. What did you think? What did you think about the draft last night, Kim?
It was definitely interesting, especially with the Titans pick. As yourself a Titans fan, they went with Isaiah Wilson.
I'll tell you what.
Ahead of Josh Jones.
Tennessee is built to pound the rock, and this kid that they drafted is a mauler. I mean, that first and foremost,
he fits perfect with
he does.
That Tennessee runs on offense.
He does, and
Sanchez likes the first pick. Kimberly loves the first three picks, all Ohio State products.
Oh yeah, she's a big Ohio State fan. Oh.
Okay, Tampa Bay's pick is not in yet.
Oh. See, on my screen, Cleveland is on the
Cleveland, because they just went to commercial, so they haven't announced it yet.
Well, wait a minute.
Grant Delpit will be this pick.
Oh,
the pick is in.
I hope we don't get a safety.
The pick is in for Tampa?
In for Tampa Bay.
Look, if it doesn't happen, like if what you want doesn't happen.
Who do you think is taken by Tampa Bay? Get DJ here. We need him for this.
DJ, we need you. No, he's pacing. He's pacing.
All right, I'm gonna wait until he's here because he's gonna want to hear this.
What if Tampa takes Thaddeus Moss?
Tampa did not take Thaddeus Moss.
Have a good night.
Did Tampa take a running back?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Because they did.
Tampa Bay's pick is in.
Tampa Bay took a running back.
Say it.
You
Say
denied
it.
Thaddeus Moss.
Say it so I
You
can
wouldn't answer about the
Tampa
running
Bay took Antoine Winfield Jr. from Minnesota. JK is still on the board.
Wow.
Go!
That's a good pick.
Let's go, Jake Wayne!
Watch
JK,
Pittsburgh on him.
come on. 3 more picks. 3 more picks.
Oh,
I gotta go.
Denver's on the clock.
Oh.
I swear to God, Denver. I swear to
And
God.
Michael is beside himself. Headsets off and everything.
JK is still on the board. 3 more picks.
Wait a minute. Okay, so Denver's on the clock right now. When does Pittsburgh? Is Pittsburgh after Denver?
Pittsburgh is after the Jets. We got Denver, then Atlanta, then New York. Denver has Philip Lindsay. They're pretty confident in him.
And they got
Atlanta has Todd Gurley. They just spent a lot of money on him. And the Jets have Le'Veon Bell, who they also spent a lot of money on. So
Yep.
JK is more than likely to fall to the Pittsburgh Steelers now.
Unless somebody trades up to get him.
If somebody trades up to get JK, I might just leave.
You
Yeah, the
can't
Bucs
leave me
picked him.
hanging here. There you
Yeah,
go.
I'm not leaving. I might
You
leave
can't
the room
that
for 2
man
minutes.
here.
I might leave the room in 2 minutes.
You can't.
Next, Kimberly, why is JK still? No, Kimberly. JK's on the board so he can go to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You know, you can't rule Atlanta out from taking JK. Atlanta could still take him.
I don't think Atlanta's going to take a running back after the money they paid Todd Gurley. I think if they take a running back, I said it earlier, it's going to be Cam Akers in round 3.
Why would they
I think it's going to be Cam Akers in round 3.
and then go pick up J.K. Dobbins? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, they only gave Gurley what, $5 million?
I'm just saying, like,
But
I
you
would rather
know
have-
he ain't. But you know he's not going to be a workhorse.
Devontae Freeman is an outstanding back.
They cut him.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Why would they go cut Freeman and then pick up J.K. Dobbins?
younger, cheaper.
I don't think it
But
was.
they paid Todd Gurley. That's the thing that
They only paid Todd Gurley on a 1-year deal. Look,
Still.
I'm telling you right now, they're only going to get like 4
No.
games out of Gurley if they're lucky.
Is Kimberly a Browns fan by any chance?
Huh?
Is Kimberly a Browns fan by any chance?
Is she what?
A Browns fan.
No.
Who's she a fan of?
I'll be back. I gotta go to this thing. I'll be back.
Because she's telling me to take JK out of the JK Dobbins to the Steelers out of my mouth. The Broncos pick is in, and it is interesting.
You know, I can't remember now. I don't think Kim's a Browns fan. I should know this. She's my cousin.
Okay, so considering who
Can't remember.
Denver took last night, it is interesting who their selection is at number 14.
Tight end.
No, they took another wide receiver. Penn State's speedy KJ Hamler.
Really?
That is surprising.
Wow.
So now the Falcons are on the clock. The one team Rick says can still take J.K. Dobbins unless somebody trades up. If J.K. falls to Pittsburgh and they don't take him, oh my.
That's what's going to happen.
I don't think that's what's going to happen. Okay, so Rick Dailey Sr. said, chatted Packers. Is
Oh, now what is it? What is my dad talking about? The Packers? What the,
maybe that's her team.
The Packers don't even pick until like after us. Now, my dad and now it could be my mom on my dad's thing. And my mom is a diehard Steelers fan, and my dad, and he won't admit it, but he's a Patriots fan. I don't know why he's saying Packers for. My phone is going just wonky.
He's right. He's right. Okay, so Kimberly's team is the Packers.
Oh,
Pittsburgh
Hey,
is
and there's Art chiming in.
Art already. Okay, that is the one thing that kind of scares me. We do need interior linemen with the departure of Ramon Foster.
if Josh Jones is still there,
I think we take him.
you have to.
If Josh Jones is still there, either Josh Jones or J.K. Dobbins. One of the two. If it's not one of the two, that would be the one time I am upset with Kevin Colbert. Looks like the Falcons are going to pick, and they don't. It's not in yet, but
Hey, you know, the Jets could take a running back. They need one.
they have Le'Veon Bell.
Exactly. They need a running back.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They don't think they need a running back.
Okay.
They don't think they need a running back.
Here's a question, right? So what if the Jets trade Bell back to Pittsburgh?
If he doesn't want to hold out and play like he did before he was Mr. Hotshot, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
Because he was playing good, and then he got a couple injuries, and then he held out all that time.
Yep.
And then the relationship
year or something
crumbled to pieces.
Yeah, pretty much.
DJ and I are very anxious. 2 picks left until the Steelers are on the board.
I think DJ left.
Really?
Yeah, he had enough.
Wow.
Couldn't take it. Couldn't take it. Atlanta.
Did he just get in his car and leave, or is he just hiding?
No, I think he legitimately left.
Oh, wow.
But Atlanta is the only hurdle. Atlanta is the only hurdle left for your precious running back.
Atlanta still has no pick.
The only
Connor, and they don't want Dobbins.
The only thing I could see Atlanta doing is potentially drafting Thaddeus Moss. Now, I know they traded with Baltimore for the tight end. I think it was Hayden Hurst is the one they got.
Yeah, Hayden Hurst.
But
they don't have Austin Hooper anymore.
Exactly. So Thaddeus
Moss could be a logical pick here.
Thaddeus Moss
I expect him to still be available, though, in the 3rd round if that's the route they want to go. So the Falcons still haven't made their selection yet.
But Atlanta, they're drafting every player that they draft. They have to have the mindset of will play this year.
They do.
I mean, they're trying to save Dan Quinn's job because if they don't produce this year, he's gone.
That is exactly the case. That Dan Quinn has got to be vocal and at the front of this year's draft because he needs to know what he's going to have so that he can keep his job. He wants to be involved in that more than ever now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so James Conner is too injury prone. I'm going to go through the Steelers running backs and why they're going to want to take J.K. Dobbins for Jose Sanchez's comment of James Conner. James Conner is too injury prone, in my opinion. He's constantly down with injuries, something at least. Benny Snell is a specifically red zone running back.
Yep.
Jalen Samuels is a receiving running back.
Yep.
They need consistency at the running back position, and J.K. Dobbins
brings it. Le'Veon Bell.
J.K. Dobbins brings it. The Falcons' pick has been made.
Wow, they showed the Falcons owner. Did you see that? That's one of the few times that the owner's been.
Yeah. So the Falcons' pick is in. Who do you think they take? What position, at least?
Do you know what the pick is?
I know what the pick is. It's in.
Okay. It's not running back because you're not crying.
Correct. Correct.
Atlanta?
Yes.
I think they go defense.
Correct.
I think they go edge rusher.
Very close.
I think they go interior rusher.
Yes.
Defensive line.
Yes.
Defensive tackle.
Yes.
Okay, you do the rest.
Marlon Davidson from Auburn.
Okay.
Mentioned him. He might go to I mentioned him as possibly being a name for the Steelers, but not anymore.
Beefing up
the board.
Yeah, trenches a little bit.
One more pick. And then this.
Michael. Mike. Buddy, what happened? Uh-oh. It's like Mike's having some technical difficulties.
Right here.
Are you good?
We're back.
Oh, I say you can't do
that. We're back.
We're still early in the 2nd round. You can't leave me to do this whole thing by myself. Not good.
Yeah. All right. One more pick, and then it's J.K. Dobbins time.
Hey, somebody could trade with Denver.
Denver's not on the board.
Oh, I'm sorry, not Denver. Is it the Jets?
Yes, it is.
The Jets are on the board. So, okay, if you're Pittsburgh here and you're set on Dobbins, do you make a trade with the Jets just to make sure you get him? Like Tampa did last night, moving up one spot?
No.
So you trust that
because I think giving up something would just be stupid. Because they'd have to give up like a fifth rounder to do that.
Jerry Jones could trade up and draft.
Oh no.
What?
The Seahawks has traded up.
Oh,
Number 15.
See?
But wait a minute. They have Chris Carson.
Okay.
Who they heavily trust.
Who would they have traded up for? Josh Jones?
Linebacker.
Josh Jones.
Davion Clowney is gone.
Josh Jones.
You're probably right. So that would leave us with one option. If they take Josh Jones.
What?
And that is J.K. Dobbins. This could go catastrophically or amazing.
Unfortunately, the Seahawks ruined my thought process because I was going to say Jerry Jones will trade up and take Dobbins because last night when he was sitting there trying to figure out who to pick, somebody said, well, Philly's going to draft that receiver. And he said, no, not if I do it first.
Who knows? Let's see who Seattle will take at number 16.
Well, there's the
48th overall. As long as it's not JK. I'd be fine if they didn't. I'd be fine if they took Josh Jones. It would be great if they didn't take him either.
Who, Seattle?
Yes. It's either going to be Josh Jones or Zach Bond. That's my prediction. They need a linebacker with the departure of Jadeveon Clowney, even though he hasn't signed anywhere. We know he's not going back to Seattle.
All right, people. Comment. Who do you guys think Seattle's taking here?
Who Seattle's taking, and then who is Pittsburgh taking?
No, who? Let's go one pick at a time.
Okay, we'll go one pick at a time.
Post it in the comments.
Who's Seattle taking? I say it's going to be Josh Jones. I'm pretty sure Rick thinks the same thing. If it's not Josh Jones, it's 100% going to be Zach Bond.
I think it's Josh Jones.
I do. I think so as well.
We talked about this last night. Protecting Russell Wilson is it a premium? For sure.
I mean, he's getting farther in his career, and with him being a scrambling slash running quarterback that hasn't really had an offensive line his whole career,
Yeah.
I think you need to give him something. His shelf life, as you mentioned earlier, it's getting low. It's getting low. So,
yep. Can only take so many hits.
We'll see what happens.
Marlon Davidson, last 2 years at Auburn, 10 sacks.
2019 first team All SEC.
Yeah. 12 and a half tackles for loss last year. That's pretty good.
It looks like a steal right there.
Yeah, it does, actually.
That's a nice pick for Atlanta.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, they got to do something on that defensive side. That is one thing that Dan Quinn is known for, and that is the one side of the ball they've struggled on so badly.
Okay, so Art Moretti has a prediction in. He says Seattle's going to go with Ezra Cleveland, who is an edge rusher from, I believe, Boise State. And then Pittsburgh will go with Josh Jones. That is the prediction from Art Moretti. Pick not in yet from Seattle.
Yeah. And now that I've learned,
it's in, but it is not showing on Bleacher Report.
And now that I've learned how to display the comments on the broadcast, I will be doing so, which is kind of cool. Pretty interactive.
Yeah, that's really nice.
It is. A nice touch.
No pick.
I thought you said the pick was in.
The pick is in. The pick was in, but it hasn't shown. It is now showing.
Uh-oh.
They did not take Josh Jones.
But they didn't take J.K. Dobbins either.
They didn't take J.K. Dobbins, and they didn't take Zach Bond. They took edge rusher Darnell Taylor from the University of Tennessee.
Okay.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. With eight Dobbins on the board.
I mean, this is probably the most excited you're going to be all night, right?
Probably. Yeah, I'm kind of excited for that third round pick, see if we decide to take a quarterback or not.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if Hurts is the pick.
So
unless Pittsburgh's pick comes in before Seattle's is, I'm not gonna really look at Bleacher Report very much.
Right. I mean, so does that basically signal to you that Seattle has moved on from Clowney?
Yes, absolutely. I think it would have even signaled farther or further, whichever context Jose, Pittsburgh, the last thing they need is defense right now. Their defense is one of the best in the league.
Right.
But further for I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought.
Jose's saying Pittsburgh's going defense here.
Okay, let me break down exactly why that will not happen. On that defense, the only way they go defense is if they go interior lineman. And the only interior lineman that would have taken Pittsburgh away from a lineman such as Josh Jones or J.K. Dobbins was Ross Blacklock. The Texans took him at the number 8 pick here in the second round. So there's no real interior linemen that are better than, said J.K. Dobbins and Josh Jones, the lineman and running back still on the board. At linebacker, they got Bud Dupree and TJ Watt. And I think they released Mark Barron, but I think they had a decent signing in the offseason for his replacement. The name is out of my head right now, but at the secondary, they got Joe Hayden, Steven Nelson, who had an underrated year, and Minkah Fitzpatrick. So they are fine.
The pick is in.
Pick is in.
Don't look at it.
I'm looking.
No, don't look.
No, I'm not going to look. I'm not going to look.
Because if you look, you're going to know who it is.
I'm not going to look. J.K. Dobbins is the best available, according to Mel Kiper.
Well, he's a vampire, and nobody cares.
Yeah. Well, what sucks is Todd McShay, unfortunately, has coronavirus, so he can't.
Yeah,
I'm up out of my seat right now. I might take the headset off and start jumping up and down if they take him. If it's Josh Jones, I will be very satisfied as well.
Well, whatever you do, don't ruin your feet again.
Okay.
Keep it under control.
Here we go. Oh, they're going to commercial. I think I have to look.
Don't look.
I can't not
Don't look.
I cannot look.
Yes, you can.
I can't.
Listen, Schefter Jr.
Look, oh, no, I forgot they signed Chris Wormley as an interior lineman. So
yeah.
Ross Blacklock, further.
I don't know about you.
Okay, my phone's off.
I don't know about you.
I can have it up. Jose Sanchez says defense. He might have looked at Bleacher Report.
There it is. And he's not saying it. He's yelling it. That's all caps, man.
Oh, no. If they took defense, I might just – that's going to be Surrender Cobra moment.
But what could they possibly draft on defense?
I have no idea what they could have drafted on defense.
Well, time out. Are there any corners available with value at this pick?
Oh.
I mean, think about it. Artie Burns flamed out.
Diggs.
All you got.
Artie Burns is gone.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Artie Burns flamed out. All you got.
They have Steven Nelson and Joe Hayden.
Nelson is a slot corner.
Okay. And they got Minkah Fitzpatrick, who can easily come out of that safety position to play corner, and Joe Hayden.
Then who do you plug into safety? See, we talked about this earlier.
What's his name? Edmonds.
You got two safeties.
Terrell Edmonds is going to be plugged in at that safety position.
Right, but you have two safeties. We talked about this earlier with Simmons. You start moving them all around. You've got to have people to cover those other spots as they're moved around. So if you bring Fitzpatrick down to corner, okay, but who's plugging into that safety spot? I think you leave Fitzpatrick at safety and you potentially look at taking a corner here. I mean, I don't want to burst your bubble and ruin your night.
Yeah, but
I mean, it does make sense.
It really does make sense. I swear, if they took a defensive player, I still am not gonna be very pleased because defense.
Oh, my mother just texted me.
It's a third, fourth, fifth round dress.
My mother just texted me and she said if they go defense, she quits. I don't know what, but she's quitting.
Quit being a Steelers fan for the next.
It would make sense.
If the pick was in the third, fourth, or fifth round, it would make sense. But you're in the second round, and you've got first round talent available at positions where you need to address.
Okay, Diggs is a first round corner,
but you don't need to address that position as much as the interior of the offensive line and running back.
Okay, running back or offensive line, I would say would be a higher priority.
Oh wow, they just showed Jalen Hurts.
Oh boy. Oh, so you think Aaron Rodgers is calling Ben Roethlisberger right now?
Okay, I can't look at the chat because I think it's going to give it away. Here we go. I'm a little ahead of you. Here it is.
Don't. I'm watching right now.
Okay.
Are we going to hear DJ scream from his house?
Probably.
Hold on. My mom.
Oh, my God, no.
My mom's calling me. I can't take
my God.
Hold on.
God, no.
What is it? What do we got? Pittsburgh Steelers have selected.
Oh, my God.
Chase Claypool. Wide receiver Notre Dame.
Why?
Hey, I'll be back in a second.
Oh, my God. No. We took Claypool.
I don't know.
I am absolutely livid.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. All
right. Oh, my God. I don't think we needed to address that until the later rounds.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Okay, now wait a minute. Now time out, right? You said earlier, and I'll admit to it too, Kevin Colbert is a good GM. So there's got to be something in this kid that they're seeing that we may not.
Possibly. I mean, that was the same thing we thought. We thought the same thing with Deontay Johnson and James Washington and Juju Smith-Schuster. All three of those. As Steelers fans, everybody thought the same thing. So, yeah, that is quite unfortunate that we did not take J.K. Dobbins.
Well,
and now the Bears have another pick where they could take a running back.
Did Chicago trade, or did they have 2 second-round picks? Was that part of it?
I think the 11th pick came from Oakland or Las Vegas.
Was that in the Khalil Mack trade?
I think it was.
Okay.
So the Bears are selecting at number 18. Their pick is already in.
Yeah, you know what? I do want to touch on this, and I do agree with Art, and I'm going to display it here.
They do hit it with their wide receiver draft picks for Pittsburgh have been unbelievably well, especially over the recent years. Now, as this
well said, Art.
Notre Dame, and I do not like Notre Dame very much, but J.K. Dobbins was on the board. That is unreal.
Oh boy,
I think Chase Claypool could have been available in the third round.
Maybe Pittsburgh's going to take that old Denver Bronco approach to where they draft a running back in like the 5th and 6th round and they just churn out 100 yards or 1,000-yard seasons. It's possible.
It is possible.
I mean, I don't. You always wonder what goes through, these GMs' minds and coaches' minds and stuff when they're doing this draft, because obviously. Yeah. The experts and us, sitting here doing these mocks, and we just pull our hair out and scratch our heads. Oh, why did you draft him? And you know what I mean? But I tell you what, I don't know, honestly, as much as I would love to be a general manager or a coach in the NFL. Do you know how stressful this time is right now for these guys? Especially not being able to have the pro days they're really, some of these picks, you're almost picking blindly. I hate to say it, but you don't have a lot of information to go off of.
Yeah, it's you got to resort to the game film. Dobbins to Dallas with Zeke, 1-2 punch there. Possibly. That would be interesting, but we'll see where Dobbins falls now. Miami picking at number 24.
Well, I can't see Dobbins getting past the Rams.
Maybe he could go to Los Angeles. I think it's either going to be Miami or Los Angeles. That will be the destination for J.K. Dobbins. And I cannot believe Pittsburgh didn't take him.
Don't rule out Philly.
I think Philly could be. I think they're good with Miles Sanders, and they got another kid. His last name Brown. Boston Scott. They've got a couple of underrated kids there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Claypool, all right.
I don't know.
So the Bears went with Jalen Johnson, defensive back from Utah.
So this defensive end from Iowa is still on the board. Now I seen him mocked in a lot of drafts in the mid-20s in the first round. What's causing this slide?
The Iowa kid?
Yeah.
AJ Epinesa?
Yeah.
I have no idea what's causing him to fall. I think that a lot of people just saw teams with needs for defensive edge rushers. and those teams didn't address those needs in the mid-20 picks where a lot of people thought that they would. They're going to address those needs later in the draft, which is the cause for Epinez's downfall. Where is Lynn Bowden going? I said this earlier on Power Hour with DJ and company and the Running Point show with Ron Potesta. I said he's going to go number 15 in the third round to the New York Jets. I think Lynn Bowden will go to the Jets in the third round.
Again, we appreciate everybody tuning in and watching this with us, as this is a whole new concept that we're doing this year, with the draft coverage and stuff. We do appreciate it. I know Michael and myself had a blast last night doing the first round. It was a little hectic and chaotic with so much of us, and just with him and I here tonight, it seems. I mean, I'm still having a blast. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
this is something I've always wanted to do. Like, I'm checking a big one off the bucket list. These past couple nights, and honestly, I can't think of anybody else to do this with than you, Michael. Having met you last night, and I thought I was prepared as an NFL fan and my familiarity with teams and everything. I mean, you blew me out of the water. I really felt like I should have went home. I didn't have no perks.
No, I need somebody.
I didn't have nothing. But
okay, the pick is in for Dallas, and again, I appreciate those comments. Thank you very much for that.
No, not a problem. Okay, so you see what it is, right?
I see what the pick is.
Is it Dallas? So it's Jerry Jones. He's probably still on his yacht by himself. It's hard to say what he's going to do. Did he draft a punter?
No. He
Okay.
did what he should have done last night. I will say that.
He went defense.
Yes.
He went corner.
Yes.
He went with Diggs.
Yes, he did. Trayvon Diggs to the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
Rick Dailey, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Blind squirrel finding that once in a while.
Trayvon Diggs goes to the Dallas Cowboys, and I dropped my pen yet again.
Oh, boy.
So I'm going to have to pick that up so I can write down Trayvon Diggs.
If you remember last night when McKinney started the slide, every pick that came up, I said that's where he was going. It's time for McKinney to go.
It's McKinney time.
He didn't go. So I'm glad I got one right finally. It feels good.
Then McKinney went to the Giants.
Yes, finally.
Yeah, big name on the board still is Josh Uche. We got to pay attention to him as the Rams are now on the clock here. Could be taking J.K. Dobbins.
Could the Rams go Josh Jones?
Josh Jones.
Could the Rams go Josh Jones?
The Eagles are on at 21. Who knows?
And Pittsburgh only had 1 second-round pick, right?
Who? Say that again. Philly?
Pittsburgh.
Philly has 1 second-round pick.
Pittsburgh
has 1 second-round pick, yes.
Okay. So the only way Pittsburgh gets Dobbins is if they trade back up.
Yep, and they don't pick till number 38 in the third round. So,
woo, boy.
So we're gonna have to wait a while as Steelers fans to see the next pick for Pittsburgh, as there's the 5 best available according to Mel Kiper, the 1,000-year-old Dracula of NFL analysts. J.K. Dobbins, Zach Bond, Denzel Mims, Josh Jones, and Justin. I can't even see that last name. It's the dude from Texas A&M that we mentioned, Matt BK.
Yep.
Okay, so the Rams are on the board.
There's Jerry Jones.
There he is.
Of course, he's not eating the camera tonight.
Well, at least he doesn't have a mask on, and he's the only one in the room, like Dave Gettleman.
Yeah, he's worried he's going to get a virus from his computer.
Ooh, the Rams with a shocker. So you said the Rams needed a running back, correct?
I said either Josh Johnson or Dobbins, but I got a feeling when you say shocker, they took a running back, but it wasn't Dobbins.
You are correct. They took Mr. Cam Akers
From Florida?
that I mentioned, the Florida State running back.
Florida State, okay. Wow.
Over
So
JK, so he continues to slide.
Why is everybody passing on Dobbins?
I have no idea. The dream. Imagine if he fell to number 38 to Pittsburgh in that third round.
It's not going to
It
happen.
will not happen. So Pittsburgh might need to trade up right now.
No, they got to save that third-round pick for Jalen Hurts.
The question is he going to be on the board? People have him as the second best quarterback available. Jacob Eason, Jalen Hurts, or Jake Fromm. That will be the Steelers' quarterback pick in that third round. Or they will take an interior defensive lineman, but I see that as a need going to be addressed in the fifth and sixth round tomorrow.
Did you see the ticker talking about Diggs with Dallas's pick? It said his brother plays for the Vikings. Well, he used to.
Oh, that's great.
He plays for the Bills now.
Dobbins has he had a bad ankle. If it's still bad and people are worried about that, then
see, that's another issue. You know, like the medicals on these players. Like that's why Cam Newton is still unsigned. People can't run these medicals on these guys.
Yeah,
that's the big holdup with Jadeveon Clowney. People can't check him out.
So the Eagles are on the clock now on the draft board. Still have some needs to address, especially at that wide receiver position. But a lot of wide receivers have been taken in this round, including T. Higgins, Michael Pittman Jr., Laviska Shenault Jr., KJ Hamler, and Chase Claypool. Claypool, the Steelers pick at number 17.
Could Philly go Josh Jones here since they lost Jason Peters?
That is an interesting thought process. I do think that Josh Jones will go before the second round is over as JK. Clowney. Oh yeah, Art Moretti. Thank you for the Clowney wanting $18 million. Yeah, he wants way too much money for what he's worth.
DJ's back. It looks like he's got a hammer in his hand.
DJ, I feel your pain.
Not a hammer. I got worried.
Why?
I feel your pain.
Why? Is he still on the board?
Yes.
JK's still on the board. The Rams took Cam Akers
from Florida State.
What is something's not right here.
Well, we were just talking. Dobbins had an ankle issue, and one of the issues that teams have been having are the medicals.
No, they can't. They don't know the medical study.
Exactly. That's why Newton is still unsigned. That's why Jadeveon Clowney ain't signed anywhere because people can't check them out. The doctors can't check them out.
Gotta move up right now. Gotta go.
See, I said that. Trade up.
And the thing is, who was the Buffalo? Was there a Buffalo fan? Ron, right? Ron? Yeah, he was talking about Devin Singletary earlier on Running Point. He said if somebody falls there, I don't see the Bills taking a running back. I mentioned that a couple times with Devin Singletary there. Jose Sanchez with the bold prediction, Buffalo going to take Dobbins. But I see the Dolphins. They have the number 24 pick here. I see that being J.K. Dobbins' destination. If they want to straight up,
what's the scouting report on this scrub we got from Notre Dame?
I don't know. I'll have to check that out. I did not think we were going to take Chase Claypool. Think about it, DJ. There were some interesting takes that we were hearing about the Steelers and taking wide receivers. They definitely draft some pretty dang good wide receivers. They do.
They do, and I'll give them credit for that. However, they don't draft good running backs, and there's a good running back right there with your eyes blindfolded, right?
Yeah, you're right. We don't have very many good running back draft picks. Oh, wow. This is the shocker of the draft. The shocker of the draft.
Jalen Hurts
have selected
the Rams,
the Eagles.
The Eagles pick is in. Okay.
You will never guess who this pick is.
I'll tell you what. Let me think about it here for another 30 seconds, and then I'll guess.
Okay, it says it's in, so we'll see how long Goodell takes.
No, break it, Michael. What are you waiting for? Hey, break it.
With the 21st pick in the second round of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Hurts, quarterback, Oklahoma.
Has Howie Rossman lost his mind? Carson Wentz is their franchise quarterback. Why would you draft quarterback?
As durable as Fiesta went. That is the That's the downer. I love Carson.
So he's the Todd Gurley of quarterbacks.
Yeah, dude. Like he
durability wise.
Yeah, he gets hit
Okay.
for some reason. Like he's like a live Madden game where he gets like
Unbelievable.
Other leg. Like it doesn't make any sense.
He's like Tony Romo was last year in his career.
He took a poop and broke his back. Like that's what happened.
Didn't he sprain his wrist signing his contract?
Yes.
Okay, I thought. But still, in the second round,
let's go. Fly, Eagles. Fly.
Oh yeah, and we took
he's singing the Eagles fight song. Oh boy. Well, here's one response to the Philadelphia Eagles pick.
What would be? Yeah, straight laughter.
Yeah, pretty much sums it up.
Who?
I'm not gonna lie.
He went to the Broncos.
Wow. I got nothing.
Interesting.
I got nothing at all.
I'm speechless. Jose Sanchez didn't even put anything in his message. He's absolutely speechless.
Well, he put an emoji in it, but it didn't show up.
Oh.
In the thingy?
Oh, yeah, click on a thing.
Wow.
Go here and you click it, and then it puts the comment up.
The thingy?
Yeah, you click on the thingy with the button. By the way, you had the mouse backwards when you were messing with it.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here going,
Stalker of the draft. Now Buffalo is up. Jose Sanchez's prediction for J.K. Dobbins to land. If the Steelers trade up, they need to trade up with either Baltimore or Buffalo immediately.
No, I got the answer.
The Bills pick is in.
Back in Pittsburgh, I got your answer. Frank Gore.
Get out of here. Does it come with a cane?
No.
No, it comes with about 1,000 yards, though.
He ain't running for 1,000 yards.
Behind your line?
No, he ain't doing it.
He could.
No. Nope.
Why don't you guys trade with
now? So now the question is, do the Steelers want to trade with Baltimore at number 23? This pick that Baltimore has at number 23 in the second round has already been given from the Patriots to the Falcons, and then the Falcons have given it to the Ravens. So could we see this pick traded for a third time to the Pittsburgh Steelers? And J.K. Dobbins.
I'm telling you right now. It's
going so that was the trade.
Now that Jalen Hurts is off the board, I think the Steelers need to trade up.
So that was the pick that New England dealt to Atlanta for Sanu.
Yes, and then the Falcons.
Atlanta flipped that pick to Baltimore for Hayden Hurst.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And now you're saying Baltimore's going to flip that pick to Pittsburgh.
That is the only scenario in which I think Pittsburgh lands J.K. Dobbins. Scott Reister with the Ghost Steelers. Jose Sanchez, I don't think this draft is real. If Baltimore takes a quarterback, I'm done. That would be...
And every Eagles fan everywhere.
Oh, my God. Okay, so there's this hilarious YouTuber who is an Eagles fan who goes on rants all the time. He is very outspoken about how much he hates his franchise. I cannot wait to see his reaction video to Jalen Hurts.
String it up.
There's Jalen Hurts. He's getting absolutely shaken by it.
You wearing an eBay shirt?
My God, they shook him like a...
It looked like eBay. I mean, come on. They are not practicing social distancing. This is horrible.
Self-quarantine for 14 days now.
Gonna have to. Absolutely, gonna have to.
So we'll see what happens here. I see no trades right now for any second-round pick happening past the Jalen Hurts shocker.
So,
unbelievable.
The Bills pick is in. Buffalo could go defense here. They could go Dobbins.
Why'd he turn off the lights?
Because he's done. He's got this feeling that Baltimore's taking Dobbins. So
Baltimore's not taking Dobbins. They have Mark Ingram and they have Gus Edwards and they have another
timeout. Right?
They have three backs.
Listen, Baltimore's offense is predicated on run first. Ingram's not getting any younger. Gus Edwards is overrated. If you have a chance to bring in a kid like Dobbins to pair him with Lamar Jackson for another 2 to 3 years, while this offense can still work, you have a legitimate shot of chasing a Super Bowl.
They have a legitimate shot at chasing the Super Bowl with the roster they have now if they could stop
unless they play Tennessee, yeah.
If they could stop choking in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they get 3 rounds 5.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, if they
the pick is in for Buffalo.
If they add Dobbins, or if they add him, it just to the way that roster's built and how they play.
That would be an interesting take on it. That's an interesting, argument for that pick right there. Okay, so with the 22nd pick, AJ Epinesa from Iowa has finally been selected by the Buffalo Bills.
That's a good pick for Buffalo.
That's a nice pick for Buffalo right there. Get a nice interior lineman. I guarantee Ron is very happy about that pick.
I'm sure he is.
Ron is never happy.
Ron's never happy? Never. Okay, Ron's never happy, according to DJ. So
apparently he won. So his argument is they should have traded up and taken Ross Blacklock. Okay, so the Ravens picking at 23. Scott Rester with the Go Steelers.
Yeah.
Baltimore has the pick that has been passed on through almost the entire country.
Ron loves it.
Now Miami.
Ron loves it. What did DJ say?
What'd you say, DJ?
Ron loves the pick. Yeah, Ron was the one. When we were talking earlier on Running Point, Ron was the one who mentioned AJ Epinesa from Iowa. He would love if he fell to Buffalo, and he was confused about why he didn't go and where he'd go. So that's why I was saying Ron might be ecstatic.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
So the Ravens picking here. If they pick, who do they select? Are you sticking with JK?
I've said this like 5 or 6 times this round so far, and it hasn't come to fruition yet.
You're kidding.
But yeah, no, we talked about that earlier.
Dude, McKinney went to the Giants.
They can't take McKinney. He's gone. That Dobbins or Josh Jones.
That offensive
line. I mean, especially after they drafted, or I'm sorry, not drafted, but traded for Calais Campbell. And here's a good point for Mr. Sanchez. The Rams have another
pick. They could, but the Rams took Cam Akers. I don't see them taking another running back.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Because I don't see them investing a pick in Cam Akers and then taking J.K. Dobbins. That's way too high of a risk, especially with Miami picking before.
Do what?
Miami hasn't taken a running back this draft.
Yeah.
Miami hasn't taken a running back this entire draft. So, yeah.
I'm going to tell you what. If Dobbins falls to Miami here.
Which I think he will.
If Baltimore does not take him and somebody doesn't trade up to get him. If Miami takes him here, there is no argument
that the Dolphins are the winner.
At this point, the Dolphins have won the draft. Hands down.
And
to this point.
Are you going to nobody can argue that. They got the offensive lineman to protect Tua. They got the offensive lineman to protect Tua, and then they got a defensive back. And then earlier, who did they take with that 7th pick? They took Robert Hunt, another offensive lineman to help Tua Tagovailoa. The Ravens pick is in, so nobody will trade up.
You ready?
Yeah.
What happens if Tua is not healthy?
I'm saying right now, like on paper.
What I'm saying is, when all these guys on paper go to play on a field,
right?
Tua isn't healthy. Are they still the draft king?
Yes.
Not if Tua's not healthy.
Oh, I didn't hear that part about Tua not being healthy.
But it's just like when Philadelphia years ago was the dream team. On paper, it was amazing. They went 7-9. The Eagles. When Vince Young coined them the dream team.
Why isn't Bowden on the radar, Jose? Who did Bowden be on the radar for?
I'm saying,
I think Bowden. That raises a good question. He's a 3rd round caliber pick. I think once the 3rd round comes, he will be on everybody's radar.
Yeah.
And of course, Bowden, born and raised here in Northeast Ohio, went to Warren High School.
Yeah.
He could be a name that a lot of people in the Youngstown area are watching in that 3rd round. Pick is in for Baltimore, and Rick Dailey with the prediction of a lifetime.
Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins is a Baltimore Raven.
Oh. Mike, are you okay?
No.
Oh, boy. DJ? He's quit. He's out. You're done.
See you, DJ.
I mean, look, I called that.
You did.
I called it.
That is unbelievable.
No, you said
J.K. Dobbins is a Baltimore Raven.
You didn't say they were taking him. You said if they take him.
J.K. Dobbins is a Baltimore Raven.
But, I mean, here's the other thing, too. Cap space-wise, I don't know what kind of shape they're in. But by drafting Dobbins gives them the option that they could cut Ingram or trade him or whatever. Not to say that I think they would. But Ingram's got a lot of miles on the tires. And even though he came from the Saints on the timeshare with Kamara, now you bring him in with Dobbins to split the reps with Lamar Jackson. I think you're going to get more miles out of him, and he'll be more productive in the long term.
Go get Fournette. Now it's time to go get Fournette.
But at what cost?
A third-day pick. That's what they were asking for.
Ingram, Lamar, and Dobbins, and that is an insane offense.
Let me just say, as much as I hate the fact that Dobbins is a Raven, I cannot wait for all these Ohio State / Browns fans to have to choke it down twice a year when J.K. Dobbins is busting off 80-yard runs. And they are so conflicted because their livelihood on Sundays is so terrible and their Saturdays are so great. It's going to be so beautiful because it's not going to happen to the Steelers.
You know, Art has a good point here about the Ravens.
Don't worry, they'll find a way to disappoint once the playoffs comes. And then Jose Sanchez has a not so bold / very bold prediction. Every play will be an option.
Well, if that's the case, then Lamar Jackson will be retired at the end of the season.
Yeah, so long.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. I want every play to be an option. Now, what sucks for JK is he could go a lot of places and be the guy.
Every play is an option because
the star running back at nearly any place. Such as maybe the Steelers, aside from the red zone when they want to put Benny Snell in, or the Miami Dolphins or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers where he could have gone earlier.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the best destination for J.K. Dobbins as a player.
But I'm still concerned with the fact, why did he drop? Like you talk.
I think it has to be those ankle issues that he had.
There's got to be something else.
I don't know. Did they have virtual meetings?
I'm almost positive.
They did.
Well, then maybe that was what went wrong. That's the only other thing I can see other than that ankle in the Clemson game.
Well, if the ankle was an injury in or if the ankle was a problem because of the Clemson game, then Tua never should have got drafted where he got picked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So now we're gonna have to hear Goodell say the Ravens take J.K. Dobbins.
Hey, they're not showing all the birdhouses at Harbaugh's house tonight. Over his door. Yeah, this is something. I mean, I don't know.
That is painful.
Yeah. So if you're
they're on the clock, and they're kind of screwed right now because they really don't have much of a running back to select. They didn't take one when they had the chance.
Who, Miami?
Yeah, they had the chance to take one in the first round, and they had the chance to trade
Fournette.
Say that again?
What if Miami trades for Fournette?
That's interesting. I think the Steelers at this point need to go for Fournette. Hey, Jose Sanchez, JK is not jumping up and down and celebrating because JK knows he's about to be a, second in command to Mark Ingram or Gus Edwards, one of those two.
Yeah.
Dolphins pick is in.
Right.
Who it is yet.
For Miami?
Yes.
Well, let's see. Miami took a tackle, a guard. They signed a center. They signed another guard in free agency. They signed a corner. They drafted a corner. They drafted a quarterback. Could they go Thaddeus Moss?
That would be probably the logical pick for Miami at this point.
Or maybe a wide receiver.
I think that they do have to get a pass catcher here. We're a minute 39 here, and let's take a break to mention our sponsor that makes this draft party possible, Pizza Joe's. Hooked everybody up at HQ last night with some great food, and they have regular hours right now, so anybody wants to go down to Pizza Joe's and pick something up, make sure you go do so. I think DJ's got some Pizza Joe's in his hand right now. Is that Pizza Joe's?
They gone.
He ate all the wings.
Ate all the wings from Pizza Joe's. That tells you how good they are if DJ's eating them. then you ought to get some yourself. Pizza Joe's, normal hours, just down the street from HQ down there in East Palestine. So go pick up some normal hours.
Good. Yeah, so I guess, would you say so far to this point that this second round has maybe been a little bit more exciting than the first round was last night?
Possibly.
Just because
the end of the first round was just like shock and awe and absolute just baffled at what decisions were made. This time it's pretty shocking about what things are being done.
No, I agree.
I think last night was just more, confusing, and this is more exciting. Dolphins still do not know who they're going to pick. Last Pro Bowl quarterback was Dan Marino in 1995.
Wait a minute, what?
The last Pro Bowl quarterback to play for the Miami Dolphins was Dan Marino.
You said the last Pro Bowl quarterback drafted.
Oh, no.
And when you said 1995, I went, no.
So the Dolphins pick is known. It is interior defensive lineman Raekwon Davis.
Oh, wow.
Raekwon Davis.
Didn't see that one coming.
And I think a name that a lot of people are going to want to watch now, Ohio State's Davon Hamilton.
Nobody cares. Steelers suck.
Watch out for Davon Hamilton. He could be a low-key steal coming up in the third round.
Oh, boy. Yeah, he could be. You're right. You are absolutely right. It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast.
Hour and 41 into this, and an hour and 41 into it last night. We were just barely getting out of the top 10.
I know, that was ridiculous.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's all right, though. We should be home. Well, I mean, you're already home, so you're ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'll be home the night before the sun comes up. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm locking in.
You're locking me in here. I guess I'm sleeping on the couch tonight.
Oh.
I got Xbox. I'll be good.
We got it.
What you got in there, Madden?
NCAA 13.
NCAA 13. Boy, we're gonna hop in the DeLorean for that one, aren't we?
The Rams are on the clock now, and the pick is already in.
Oh, jeez. Are you going to get over this or what?
Is he still complaining about JK?
He is not having a good night.
DJ, the worst part is the Eagles took Jalen Hurts. Don't just be baffled that the Eagles took him. He's not going to be there for Pittsburgh.
A guy named
Deadpool. You did not draft Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, we drafted Ryan Reynolds.
So now you got to look at what quarterbacks are going to come off the board next.
Jake
We're
Fromm.
looking at Jake Fromm, Jacob Eason. Those two quarterbacks could still be there.
Yep.
And if a team is looking to pick up a third or late second round quarterback, I think I'd rather have Jacob Eason because Jake Fromm in college won 0 games when throwing more than 30 passes.
Well, you don't want your quarterback throwing more than 30 passes.
There are some teams, such as Pittsburgh, who have had quarterbacks throw over 30 passes multiple times in a month.
That's true.
So I think that Pittsburgh needs a guy who can throw the ball a lot and still win games, and I think that Jacob Eason is the best fit left in the draft for that.
State Farm. He's pining for Jake Fromm for Pittsburgh here.
I have to disagree with him. I'm going to go with Jacob Eason.
I don't think he cares, Mike. I think you got to have this one.
Georgia also ran that street. Yeah, Georgia has a completely different offensive setup than Pittsburgh, and Jake Fromm could barely succeed there, especially when he threw over 30 passes. I think maybe he won one game when throwing more than 30 passes. I'll have to check his stats from that.
Well, hey, speaking of 30,
Oklahoma.
Speaking of 30, Jameis Winston threw 30 interceptions last year.
I do not want Jameis Winston.
I'm just saying.
Ask him.
Hey, he learned under Byron Leftwich, who just happened to be a backup quarterback for the Steelers.
Ask him how many quarterbacks in the AFC North will have multiple Super Bowls 10 years from now.
How many quarterbacks in the AFC North will have multiple Super Bowl victories in 10 years from now?
Keep in mind, they all have Heisman trophies.
Keep in mind, they all have Heisman trophies.
In the AFC North?
Yeah.
Ben doesn't have a Heisman trophy.
All the other ones do.
All the other ones do.
All the other ones have a Heisman trophy. Okay, so
you
got
got
Baker Mayfield at Cleveland, so you already know he's screwed. He's going to have 0.
Boom.
Lamar Jackson, I could see the possibility of him having 1. I do not see him winning multiple unless their strategy or perception of their team in the playoffs changes.
Boom.
Joe Burrow, I think Joe Burrow will, if he can get the right players surrounding him.
Bengals?
No. Cincinnati has no interest in winning Super Bowls. No.
I think that if any quarterback's going to do it, it's going to be from Pittsburgh.
Okay.
But don't be shocked if Cincinnati somehow shocks the world and pulls it out.
Okay. So according to my sources, they want me to ask you, does college really matter?
Yes.
Okay.
For the NFL, definitely does.
Look, Lamar Jackson's window for a Super Bowl is under 3 years because he'll be crippled by then if they continue to run the same offense.
Yeah.
So J.K. Dobbins or no J.K. Dobbins. I mean, they've got so many running backs, they could run a quadruple option. It's possible.
It is. Okay, so the Rams pick is in, and we know who it is.
Well, I don't know who it is. Please.
Well, I know who it is.
Michael, who'd they take?
Wide receiver from Florida, not Justin Jefferson, Van Jefferson.
Really?
Another second-round wide receiver taken.
Wow.
The Vikings.
And that's only the second wide receiver drafted in the second round, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the other one.
No, wait a minute.
You're joking, right? Was that a joke about 2 wide receivers?
There was 3 drafted, wasn't there? Wasn't there one drafted really early in the second round?
Here are the wide receivers drafted. T. Higgins.
Yeah.
Michael Pittman Jr.
Uh-huh.
Laviska Shenault Jr.
Uh-huh.
Chase Claypool.
Uh-huh.
AJ Hamler.
Uh-huh.
And
okay, so it's been 5
Jefferson.
or 6.
A lot of wide receivers.
Drafted. Okay. I gotcha.
J.K. Dobbins' career is over.
And Jalen Hurts is gone. You guys can still draft Thaddeus Moss.
We don't need a tight end. We got Eric Ebron.
If we get
okay, now time out. We were having a tight end conversation earlier. What tight end were you talking about that couldn't catch and had
Njoku.
Okay.
I like
Ebron has the same problems. He has stone hands.
We still don't know anything about this wide receiver, the Deadpool dude, Claypool, whatever his name is.
Okay, I had his thing pulled up, and then we switched the conversation. So his draft scouting report, he's got an 82 rating. He is a big-bodied wide receiver. He has an impressive burst off the line with above-average quicks for his size. Runs solid routes relative for his size. Has body control, hands catching near the sidelines, and has deceptive downfield speed.
How big is he?
Okay, so here, let me see if I can find that.
6'8", 220.
He's 6'4", 238.
Wow.
And his weakness is he's not great getting off the press at the line. Not a dominant high pointer.
Oh boy.
Despite his physical advantages, and will not be a big separator at the NFL.
So
but we all know it is a really problem for Ben to have players who aren't good at separating. Antonio Brown has been double covered, and he still made throws to him.
Well, he knew that Brown was going to catch it.
Well, he said, there are physical advantages.
Connor is not going to make it through the season.
That's what I'm saying. Connor is too injury prone. Snell is a red zone back. Samuels is a receiving back. We needed J.K. Dobbins.
We needed one of them. I don't care. Even the Akers dude, Green Acres or whatever you named him.
Cam Akers.
Yeah. Fine. Great. Get him. Make a move. We are not good right now. It's just not there.
What's the third round value on running backs? Is there something there in the third round Pittsburgh could take?
Let's see what value could be there in the third round. Value. Zach Moss is the current best running back available from Utah. Anthony McFarland from Maryland.
Is that Booger's son?
He's got big playability. Anthony McFarland is a big playability guy. He ran for over 100 yards against Ohio State that one year.
I was like,
okay, Kevin Colbert, if you're out there and you're listening, give me the sticks right now. Give me the sticks. I'll fix this whole thing. We're gonna go trade for Leonard Fournette. We're going to get Thaddeus Moss, and we're going to give every other pick away. And that solves the deal. That's it. Then you're drafting.
You're going Ditka here.
Yeah, that's it. We don't have much left.
No,
I don't think. How many more draft picks do we have?
So we got 1 in the 3rd round, 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 6th, and 1 in the 7th, I believe.
I'll trade the 6 for Fournette. I wouldn't offer anything more than that.
Trade one of the 4th.
I trade one of the 4ths for him.
I wouldn't do that either. Fournette's only got 1 year left on his contract.
But hey, think about it. If we're going to trade for a running back, we've got there are 2 4th-round picks for Pittsburgh. They can waste one.
Well, you would be wasting one if you traded for Fournette.
I think we would be able to get one away. Okay, so let's mention Ezra Cleveland, offensive tackle from Boise State, has been selected by the Minnesota Vikings.
Actually,
Jose Sanchez raising a point that Lynn Bowden could be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Help him running the option, but I still think that they need the correct quarterback for that. And that would have been, of course, Jalen Hurts.
But he would be Cordell Stewart.
There could only be one.
No. Oh, no. Cordell was the original. He's the OG.
That's what I said. There could only be one.
No. He's the OG of the Michael Vicks.
Without Cordell, there is no
Lamar Jacksons. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
He's the OG.
Yeah. Well, I don't know because none of those quarterbacks have punted yet.
Ben punts.
I've never seen him do it in the game. Oh, yeah, he did one time.
He does it all the time.
Yeah. No, Cordell actually punted it and actually did good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was legit.
Cordell's an OG, man.
Now, there's Jerry Jones on the
Bond villain layer.
Hello, Mr. Bond.
It's you again.
Did you see on Dallas's ticker when it came up? It was talking about the key losses they had this year. Jason Garrett was on there.
Was he really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Jason Garrett.
I just want I just want him to go to Jerry Jones when he drafts, and you hear.
And you hear the Bond theme.
James Bond. Sean.
Okay, so for the first time in a while, the Jets clock is ticking down. They have not made their pick.
When Dallas picked earlier, Mike McCarthy was nowhere to be found on his video camera.
He was probably behind it tonight.
When New England was on the clock, they had one of Nick Cesaro, the scouting guy, and then one of Belichick. Belichick's husky was sitting in his chair in front of his computer, and he was nowhere to be found.
I love Belichick.
It was hysterical.
I love him.
Yeah.
I love him.
So, Bill Belichick, if you're watching, and I know you probably are because you watch everything legally or illegally, whatever. If you're looking for any assistant coaches on your roster, I mean, I'm available. Just saying. So
he's really good with the camera.
I'm really good with a camera. Oh, jeez. Yeah, really good with a camera.
Jets pick is in. We don't know who it is. This pick is via the Seattle Seahawks.
I'm calling.
Now, I said New York could take Lynn Bowden in the 3rd round. We'll see if they reach here and take the Warren product.
Interior offensive line.
Josh Jones.
It's a need.
I say
Jones play tackle. I forget.
Josh Jones is a tackle.
Okay, yeah. So
I'm saying interior.
Why? Okay, they could have taken Ezra. He just went.
Guard or center.
Dude, we're gonna get some scrub running back.
Let's see. Lloyd Chusenberry, the 3rd from LSU, still on the board. He's ranked 47th according to CBS Sports prospect rankings.
Is that Jason Lockenfora's rankings? Is he the one that puts those out?
Who?
Jason Lockenfora.
Yes, that is who puts these out.
Sports, okay.
Do you do coffee? Do you drink coffee?
I do, but
some? I'll make some.
If you want to make some, if you need some, I'll just bounce off the walls, like Tigger. I mean, that's what'll happen.
All right, done.
Okay, DJ's going to wind me up here, so this will be fun.
Okay, so I'm going to say Lloyd Chusenberry the 3rd is going to be the pick. The LSU lineman product, ranked 47th according to CBS Sports.
And that's a guard or a center?
That is I believe it is a guard. I'm going to double check.
Okay. I like it. You see, like, I'm of the old school mentality, and I don't know if Art is still watching this or not, but he can attest to this, that my mentality is when it comes to football is you win by running the football a lot and playing good defense. And in order to do that, you have to have solid lines on both sides, offensive line and defensive line. That is your strength. That is what you build from. You can never have enough linemen on the offensive or defensive side, in my opinion.
I agree with that. So it isn't a lineman who the Jets have selected. They selected the position a lot of people thought they would last night.
Corner.
No.
Wide receiver.
Yes.
Who'd they take?
Denzel Mims out of Baylor.
Wow.
So that's a good pick for the New York Jets.
Yeah.
Especially after losing out on
Robbie Anderson.
Yeah. Okay, A.J. Dillon's still on the board.
Yeah.
For DJ.
Yeah.
He's ranked 9th according to
Baltimore.
Okay, we got the new nickname for Mel Kiper. He is the Dracula of NFL analysts.
Yes.
So he has what's his name? Dillon, ranked as the number 9th. Best available. So if he were to fall, A.J. Dillon wouldn't be a terrible pick for Pittsburgh, but I wouldn't like it, considering J.K. Dobbins was available.
Josh Jones is still there.
He's not. I don't know how Josh Jones is going to fall into the 3rd round.
Michael, at this point, it's either no running back the rest of the way because you had your chance at J.K. or
trade for Fournette.
Or you trade for Fournette. That's it. Nobody's good enough on that to be a Steeler right now.
Are there any other? A lot of this focus is on Fournette. Are there any other running backs that potentially could be on the block?
Dante Freeman.
What about from San Francisco? They've got like 4 running backs.
They're holding them.
But I'm saying that just because they're holding them and not advertising that they're available, could they be available?
Everybody's available.
Exactly.
But
Ted DiBiase said it best. Everybody's got a price. Okay? That's the thing. They could trade for a different back other than Fournette. But Fournette's the one that everybody focuses on because that's what's in the news. Fournette doesn't want traded. Fournette never asked to be traded.
Yes, he did.
Everything I've read said he didn't.
Everything I've read said he did.
Well, what you read was wrong. So,
okay. I'm sorry.
I'm just like, I don't know. The issues with him, I guess, stemmed from Tom Coughlin. And with Coughlin being gone, I guess there was supposedly like a big change in him as a teammate and from a maturity thing and whatnot. So here you go. Here's Art saying, here's somebody you could go after.
Matt Breida.
You could go to the 49ers and trade for Breida. I mean,
only one they'll be playing is Coleman. Tevin Coleman from San Francisco. That will indeed be the only running back that will be playing. We have a trade alert.
Trade alert.
Steelers. Ravens have traded the pick
to the Patriots.
Oh, what?
Time for a quarterback. Time for Jake from
No, don't take a quarterback. Yeah, Bleacher Report doesn't even have that in yet, so this will be interesting.
I'll bet you it's going to be
Jacob Eason.
I've
seen a lot of people say Jacob Eason to the Patriots.
I want to say it's Fromm. He to me seems like he fits better with Belichick in that system.
They don't like anybody from a regular school, so it's going to be somebody from like Teal College. I'm just saying.
Tiffany.
Okay, now we got to look at the quarterbacks that are in this draft.
Eastern Gateway.
Eastern Gateway.
Here you go. It's going to be James Morgan from Florida International University.
I told you.
And who is that?
It's James Morgan for the Patriots. I'm calling it.
He was a
if they want a different name.
Defensive back?
Is he a corner or a
quarter?
A quarterback.
Yes. That's not the pick. I'm just saying. That's not the pick.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's not the pick. But I'm just saying,
My head almost exploded.
Richard Wright.
Or DJ.
College.
Florida International University. James Morgan. If there's like some sort of no-name pick, that would be it.
I'm gonna preface it right now. If that's the actual pick, we're shutting her down. We're shutting
James
her down.
Morgan?
We're shutting her down.
Dude, if it's James Morgan.
Can you imagine? It's just a picture of Belichick sitting there like this.
No, it's Husky sitting in front.
No, it's gonna be his Husky.
Yeah, his Husky's calling.
No, it's gonna be him. It's gonna be him getting up and walking out.
Look at all the Patriots fans leaving.
No, there's no excitement. Look at Matt Patricia trying to sneak back in. Well, I don't know. Hey, all I know is Tennessee's up next.
Pick is
excited about that. Well, that eliminates us taking a running back in the second round.
Oh, okay. I know who it is.
Is it that quarterback we just talked about?
No.
Is it a quarterback?
It's a defensive player, Josh Uche.
Michigan.
Wow.
Excuse me, DJ. That is foul language.
You know, we talked about him earlier.
Yeah, I mean, somebody had a mock draft where the Giants traded up to take him at number 1 overall. He took at number 1 in the second round.
He's gone. Maybe he's a vampire.
Okay, Josh Uche selected.
Wow. Well, you know what? They lost Jamie Collins and Kyle Van Noy. So this makes sense.
On the clock, Rick.
Hey. You know, after what Robinson did last night, drafting offensive line, I could see corner, edge rusher. AJ, what's his face from Iowa, still there?
No, he's not.
Oh, that's right. He went to Buffalo.
Yeah. Bill's taking Vanessa.
Boy.
I'll look at the edge rushers for you.
But see, I would say they got
Terrell Lewis from Alabama.
Pick is in.
Still there. Pick is in.
What if I would be okay with Thaddeus Moss for Tennessee. Run some of them 2 tight end sets with him and Jonnu Smith. Either
that wouldn't be terrible.
Corner.
That would not be terrible.
Kicker? Yeah. We don't need a kicker.
No,
You're looking for a kicker?
Hey, there's Belichick.
Who's this guy? Oh, this is the guy that New England drafted.
Yeah, that's Uche.
I'm a little behind here.
Billy's
Uche.
97 Dell.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, I think if
you're there he is.
I think
he's got a football in his hand.
Who does?
Belichick.
It's for his dog.
It's probably deflated.
It doesn't seem like it's inflated.
So if you're Tennessee,
he got a toss to him from somebody, and then he sat down behind the computers.
If you're Tennessee, I think goes corner here.
Now, corner-wise, I think all the good corners that were available have gone, I believe. Bryce Hall from Virginia is the highest remaining.
Kickers?
Yeah, Cameron Dantzler from Mississippi State is another one. If they want to go that route.
What do we have available for punters?
Punters, let's see.
I'm asking for a friend.
Okay.
2.
The best available is Braden Mann. He is ranked 193rd overall.
We got a ways to go before we'll hit him.
3rd round, baby.
3rd round?
We'll take 2.
Take 2. Buy one, get one.
And a baked potato.
And a baked potato. You know, you wonder if you're
is it okay to hate your team?
What? Is it okay to hate your team?
Yeah, is it okay to hate your team?
I lived through Floyd Reese destroying our salary cap and forcing Steve McNair to Baltimore. I lived through Rustin Webster, who drafted Kenny Britt, and the China Doll, Jake Locker.
And we had to live through J.K. Dobbins getting passed up.
That's nothing. That's nothing.
You don't understand the pain.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just messing with you.
No, I get it. I mean, it's easy as a fan to get frustrated with your team when they don't do what you think that they need to do. But again, like we talked about earlier, I mean, they make the big bucks for a reason, and they have a plan, and for the most part, they stick to it. So who even knows if running back was high on their board to begin with? You know what I mean? Maybe they looked at it like, hey, Roethlisberger's only got so much time left. Let's get him more weapons.
Oh, I didn't even realize that dude was still on the board. Titans just got a steal.
Defense?
And they're on commercial. Do you want to wait for Goodell?
Defense?
Yes.
Edge rusher?
No.
Linebacker?
No.
Defensive tackle?
No.
Corner?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say, if it was safety, I'm done.
It was actually a guy I thought had been taken, but apparently not.
Who was it?
Christian Fulton.
Really?
Yes.
I thought he was drafted.
I thought he had gone too.
How did we miss that?
Well, that is huge for Tennessee. Great pick.
That's a good pick.
That's a great pick from Tennessee.
Yeah. And J-Rob, we trust, man. I'm telling you.
That's a steal.
I love it.
Absolute steal.
So that pretty much
means Packers are on the clock. It's time for them to take Jordan Love's replacement here and Jacob Fromm.
Oh, boy.
3 picks left here in the second round, and then we'll just go into discussions.
What does Green Bay go to here?
I don't know what Green Bay goes to. They were supposed to take wide receiver in the first, and then they took Jordan Love.
Remember, we looked at that stat last night. Green Bay has not drafted a skill position player in the first round in 15 years.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
But Mike Vrabel doesn't have Mr. Freeze and everything behind him this time.
That's horrible. That's upsetting. He had Napoleon Dynamite there with him last night, too.
I think everybody missed it. It looked like somebody in the background was trying to take a crap.
No, that was actually his son sitting on a stool next to his wife.
Oh.
Trust me, I already read about that.
Oh, okay.
I'm all right. No, I mean, because I think Green Bay was really the first one to really throw the monkey wrench in and do what nobody expected. But you know what? They just lost Brian Bulaga, the right tackle, to the Chargers.
Oh, yeah.
Josh Jones is still there.
We've been saying Josh Jones for 2 rounds now.
It's almost getting to be like the McKinney pick from last night.
Yeah.
How do you pass that up if you're Green Bay?
I don't know.
You can't. You cannot pass
Green
that
Bay
up.
is going to take Josh Jones. If they don't, Josh Jones will fall to Seattle at number 32. And if he somehow falls past Seattle and into the 3rd round, that will be the biggest drop ever.
It'll be amazing, and it'll be a travesty to that kid.
Oh, yeah.
He shouldn't go that. He should not drop that.
He should have gone 1st round.
He should have. Yeah, late. I mean, a lot of mocks had us taking him in the 1st round.
My mock had the Patriots taking him 23.
Well, whatever mock draft has New England drafting in the 1st round is never right.
Okay, you're right.
They always trade out of the 1st round.
You're right. No pick. The player is not known, at least. The pick is in, though.
Packers pick is in. Christian Fulton. So I think that pretty much is going to shut the door on them bringing Logan Ryan back.
Oh, yeah.
I would say. But I don't know that I can honestly call that an upgrade over Logan Ryan either.
Okay.
Personally.
So Steelers will inevitably not take a running back.
Unless they trade for one.
They're not going to draft it. A.J. Dillon is off the board.
I don't know.
Green Bay has taken the Boston College running back.
Really?
Yes. A.J. Dillon, number 30.
But who's that running back that they have? I can't remember.
Jones.
What is it?
Aaron Jones.
Yeah, and I thought he was pretty good.
Oh, he's a stud. Touchdown machine.
So not only have they found Aaron Rodgers' replacement,
they found Aaron Jones's replacement too.
See, you guys can trade for Aaron Jones.
Yeah. Where's DJ at? Did he leave?
He's on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's not.
He wouldn't go for that deal anyway.
Nah. Hey, let's go with Leonard Fournette. If we're gonna trade for a running back, let it be Leonard Fournette.
What do you see in Fournette?
I don't know. We could have the 19 pick.
Hold on, I'm going to fill DJ in. Not only has Green Bay drafted Aaron Rodgers' replacement, they've also drafted their running back's replacement.
We'll take both.
A.J. Dillon.
I said, well, you guys can trade for the other running back then.
Hey, let's get Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon.
Yeah.
In a package deal.
Yeah.
Is he related to Corey?
I don't know. I
think that would be on this little statue.
Yeah.
Boston College, they suck.
Chiefs are now on the clock.
Oh, let's draft the number.
Pick is in for them.
So does Seattle have the last pick of the second?
Yes, Seattle has the last pick. They're going to take Josh Jones.
That's what I thought.
They're going to take Josh Jones, and if they don't, I think I might just leave.
I don't think Josh Jones gets past Cincinnati at this point if he falls.
No.
I can't see it. Of course, again, I said the same thing about McKinney last night, and he just kept disappointing me. So
yeah.
Maybe I'll just quit. Maybe I'll just quit guessing.
Yeah.
Where they're going to go.
All right, we'll see who the Chiefs pick here. They went with Clyde Edwards-Helaire last night. Won a little bit of a reach with their offensive scheme. They definitely needed a receiving running back, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire fits that role, that description.
Sure.
So maybe it wasn't too much of a reach, especially considering how low they're picking here in the second round, but we'll see what they go with. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go with a defensive back right here. Now that Christian Fulton's off the board, they got to be looking at Bryce Hall from Virginia if they do go the defensive back route.
Yeah, they could take a look at Jeremy Chin from Southern Illinois. I mean, there's some options.
Oh, Andy Ward's the number 83.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. Like Kansas City, I would say, in my opinion, they should build defense.
I think they should too.
I think their offense is good enough, but they could use some help on the defensive side. Not put so much pressure on Patrick Mahomes and the offense to score 80 points a game, and usually do it in 3 quarters.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, in the playoffs, they had to do it in 1 quarter, the 4th.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they did it to us in the AFC title game.
They had one in the Super Bowl. They were down, 20-10 with
7 minutes. If Garoppolo completes a pass to a guy who's got 8 yards, I mean, they were practicing social distancing in that game before it was even mandated. I mean, Richard Sherman was putting on a clinic out of social distance. But if Garoppolo completes that pass to that receiver who had 50 yards of separation, I don't see Kansas City winning that game.
Kansas City doesn't win that game, 100%.
No
pick.
Pick is in.
We'll see who Andy Reid. He's still in his.
He's still in his Hawaiian shirt.
Still in his Hawaiian shirt.
He didn't change.
It's probably a different Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, maybe. It's hard to say.
No pick. We don't know.
Again, everybody.
Who do you think they're taking? I'm going with that Bryce Hall kid from Virginia.
Do what?
Who do you think the Chiefs are going to take here? I'm going with Bryce Hall from Virginia.
I could see them going to a safety to pair with Tyrone Matthew.
Okay, let me see what safeties are available. Pick.
There's that one from Southern.
That Jeremy Chin from Southern Illinois is still there. Antoine Winfield's gone.
Yeah.
Ashton Davis from California.
Okay. Yeah.
Kyle Duggar from Lenore Ryan is gone.
Yep.
That earlier shocker pick. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Okay, so Josh Jones, unless I think Josh Jones will not go in the second round anymore.
Why?
Seahawks have traded the pick to the Carolina Panthers. Maybe they do go offensive line.
Panthers could take him here.
I think there's a less possibility, though, for Josh Jones now. I think the Panthers might be trading up to get Zach Bond.
It's possible. But
they might be trading up to take Zach Bond.
Carolina also traded Trey Turner to the Chargers for Russell Okung. So they have a left tackle now, but the right side of their line's a mess.
Yeah.
So they could use help at right
City's pick is Willie Gay Jr., linebacker from Mississippi State.
Willie Gay?
That's for Carolina?
Kansas City.
Oh, Kansas City. I'm sorry.
Are Willie Gay?
No, a different one. Junior.
Whoa.
His son.
Is it really?
I don't know.
It says Willie Gay Jr. Might be.
There's no way.
It just
what it said.
I know.
Might be.
There's no way that's really his son.
So Carolina Panthers are on the clock at number 32 now. With the trade.
His dad has the same name.
I'm not that old.
All right, is it all right if I take a little break here? I'm going to go grab a water.
Sure.
All right, I will be back.
I can hold the fort down here
Let's
for
see
a few minutes.
how long Rick can hold the fort down.
Yep. And he's going to come back and there'll be no viewers left because I have completely ruined it all. But like I was saying a few minutes ago, we appreciate everybody that's tuning in to watch this with us. I know Michael and I are having a blast. We had a blast last night. So, we want to get the word out. I mean, share it with your friends. Get the post out there. Get people to tune in and watch and interact with us as we watch this madness of the second and third rounds of the NFL draft. I mean, with everything that's going on right now in the world with this coronavirus stuff, I mean, there are no sports. There's not really much of anything. So this is kind of a cool time right now where we actually have something to look forward to for a few days. And I know for me, the NFL draft has always been one of my favorite times just because of the uncertainty and just the excitement and, and I guess in DJ's case, the disappointment that comes with it from time to time. But
all right, we're back.
We're all fans, of the game, and let's share that together. Share with us your distaste and your excitement on who your team drafts, and let's the goal should be to try to get at least one fan from every franchise in here. So I challenge you all to go out and share this video. Bring more people in. Ain't no party like a YSN party.
No, not at all.
To the bank. And if CW was here, he'd say the same thing.
Panthers pick is in. Don't know who it is. So Carolina, they could either go Josh Jones or Zach Bond. I think it's one of those two options. They want to get that first-round talent. So who do you think they're going with?
How many spots did Carolina come up? Because they were still picking like 7th or 8th in the third round, weren't they?
Let me see where the Chiefs have a pick. The Panthers. Yeah, the Panthers had the 5th pick in the third round.
So they really jumped up 6 spots.
They jumped up 6 spots here. So we'll see who
what could be there.
Hey, it's in. We know who it is.
What could be there that in 6 spots from now would not be?
Definitely not the guy they drafted.
It's got to be Josh Jones.
They did not take Josh Jones.
What?
And they did not take Zach Bond.
Okay, I'm speechless.
They took Jeremy Chin.
The safety from Southern Illinois.
Southern Illinois.
I don't think he would have lasted.
I don't think he would have.
Where do you think he would have ended up?
I think he would have ended up at 5 to the Panthers if they stayed put.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that was just a stupid pick. All right, so the second round is done. We still got the third round to go through, and the pick needs to be revealed. So let's go through the picks right now quickly. 33rd overall, the Bengals took T. Higgins. Colts took Michael Pittman Jr. Lions took DeAndre Swift. Giants, Xavier McKinney. Patriots, Kyle Duggar. Panthers went with Yetur Gross-Matos. As the Chief is here, couldn't hear his phone. So now we're at the Dolphins. Robert Hunt, the offensive guard. The Texans' next pick was Ross Blackburn. Colts, Jonathan Taylor. Jaguars, Laviska Shenault Jr. Bears went with Cole Kmet. Browns, Grant Delpit. Buccaneers went with Antoine Winfield Jr. Broncos, KJ Hamler. Falcons, Marlon Davidson. Seahawks, Darrell Taylor. Steelers, Chase Claypool. Bears, Jalen Johnson. Cowboys, Trayvon Diggs. Rams, Cam Akers. Eagles, Jalen Hurts. Bills, AJ Epinesa. Ravens, J.K. Dobbins. Dolphins, Raekwon Davis. Rams, Van Jefferson. Vikings, Ezra Cleveland. Jets, Denzel Mims. Patriots, Josh Uche. Titans, Christian Fulton. Packers, A.J. Dillon. Chiefs, Willie Gay Jr. And Panthers, Jeremy Chin. And that is the second round.
Can I say that through 2 rounds, to me, the biggest surprises were 2 quarterbacks. Green Bay and Philadelphia. The
I have no idea why Jalen Hurts was drafted.
Yeah. I don't get it.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. DJ's coming up behind you.
He is. He's coming in hot.
I hate to see it.
There you have it, folks. Straight out of his mouth.
Wow.
He's sitting over there on Amazon right now. He's ordering his Lamar Jackson jersey.
He didn't like that one.
Are you going to start putting bird houses up on your shelf like
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Okay, here comes the pick. It's going to be Jeremy Chin.
That's the one for Carolina, right?
Yes. Selection is now being announced.
Yay.
So now we're into the third round where we expect Lynn Bowden to go tonight, the Warren product. So all eyes are on him, especially in the Youngstown, Ohio area.
Hang on. I think it's pop. Click the Bluetooth up in the top. Hang on. You'll get sound back in a second.
All right, first pick for the Bengals made.
Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so the Bengals with the first pick in the third round select Logan Wilson, linebacker from Wyoming.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Another pass up on Zach Bond, though. So that's interesting. Redskins now on the clock.
Michael, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
I'm back.
We're back. Okay, Logan Wilson, the linebacker from Wyoming, the pick for the Bengals. If you didn't hear that, Rick.
I did hear that. Yes.
Okay, so we're just about 2 hours and 23 minutes into this, and we're getting into the third round. And as we start the third round, it would be another good time to mention Pizza Joe's. This draft party here at YSN hooked everybody up at HQ with some amazing food last night, and they're on normal hours. They're near YSN HQ. If anybody wants to go down and pick up some Pizza Joe's. Have some great wings and pizza. Thorny had some at his own house last night.
DJ just threw down some wingies.
Yep, Pizza Joe's. Normal hours out by YSN HU. Redskins on the clock now.
So what do they do here?
I really don't know. Well, I haven't been thinking Redskins at all recently.
Yeah, we kind of forgot about them.
Yeah. The Lions have had a decent draft. Jeff Okudah and DeAndre Swift. Those are two great picks.
For sure.
So don't know what else they need to address. They might be the ones to take Thaddeus Moss.
Yeah, I mean,
I would be
Reed
surprised if Detroit
has,
take Thaddeus Moss.
concussion issue, can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, tight end is a very important part of an offense, at least in my opinion.
Redskins might take him as well, but he could go within the next two picks. So the Redskins, Jordan Reed got released.
Yep.
So
they still have Vernon Davis, don't they? He's like,
oh yeah, they do have Vernon Davis. You're right. I honestly, I'm gonna look at what the Redskins need if their pick doesn't come up before I can try to find a prediction for this. They could take. Oh no, they probably could take an offensive lineman right here.
They could take Josh Jones here because they're trying
to take Josh Jones.
Who? The Redskins?
Yes.
Yeah.
They took a receiver. Gibson.
Oh wow, Bleacher Report doesn't even have it in yet. That's interesting. Antonio
Gibson. Better than the Bleacher Report. Okay.
What?
This is the Sheffo report. El Chefe.
Yep, Antonio Gibson is. This has Antonio Gibson listed as a Memphis running back. That has it listed as a wide receiver. So the Lions are on the clock. Pick is probably in already for Thaddeus Moss.
Well, if they'd have listed him as a running back, Pittsburgh would have passed on him.
Yeah.
I've got a new outlook, boys.
What?
It goes like this. If Lynn Bowden doesn't go to the Steelers, I quit.
Lynn Bowden will get drafted by the New York Jets at number 15 in the third round. If Lynn Bowden is there and the Steelers don't pick him, then you're allowed to quit.
But what exactly are you quitting?
I don't know. I'll quit something.
Quit being a Steelers fan for 2 hours? Oh, Art Moretti.
No, that's already started.
Retired, so there's that for you, Rick.
Oh, way to go, Art.
Still, they didn't take Thaddeus Moss.
Huh?
I'm about ready to draft Jeff Goldblum.
Oh,
Apartments.com.
Yes.
Lions pick is in. I think all three of us can come to a consensus that we think it's going to be Thaddeus Moss.
For the Redskins?
Yeah. No, the Redskins pick.
Or, I'm sorry, for the Lions. For the Lions?
Yeah.
No, I can't. I don't.
Really?
I don't see Thaddeus Moss, and I only say that because of Randy Moss. And Patricia was on the Patriots staff when Randy Moss was there.
Okay.
And I just don't make sense of that.
Okay.
Because of the issues that were had because of Thaddeus' old man. Just like it would have been ironic had the Vikings drafted Diggs at cornerback.
Yeah.
After the issues they had with his brother.
Yeah.
So.
I think Kay Adams should be the commissioner of the NFL.
Who?
Kay Adams from Good Morning Football.
I mean, if I had to vote for a commissioner for the NFL, it would have to be Gordon.
Like Commissioner Gordon?
Yeah. He's already a commissioner. It'd be a lateral move.
He doesn't even have to move.
Well, he would have to come from Gotham.
Isn't that New York City?
No, it's Gotham.
No, New York City is Gotham.
No, it's Gotham.
False.
I've been to New York. That man's not there.
No, he was in Pittsburgh for a little bit. Just visiting.
Blowing up the stadium. Yeah, I saw that.
Jeff Okudah, DeAndre Swift, the two picks for the Lions there on the board.
Michael says, I'm not taking the bait with you idiots.
I'm here for a draft party.
Wow.
We're here for a Batman party.
Yeah.
Okay, respectable.
Batman.
I'm just gonna put this out there right now. I can't hear anything that anybody's saying because I decided to go for the cheap AirPods. Never go for the cheap AirPods, kids. Don't do it.
You can't hear us?
Can't hear you.
You just heard me.
Yeah,
You're sitting 10 feet away.
DJ.
I can hear you because his audio's off.
Okay.
So then why do you even have the AirPods in?
Because it was making some feedback.
Well, can't you just take them out and set them down?
I could.
Okay. Is that not done yet?
I could.
Oh, I smell it.
We might be having to rely on Goodell now.
We're gonna take you through the YSN studios here, back into the depths.
The coffee department.
Scarlet or gray, Ricky?
What?
Scarlet or gray?
Gray.
Gray it is.
Please.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to rely on the commissioner now, so that they're on the same time as Bleacher Report.
All right, Commish, what you got here for the Lions?
Julian Aquara from Notre Dame.
Linebacker.
Outside linebacker.
It's a good four.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good pick. Versatile.
Totally.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we already have the Jets pick, though. That's interesting. The Jets are going with a safety themselves.
He better not.
So maybe it was a good decision by Carolina to trade up.
Yeah.
Ashton Davis from California has gone to New York.
Okay.
Which more than likely, okay, so they took that pick off for some reason. But it looks like it's going to be like they had Ashton Davis up on Bleacher Report, and then they took him off, and then they just put him back on. Okay. So this is possibly where Jeremy Chin was going to go.
Oh, okay.
If Carolina didn't trade up. So now that trade makes a little bit more sense.
Cream it is.
Okay. Sweet.
Seattle is on the clock.
I could see Seattle doubling up on the edge.
Josh Jones is still there.
Yeah, but I'm done picking him because every time I do, nobody drafts him.
Okay, I'm picking Josh Jones because now you're not picking Josh Jones, which means he's going to get selected.
I'm going to say they're going to take I think they're going to go edge. I think they're going to double up on the edge rushers here.
I think they're going to double up on the edge.
I think so.
Okay, so let's see what some of the edge rushers available are according to CBS. Julian Aquara was an edge rusher.
I think
outside linebacker, he's gone. Curtis Weaver and Terrell Lewis, the 50th and 52nd ranked prospects according to CBS's rankings.
Yep.
So they could go right here to Seattle.
Mm-hmm. Very possible. See, right there, therein lies your problem with the Jets. Adam Gates. Explain to me how a man goes to a team, does nothing, gets fired, and gets signed by another team within the same division, and has done the exact same thing.
Honestly, I don't know how that happens.
Like,
I didn't even realize Doug Walker's chipping in with the just chilling and don't fail cheaply, DJ. Again, Rick challenged you all to share this. Get one fan from every NFL fan base in here. So
yeah, let's do this.
Let's see if we can get that going before the end of the third round here, before we get to at least the Jets pick, because I want to have everybody in here for when Lynn Bowden gets picked.
We have a whole third round to find a fan from every team. Now, listen, I don't expect anybody to find a Houston Texans fan. That's okay.
Chargers fan too, so might be down
That's
too.
True. Chargers fan too. So other than that, we'll accept 30 fans. And right now you have a Titans fan and you have a Steelers fan. So we really only need 28 more.
Jose Sanchez is a Browns fan, I believe.
And I know Art Moretti is a 49ers fan.
Is your cousin still here?
I don't know if she's still here or not, but
she was here. She's a Packers.
She's a Packers fan. My mom,
down to what, 26?
My mom's a Steelers fan. My dad's a Patriots fan. They were here.
25.
I mean, like I said,
we should get Anthony Malone in here. He's a Steelers fan.
We already have Steelers fans. We're trying to find.
No, not Steelers fans. Seahawks fan.
Okay.
And then Anthony Hartwig, I believe, is a Chiefs fan.
That's the Matt Patricia lookalike, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So the Seahawks pick is in. Don't know who it is. Bleacher Report a little slow on this one as well. Wife was watching Giants fan. Okay, so we had a Giants fan in here. Thank you, Art Moretti. That's 24.
Boom. Tell Allison I said hi.
Okay, I can hear it echo from DJ.
Yeah, he's like right behind me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks, DJ.
Still can't hear
you. What kind of creamer did you use?
Oh my God! Wow.
This is
Damian Lewis.
Sweet cream from Cold Stone.
How about that? They pick an offensive lineman, and it is not Jones. They go with a guard.
Wow.
Damian Lewis from LSU. He was a member of that Joe Moore award-winning offensive line. So
yeah.
Now the Dolphins are on the clock. Do they go with a running back here with Zach Moss, the Utah product, still on the board?
I could see Zach Bond going to Miami.
So it's in agreement that a Zach player will be going to the Dolphins here.
Just a thought. I'm done picking Josh Jones.
Jones isn't going to Miami. They've already picked 2 offensive linemen.
Well, you need 5.
Well, they already have some.
But are they better than Josh Jones?
They picked 2 players in this draft that they believe are better than Josh Jones.
This is true. But do they play the same position as Josh Jones?
I think that Jackson kid played tackle. Don't quote me on that.
I think Josh Jones was a right tackle, and I think that kid from USC was a left tackle.
Let me check.
That's just like Cleveland last night, drafting a right tackle when they signed Jack Conklin to that mega deal.
Yeah.
Like, you can only have one right tackle unless you run an off-balance line. But what good would that be? Because you're always tipping your hat at which way you're going to run the ball.
Yeah. So Austin Jackson
is really good.
Does not have any information.
Huh?
No, it doesn't have his draft report anymore now that he's been picked. So I can't look at that.
I can't believe it's not Sugar Friend.
Dolphins pick is in.
Hold on, I'm buzzing here. What's going on here? Uh-oh. I'm getting in trouble because I'm drinking coffee.
Oh, no.
It was peer pressure, honey. I'm sorry. No, I'm going to be pouncing around like Tigger. Bow, 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 bow. Who are they going to draft here, Meow?
They could go with either Zach Bond or Zach Moss. One of those 2 will be drafted.
I think they're going to go Zach Bond. I mean,
I think that they should go with Zach Bond, first-round talent.
Yeah, and he's really fallen for some.
Talk about somebody falling, Josh Jones.
Well, apparently he must be in the same house with Josh Jones. That's probably what's happened.
Yeah.
They're not social distancing.
They both have coronavirus.
Word got out.
I don't think anybody's social distancing.
I mean, from everything I heard, I mean, Jones was a little bit raw. But a lot of these linemen that already have been drafted are. Like, there's no Tony Baselli. There's no, lineman that's not going to have any flaws in their game. There's no Joe Thomas in this draft. I mean, they all have their quirks. Oh, excuse me. But for this kid to fall this far, I mean, this like we said earlier, this is horrible.
Yeah, I mean, and imagine the absolute nightmare scenario. He doesn't even get drafted tonight.
Yeah.
He goes day 3. He was projected to go day 1.
Just think, though, okay? In this instance, because everything is all digital, none of these kids are in New York or wherever the draft is, sitting in the green room waiting to get their name called. Because he was mocked to go in the first round, which means he probably would have gotten an invite to the draft.
Yeah.
To still be sitting there in the 3rd round, what does that do to your psyche?
I mean, it's got to do a lot, but I think when he does get drafted, he's got to have that chip on his shoulder. Like I was a first round supposedly draft pick, and I fell to the 3rd. You know, I got somebody to prove.
Yeah. Yep. It's true.
Okay, the pick is in for the Dolphins, and we know who it is.
It is
Brandon Jones, safety, Texas.
Ooh. So that's 2 secondary picks for Miami.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
I mean, a lot of teams have just been disregarding anything, and we already know the Baltimore Ravens' next pick, as they were on the clock.
Is it another running back?
No, they took defensive tackle Justin Madubike from Texas A&M.
Say that 3 times fast.
No.
He's sitting down. He's had too much.
What?
Arizona now on the clock.
Oh, Goodell's sitting.
He's had too much.
Yeah, boy.
Goodell got tired. Has he made any wardrobe changes yet?
None.
Maybe he's changing his shoes like Mr. Rogers.
Brandon Jones to the Dolphins.
Brandon Jones?
Yeah, I just said that. And then Justin Madubike
Yeah,
from Texas A&M, defensive tackle. He will be going to the Baltimore Ravens at the 7th pick in this 3rd round. So we're halfway there to where I think Lynn Bowden's going to go.
Where do the Steelers pick?
38.
What's that mean? Like real number?
What number?
38. Overall?
Here, yeah.
Overall, I don't. I'm going to have to look that up.
I'd like to give a shout out.
Listen, I'm going to throw it out there right now. The Ravens are going to win the Super Bowl this year. They
No.
got Derek Wolfe. They got J.K. Dobbins.
Mm-mm.
They're winning it. They're taking it. It's over.
Mm-mm.
Over.
102nd overall pick.
Oh, my gosh.
So you got 31 picks to go.
We're never going to
We
get
got a while.
Baltimore is not going to win the Super Bowl this year.
We had the number. We had the 19th pick in the 3rd round, but it was in the deal to trade up for the 1st round pick to get Devin Bush last year.
Ah. Gotcha.
That is why we are not picking sooner.
Is our punter going to be there
Ray Guy?
at 102?
Maybe. I'd like to give a shout out to our new coffee creamer company. Can't believe it's not sugar. Coffee. We seriously should brand that, dude. That's awesome. I can't believe it's not sugar. Because there's nothing in here.
Well, there's creamer.
But there's no sugar.
It's McDonald's mocha chocolate coffee.
Let me just tell you, I'm halfway done with this cup, and I'm already feeling it.
There's more.
I don't.
There's more.
Don't.
And it's delicious.
It is delicious.
And we have
Zach Moss will now move up to the 3rd available, according to Mel Dracula Kuiper.
Every time you say that, I love it.
Adam Trautman is projected as the top tight end remaining.
Thaddeus Moss.
Thaddeus Moss. Here's the Ravens picking Madubike.
Do you really think he's better than Moss?
No, I don't.
Okay.
That's Mel Dracula Kuiper's.
Ah. Ugh.
What was that?
That's the siren.
curfew time. Turn it on.
Yeah, 5.5 sacks, 11.5 tackles for loss last year. 10.5 sacks and 24.5 tackles for loss in his career. So those are solid stats.
Yeah.
22 starts. It's a decent get for Baltimore there.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Cleveland picking at number 10 for all you sad Sack Brown fans out there.
Man, got to take shots at him any way you can, don't you?
Any way you can. Arizona's pick is in now.
Oh, the Cardinals. They've resurfaced.
Who's resurfaced?
The Cardinals. We haven't heard their name in a while.
Oh yeah, they traded away their pick in the D-Hop trade.
Oh, did they?
That was where their second round pick had gone.
Yeah.
But even though you haven't heard their name since the first round, they've had a pretty good draft because they got Isaiah Simmons to fall to them.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Pretty good.
I could see Arizona going with a tight end. Now, I don't know much about the Cliff Kingsbury offense, but I think they're pretty stacked at wide receiver with, first ballot Hall of Famer Fitzgerald, Christian Kirk, and potential first ballot Hall of Famer in DeAndre Hopkins.
And maybe the greatest receiver in the league at the moment.
Yeah, and I only think that Murray's going to get better. But
especially if you got Kenyon Drake at running back.
Yeah.
With the way he played towards the end of last year.
Yeah, it's true.
There he is. Josh Jones is off the board.
Arizona
takes Josh Jones, and they are big winners in this draft.
Yes, and so is that kid.
That's great for.
It is
Arizona.
Yeah,
and that kid finally went.
Yeah, to have him fall to you in the third round, you get him for 4 years, less than you would have paid him as a second round pick. The only off thing is you don't get the 5th-year option, but you've got a bargain and a potential plug-in starter from day one.
Yeah. The first notable third-round pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huge get for the Cardinals. And them and the Dolphins, you got to pencil them both in as big winners.
Yeah. Okay, so as we look so far from round 1 to now, okay, which division do you think has gotten better the most?
I mean, there's a lot of I don't think you can really single out a single division, but if you have maybe you got to talk about the NFC and AFC East, definitely with the Dolphins and the AFC East being big winners.
Yeah,
I definitely think you got to throw the NFC, not the NFC, AFC West or South, because that's where the Titans are.
Yeah, I was going to say
Titans are big winners.
Yeah, I was going to say
Jaguars haven't made terrible picks. NFC West. Who's in the NFC West?
Chargers, Broncos, Raiders, and Chiefs.
That's the AFC West.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think I just heard you wrong.
Oh.
I might agree with you on that. The Broncos got 2 great wide receivers in KJ Hamler and Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
The Chiefs got their receiving back in Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and a linebacker in Willie Gay Jr.
Yep.
The Chargers got Justin Herbert, and they were able to trade up and get Kenneth Murray,
the linebacker. Yeah.
Who's the 4th team in that division? The Raiders. Raiders got they might have stretched for Damon Arnett a little bit, but they also got the player in the draft, Henry Ruggs.
Yeah.
So.
And that's one thing. That's one thing that Oakland/Las Vegas has always been known for, and it's good to see that it's carried over, even though Al Davis passed away. Was they always went for speed. They had a thing for speed. Darius Hayward-Bay. I mean, just guys that could fly. Now they didn't always pan out. I mean, Jamarcus Russell and whatever, but it just fits the mantra of the Raiders.
Yeah. They've always had a need for speed there in Las Vegas or Oakland.
Yep.
Jacksonville up next.
I would have to say that it was the AFC West that improved the most.
Yeah, definitely.
Like I said, just my personal opinion. But all right, where are all these other fans at? Come on, people. We're in the third round. I just had a cup of coffee. I'm bouncing off the walls. DJ's begging me to drink another one, which could be the end of the world as we know it. Scorched earth. But we need fans from other teams. People, go out and find them. Get them in here. Get them to say hi. We've got representation from Pittsburgh, Tennessee, Green Bay, New England, the Giants, the 49ers, the Browns. Are we going to beat last night's record? That's right. They're going to call us the A team. Well, you were part of this.
I'm not part of the A team. You guys could be the A team.
Hey, like I said last night, this to me, I got to scratch something off of my bucket list. This has been a dream come true to me. Never in a million years did I ever think I would do anything but sit and talk to my buddies on the phone and act like we were analysts talking about this stuff, to actually being able to sit here with a kid who's going to do this for a living someday and be able to do this.
Art Moretti, I can look all here and I have a better odds of finding a Yeti than a Chargers fan.
I love it. That's what we're looking for, people. Entertainment.
Okay, the Jaguars pick us in. It is the Ohio State product, Davon Hamilton.
Okay.
So now the Browns have once again traded their pick.
Straight down.
The New Orleans Saints are now on the clock.
Jake Fromm.
It will be Jake Fromm.
Here it comes.
It will be Jake Fromm.
State Farm.
And then Tampa Bay, I believe, will take
You think?
It's gonna be Jake.
Oh, the pick is in. It is not Jake Fromm.
Is it Eason? So DJ just said.
No, it is not a quarterback. It is actually a defensive player.
Wow.
The linebacker from Wisconsin, who we've mentioned since the start of the night, Zach Bond.
Ah.
Saints trade up for him.
Mr. Bond. Shaken, not stirred.
Surprised Jerry Jones didn't pick him.
Well, Jerry Jones is sitting there in the yacht. Oh, you're going to take that linebacker? Not if I get him first. Again, he's got that Tinder thing. He swipe left, swipe left. Oh, he looks cool. I'll take him. He likes his name. Again, it reminds me of Zach Martin. Draft.
All right, Colts are on the board now. They're showing Jake Fromm, but he's not going to get picked.
Oh, my God. I'm okay if the Colts just trade all their draft picks.
Yeah, Colts picking at 11 right now.
Yeah.
On the clock.
Colts. So did the Colts trade with Cleveland? Or no, the Saints traded with Cleveland. I'm sorry.
Saints took Zach.
I'm behind on this.
Now let's see where the Cleveland Browns are picking. They're going to pick at number 24 in this third round. So they got a while to wait.
Yeah.
So now we are 4 picks away from where I believe Lyndon Bowden will go.
Pittsburgh.
No, the New York Jets.
Oh. Why would they do that with Le'Veon Bell?
I just feel like Bowden would be perfect there. I feel like Adam Gates wants him.
Did you feel like Dobbins was good for Pittsburgh?
Yes, I did.
And what happened?
I didn't feel like that. I know that.
Oh, okay. So when you know that, it doesn't happen, but when you feel it, it's a strong possibility.
Strong possibility. No, I didn't. I thought it was a guaranteed slam dunk. J.K. Dobbins was going to the Pittsburgh Steelers after he had gotten passed up all that time, and
he's a fullback.
They picked Chase Claypool.
Oh, boy.
He said so was Jerome Bettis. Oh my gosh.
No, Jerome Bettis was a running back.
We're done.
The Rams drafted him.
We're done.
Wow.
Why is he freaking out?
Because DJ just read something that said Pittsburgh was going to use, was it Zach Watt? Derek Watt as a featured back instead of a fullback.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. DJ's just having a rough night. Do you need a hug, man?
He really. Give DJ a hug.
I need J.K. Dobbins.
You need J.K. Dobbins?
We all need J.K. Dobbins.
Is that going to work? Hey, do you need another cup of coffee? I might go get one.
Here's Davon Hamilton going to the Jacksonville Jaguars on.
Oh.
Right there.
Derek Watt.
It looks like Roger Goodell's reading us a bedtime story. Sitting in that chair.
Derek Watt doesn't even get the right Subway sandwich.
Wow. Have you ever been this flustered at the draft, DJ?
Oh, I hate the draft. This is what happened.
Huh?
What happened to me at the draft.
Every year?
Last year was good.
So Just every once in a while.
TJ Watt was good.
Yeah.
Last couple of drafts.
Yeah.
But then you have drafts like these.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
So it's like once in a while for you guys. It was year after year for us. It set our team back.
We haven't won a Super Bowl for a while.
We never won one. Been to one.
We were in the hunt last year.
Yeah, but we didn't win a Super Bowl or go to one. In the hunt means nothing. If you're not first, you're last. At least that's what Ricky Bobby says.
Don't see anything yet.
Yeah, the Jets definitely don't make sense. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, that could be a reason for Bowden to go there. Colts still haven't picked.
Well, according to my screen, the Saints pick is in.
Yeah, the Saints are picking Zach Bond.
I know, that's what we talked about. It's just the delay for me seeing it from. And you said you're seeing all your
Hurts to the Eagles. I'm still shocked about that.
Do you think he was better than Fromm and Eason and all those guys?
Jalen Hurts, in certain aspects, he was.
Because a lot of things.
I really don't think there's
had him as a third-round prospect.
Yeah, I don't think he was a second-round type prospect. Maybe that Jacob Eason and Jake Fromm were. He's not an NFL quarterback.
The Colts have traded to pick to the Lions.
Oh, wow. They don't even have that in on Bleacher Report yet.
Well, guess what? I'm seeing it here. I'm bringing it to you.
I'm seeing it on the TV, too.
That's right. Bringing it to you live.
All right, so now there are no real big names left on the board.
Could Detroit take Fromm here or Eason?
No.
You don't think?
So. I don't think so. I think they're going to stay with Matt Stafford.
Does Tampa Bay draft one?
I think Tampa Bay drafts, what's his name, Zach Moss. I think they go with the Utah running back.
Yeah. It's possible. Would that be a little bit of a reach here, though?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Okay.
This is exactly where people thought he was going to go.
Gotcha.
Right around here. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers take him.
Well, let's see what Detroit does first.
So let's see what they do here. Probably take an offensive lineman. That would be my guess.
For Detroit?
Now, yeah. So Lloyd Chusenberry III is still on the board here. So is Lucas Nyang from TCU. So one of those two could be the pick here for Detroit.
What about Adam Trotman, for that tight end from Dayton?
They could be in the market for a tight end. We said Thaddeus Moss earlier. I think they might have traded up to take a tight end. CBS Sports has they have Thaddeus. Okay, so we all think Thaddeus Moss was going to go, right? We think he's one of the top tight ends,
right?
Give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. CBS Sports ranks him as the 9th best tight end in the draft.
Ohio State guard, Jonah Jackson.
To Detroit?
Yeah.
Where do you get your sources?
On the TV, 7 feet away.
It hasn't said online yet.
Yeah, his TV's probably ahead. I'm seeing it on my TV, too.
Must be the internet connection.
Jonah Jackson.
Hang on, the Lions pick. Right. I'm going to bring this to you.
He's just now seeing the selection.
The Lions have picked
Jonah Jackson.
Jonah Jackson.
From on the board. I think they're going with Zach Moss. I do think that is going to be the pick here.
There's Bill Belichick and his dog. Oh. Yeah. He's giving his dog a treat.
He's a good boy drafting who he drafted.
Yep.
You drafted Kyle Duggar, good boy.
You hear the buzzer, put your paw on the mouse, and that's who we're going to pick.
Yeah, Bucks on the clock. They took Tristan Wirfs in the first, Antoine Winfield Jr. in the second, the safety from Minnesota, which was the dream for Ohio State fans because J.K. Dobbins is still on the board. And then we take Chase Claypool.
Good boy. Let it go, man.
No.
Let it go.
No.
Good things about this dude.
All right, Tampa Bay, Denver, Atlanta, and then where I think Lynn Bowden will go.
About Deadpool?
Everybody's loving him.
Yeah?
Said he's a Martavis Bryant with a better head on the shoulder.
Really? Claypool with some high praise.
What
Wow.
are you doing, Ross?
Look at Bob Quinn. He's so happy.
See, I don't even get to see Roger on my screen. This is what I see.
Here it comes. He's got a freaking thing of M&Ms. Wait, after this.
Who has it? Who has M&Ms?
Wait.
There's Bruce Arians waiting for his pizza.
All right, Tampa's pick is in. Oh my God, there it is. I saw it.
I'm still waiting.
He shook his little Skittles or M&Ms or whatever they were.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I have what you're watching and then what DJ's watching.
Okay.
I got two TVs on right now.
They're drafting.
Oh wow! They took running back.
Is that a plug for Marshawn Lynch?
They took a running back.
Okay.
That Keyshawn Vaughn from Vanderbilt.
Keyshawn Vaughn.
Keyshawn Vaughn from Vanderbilt.
How did you ever name your kid and have it rhyme?
I don't know who does that honestly,
You know?
and thinks it's good.
I think it's a good name. Strong. It's not as strong.
But the E is the only thing that's lowercase.
Hey, listen. It's not Rick Dailey, but that's freaking Oak. That is an Oak name. Oak. Rick, is it Richard?
Yeah.
Or is it,
Junior.
see?
You want to get technical?
You could be R.J. Daly. You could be.
It could be.
That's where DJ Euclid is.
Because you're a junior?
I'm a junior.
Yeah, me too.
Then you got Michael McKenzie Jr. over there.
MMJ.
MJ.
Broncos pick is in.
Broncos.
Broncos. Imagine if they take a third wide receiver here.
Huh?
That's gonna be the
Imagine if they took another wide receiver.
Are you a junior or the third?
I'm not a junior at all.
Wait.
What?
I don't know how it works. I think it's because my dad and myself's middle names are different.
Technicality.
Technicality issues.
Yep. Purely speculation.
So two of the last three picks have been traded. Denver doesn't look like they're going to trade theirs.
I can see Denver going defensive tackle.
They're definitely going to go defense here. They've taken care of the wide receiver position. They're comfortable with Drew Lock. I think their offensive line is just fine where it is.
They lost Derek.
Yeah, they need to address some issues on that defensive side.
Well.
Commercial right now. Bleacher Report is starting to fall behind.
Good. I can actually watch the results live.
Not really. DJ's a little ahead of you.
Yeah, he's over there jumping the gun.
Yeah, so if they were to go defensive tackle here, some of the D linemen, not the edge rushers.
Yeah.
Neville Gallimore from Oklahoma. He's ranked number 36 prospect in CBS Sports rankings.
Uh-huh.
Jordan Elliott from Missouri.
Let's see.
He's number
You
57.
check this one over here to pull up ESPN.
Like the TV?
Yeah, this monitor right here to look at ESPN.
Change.
Well, no, I'm watching this.
You're watching NFL Network, aren't you?
I'm watching something on YouTube.
Yeah, you're probably watching NFL Network. That's the one I have that's like really far behind. Okay, the pick is in. Bleacher Report is finally ahead. I won't tell you because you want to listen to Goodell. So
I haven't listened to Goodell all night.
I'll let you watch the results live. So now the Falcons are on the clock, but speculation about the Broncos. Who do you think? What do you think they are going to pick here? What do you think they need to do?
Broncos?
Yes.
I'd say the Broncos are going defensive tackle. I want to say they're either going to take that kid from Oklahoma. Or maybe a defensive end from Florida.
Okay.
That's my thought.
All right, those are good thoughts, good guesses.
Probably wrong on both, ain't I?
I'm not going to tell you.
No.
You want to watch the results live, so I'm going to let you.
Well, obviously, if I'm watching it live and you already know, I'm behind.
So do you just want me to tell you?
Might as well. Let's not
right.
ruin a good thing.
They addressed what?
Let's not ruin a good thing.
They addressed defensive side of the ball.
Okay.
Right. Wasn't a defensive tackle or a lineman, period.
Yeah.
They went with defensive back from Iowa, Michael I think it's Ohemudia. I don't know how to pronounce the name.
I don't even see him on the list.
Defensive back from Iowa. I'm gonna check him, see where he is.
Geno Stone?
Michael Ohemudia. He's number 104 according to CBS Sports.
I'm on ESPN right now.
Okay.
Because that's what the vampire does.
Oh yeah. The Dracula of NFL analysts.
Yes.
Atlanta's on the clock now, and then the Jets, where I think Bowden will go.
Michael Ojemudia. Yeah, he's way down there.
Yeah, what does ESPN have him as?
123.
Yeah, CBS has him as 104.
Yeah. 6'1", 200 pounds. It's decent size for a corner.
Okay, yeah. So Las Vegas will have 2 straight picks at 16 and 17.
Okay, so
after the Jets.
What potentially, let's see. Oakland doesn't need a quarterback, although it wouldn't surprise me to see him draft one because I think we've had the quarterback surprise.
Yeah, I thought the Raiders were honestly going to take Jordan Love in the first round. I thought they were going to be the ones to snag him up.
Yeah. You know, I
wouldn't be surprised if they went with Jacob.
You know, ESPN has Thaddeus Moss as the 9th rated tight end too.
Yeah.
I could see the Raiders taking a tight end. I mean, I know they already have one.
Yeah, that Darren Waller kid's pretty good.
But a lot of teams anymore are running that 12 personnel.
Yeah.
Double tight end set because it gives you the flexibility to run and pass out of the set. When you come into like a 3 wide set, that's normally a passing formation. You know, you run that 12 personnel, it gives you an extra blocker. You can move them in motion, bring them into the backfield as a wing back if you're running a single back set. I mean,
the question is, are the Raiders satisfied with the needs that they've addressed so far to this point in the draft? They reached for Damon Arnett, but they obviously seem satisfied with that pick.
Yeah.
And their 12th pick was Henry Ruggs. So they've addressed the wide receiver position, maybe the pass catching period, and then they've addressed that defensive backfield position. Now, the question is, do they want to address the front 7 or do they want to leave that be and try to get a guy who can help them run said 12-man set that you were just mentioning?
You never know. You don't know.
So I think they are going to go with a quarterback.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what they're going to do with that second pick. I think it's either going to be what you said, a tight end, that kid from Dayton.
Well, I'm seeing Atlanta on the board.
Yeah, Atlanta's on the clock, but
it says their pick is in.
Yeah, Bleacher Report has it now.
So did Oakland trade?
No, Oakland has 16 and 17.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just mentioned that as I was looking down the board.
Gotcha. You know, one thing
the Jets are up. I think Bowden is going here.
You think? Yes.
And the Falcons pick at number 14 overall was offensive guard from Temple, Matt Hennessy.
Okay. Because remember, Atlanta doubled up on linemen in the first round last year. Yeah. But it's going back to player rankings. I was looking on ESPN site here. I'm a little bit upset. They have no fullbacks listed at all.
Really? I'm going to see if CBS has any fullbacks listed.
None. It says no players available for this position. That is a travesty of justice. That is horrible.
CBS doesn't even have fullback listed as an option to check the rankings on.
That is just an insult.
That's insane.
That's an insult.
Goodell's back to standing up.
It's horrible. Gonna give a shout out to Bella. She's watching tonight.
There's the Packers fan that we have. Now we need about 24 other teams, so make sure to share this. Get that to all fan from all 32 NFL fan bases listening in to our second and third
that's the challenge, folks.
at YSN.
That's the challenge.
The challenge. And of course, we wouldn't be able to challenge anybody to this without our sponsor, Pizza Joe's.
Wait a minute, wrong way.
Wrong way. Yeah, you got to point to the opposite way. Had great food last night at YSN HQ. I wouldn't know, didn't show up, but according to DJ, Rick, and everybody else that was there, had great food, great wings.
Delicious.
Pizza. Thorny had some himself last night. They are open normal hours currently during this coronavirus pandemic. So if you want to get some Pizza Joe's, normal hours if you want to go out there out near YSN HQ, normal hours. Again, the YSN round 2 through 3 draft party presented by Pizza Joe's. New York Jets on the clock. I projected Lynn Bowden to go here, number 79 overall to the New York Jets.
Jordan Elliott still floating around out there at defensive tackle.
Yeah, Adam Trotman, that tight end from Dayton.
Where's he going to go?
I think that if the Raiders want to double up on that tight end, that's who they're going to take. Gallamore's still up for grabs from Oklahoma.
Yep. Yeah.
Mentioned Jordan Elliott, the kid from Missouri.
Right now, the top 5, according to what I'm seeing, is Jordan Elliott, Neville Gallimore, Jake Fromm, Jacob Eason, and Zach Moss. Those are your top 5.
Harrison's still on the board as well. I'm looking at what you're looking at from Mel Kiper, and they just went to commercial. So Bleacher Report gets it in.
Huh.
They did not take Lynn Bowden.
Wow.
They went with Jabari Zuniga, defensive end from Florida. So now the Raiders have 2 picks.
Yep, Jabari Zuniga, 14th. Ranked 14th of what was left available.
Okay.
So, all right. So Oakland here, definitely I would say they need to address interior defensive line. So they can go Elliott or Gallimore here, or maybe look at a Terrell Lewis from Bama, or maybe a Troy Dye from Oregon and outside linebacker. I mean,
let me see if I can find Jabari's ranking here on CBS. Overall ranking, at least.
76, according to the Vampire Mel Kiper.
I got him at 109 on CBS Sports.
Wow, that's a big variance.
Yeah.
It says he is defensive end.
Yeah, ranked among edge rushers as the number here. Lost him. Number 13 among edge rushers, according to CBS Sports. So. So we'll see what the Las Vegas Raiders do here. I think their first pick, they're going to lock up that quarterback if they want to go with Fromm or Eason.
That shocks me that they would go quarterback, having Derek Carr and Marcus Mariota.
I still think they do.
DJ, what do you think? You see Oakland taking a QB?
Las Vegas.
I'm sorry, Las Vegas.
No.
We're going to have to get used to that.
I know. Oh, it's like calling the Chargers the LA Chargers. I keep wanting to call them San Diego. You know?
There's Adam Gase with his son sitting on his couch.
That man needs fired.
He does. He has no business being an NFL head coach.
Well, basically what he's doing is the same thing Rex Ryan did years ago. Is he's ruining 2 teams within the AFC East. He could also work for Belichick as part of this destruction of the NFL.
Yeah. He's the secret spy in all this.
It's possible. I'm calling it now.
Las Vegas Raiders on the clock. Steelers should be picking in about 4 picks, but they traded it away for Devin Bush.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're going to be picking number 38.
Yep.
Las Vegas's pick is in.
They still haven't shown Atlanta's on my screen. That's how far back I am. Buffering.
All right, Las Vegas, they got 2 picks in a row. They got Henry Ruggs, Damon Arnett in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
They had a pick in the second round, correct? Or am I incorrect?
Yeah, I thought they had a pick in the second round.
Can't find said second round pick. I can't find a second round pick for the Raiders. Don't know. Maybe I'm just going insane and I don't see it, but
no, I don't see it either. Wow. Yeah. Maybe that's how they ended up with 2 third-round picks.
Yeah.
Well, they also got another pick coming up at 90.
Yeah, they got 2 picks in a row.
They have 3 picks total this round.
16 and 17, and then they've got 27 from the Texans, who got it from the Seahawks, and I believe the Larry Tunsil deal, if I'm not mistaken. No, Tunsil was from the Dolphins.
Because Bill O'Brien likes trading draft picks away for nothing. What do you think?
No, the Texans traded this to the Raiders, and then the Seahawks traded it to the Texans. I think that was involved in the Jadeveon Clowney deal, if I'm not mistaken.
What do you think about Bill O'Brien trading DeAndre Hopkins to the Cardinals for David Johnson and the second-round pick?
I think the Cardinals absolutely robbed the Houston Texans. And I think that Bill O'Brien should be fired immediately.
Thank you.
He's not a good head coach among front office decisions. Maybe on the field he can be a good coach, but off the field he is not a good coach. Oh, I was 1 pick off of my prediction.
Were you?
So the Warren product, Lynn Bowden, goes number 16 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders.
What did I say?
You said Pittsburgh.
I said he was going to look good in Raider black and silver.
Yeah.
Lynn Bowden listed as a wide receiver from Kentucky, the Warren product.
That's a good pick for them.
It's a great pick.
Yeah. For sure.
Definitely be something to talk about tomorrow. Man, I said the Jets at 15, and he went 16 to the Raiders. It's close.
Mm-hmm.
So all right. Las Vegas back on the clock. They did quarterback. Do they take him now, or do they go with the kid from Dayton? Defensive tackle with the Oklahoma kid still on the board.
Plus the kid from Missouri.
Yeah, they've got 2 great defensive tackles still.
Yeah, Jordan Elliott and Neville Gilmore still both on the board here. I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. If one of these guys falls to Tennessee, we'd be foolish to not take one of them.
That'd be pretty good for you guys.
I would say so. The dumbest thing that John Robinson has done to this point was give Jarrell Casey to the Denver Broncos for a 7th-round draft pick. I still can't wrap my mind around that one, other than the fact that it was purely a salary cap dump. So then the rumors heated up that Tennessee was going after Jadeveon Clowney, and that just irritated me to no end because I've never been impressed with him. I think he's highly overrated.
I think.
So Las Vegas on the clock. Who do you think Gruden's picking with this? With his said second pick in a row.
If anybody's drafting a kicker or a punter, it's Oakland. I'm sorry, Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Mike
Mayock reacting to his pick.
Yeah. Now, I got to ask you this one. When you pick back-to-back like this, okay, because every pick, the salary is set, based on that number. Do you sit there as Las Vegas and say, okay, let's take this kid first and take this one second? Or do you think it doesn't matter? Do you think they look?
I don't. I think it does matter because I think you want to draft the kid you want the most first in case somebody comes to you for that second pick with an intriguing trade offer. I think that would be the only reason I would say that they would pick somebody first.
Yeah.
Just in case something happened. They picked 2 wide receivers in a row.
Did they really?
Brian Edwards from South Carolina. And they had Henry Ruggs.
That's 3 receivers.
Oh, my God. They picked 2 wide receivers in a row in the 3rd round, plus Henry Ruggs in the 1st round. That is insanely awful.
Well, I know what Art would say right now. They're fixing to run the Bruce Arians offense of chuck it deep, chuck it often.
Dallas Cowboys on the board now. We'll see what Jerry Jones does on his yacht with his swipe right and swipe left Tinder situation.
Here's a wide receiver. Okay.
He's going to be a returner.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, Cowboys back on the clock. We'll see what Jerry Jones does on his yacht with his swipe right, swipe left Tinder situation on his draft board.
That was my fault.
Art Moretti, 4 wide Hail Mary.
See, there it is. 4 wide Hail Mary. Chuck and duck.
That's great.
You ever play Madden with them, that's what you're up against.
All right, Cowboys pick is in. We'll see what they do. They have a need maybe for that defensive line. Their pick in the 1st round was, of course, CeeDee Lamb. Their pick in the 2nd round at number 19 was Trayvon Diggs, who was a cornerback, defensive back from Alabama, the brother of Stephon Diggs. So they haven't addressed anything on that defensive line that they might need to. With the Missouri kid and Oklahoma kid here, I see Dallas taking a defensive lineman.
Adam Trotman, the tight end from Dayton.
Okay, I can see that too.
Lost Jason Witten. Didn't have anything other than Jason Witten.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we can all be in agreement that this is either going to... Okay, they might take an edge rusher, though. Terrell Lewis from Alabama is still on the board. I think it's either going to be Terrell Lewis or the Oklahoma kid. Name's slipping my mind right now. Gallimore. It's either going to be... I think it's either going to be Gallimore or Terrell Lewis.
If it's not Troutman, it's going to be a tight end, though. I think Jerry's going to pick a tight end. Hey, Mike McCarthy got his camera right up on top of it.
Let's look at this pick and see who called it. Gallimore.
Nice.
I said it. I said they needed to address that defensive line.
Yeah, they did.
That's a good pick for Dallas right there. That's 2nd round talent, mid 3rd round.
Yeah. Yep. He can't believe it. Is he crying?
Canadian-born players selected in the draft, and one of them was Pittsburgh's own pick, Chase Claypool. Neville Gallimore, another one. Broncos now on the clock from the Steelers pick. They have drafted 2 wide receivers in Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler. Also drafted Michael Ojemehuda. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. A cornerback. So there's still the Missouri product there. Maybe an edge rusher with.
Could Denver go tight end?
Say that again.
Could Denver go tight end?
Denver might go. No, they drafted Noah Fant last year. I don't see them going tight end. They drafted that Fant kid last year. They have a lot of trust in him, and he showed some promise last year. I think that they're going to go. I think they're going edge rusher. They're going to take that Terrell Lewis kid from Alabama right here.
But think about it. The type of offense that they run, they do a lot of bootlegs and stuff. So you're talking dump off passes in the flats and crossing patterns across the middle. So a lot of jumbo sets on the play action. Multiple tight end sets.
Okay.
One tight end's not enough.
Yeah, you are right. That might be a good decision. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I think Gallimore might have been from Texas. He had his party in Dallas. So that might have been like his hometown team or something.
Yeah. Gallimore was from Oklahoma, I thought, wasn't he?
Yeah, he played at Oklahoma. I don't know where he's from.
Gotcha.
Because he's in Dallas. I don't think they could have had a party anywhere with the stay-at-home order.
Well, maybe they're in a different room on Jerry Jones' yacht.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they're going to take Terrell Lewis from Bama here.
Terrell Lewis.
Rick has Trotman from Dayton.
Either Trotman or another tight end.
Let's see what other tight ends are still on the board.
There's
a lot. Cole Kmet was the only tight end taken. You got Hunter Bryant from Washington, Harrison Bryant from Florida Atlantic University, Bryce Hopkins from Purdue. They're all bunched up from 80 to 91 in CBS's rankings. So, I mean, there's a wide variety of options that they could take here.
Don't forget about the kid from UCLA.
They wanted to go tight end.
Don't forget about the kid from UCLA.
Tight end?
Yep.
Let me see where he is. Devin Asiase? Asiase?
C.
Asiase?
Sure. We can go with that.
I don't even know.
Tomato.
He's ranked as the 12th best tight end on CBS's.
Well, the Vampire has him ranked as the second best tight end on ESPN.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is huge. That's 10 spots. That's not like 10 spots. It is 10 spots.
Yep. I'm sorry, he's the third ranked tight end.
Third ranked tight end. That's 9 spots.
Yeah. Yep. Isn't it amazing when you look at these rankings sometimes how much they vary?
Yeah.
From
at the top, there's a lot of similarities, but once you get down, there's a lot of more difference.
Yeah, for sure. It's amazing. Like this is something I could do. I could write scouting reports on players. This is man.
If I had all the information, I would 100% write scouting reports, do all this stuff if it was my job.
Yeah.
I'm just creating mock drafts at this point.
3
hours and 26 minutes into this draft party. Let's see what this is.
Hey, who's that guy interviewing John Buccigross?
Hey, that's me. Where'd you get that from?
Oh, I got my connections. That is the Michael McKenzie with John Buccigross interviewing him straight up. I love it. The GOAT right there. They don't even know.
Broncos is in.
Just promise that, when you're making the big bucks on the big stations, you don't forget about us.
I won't. I'll try to keep a podcast with you guys so that I never lose the connection.
Perfect.
Make sure I'm always back to here.
I could be the Todd McShay to your Vampire.
Absolutely. Okay, so I mentioned Lloyd Chussenberry a couple of times over the past few rounds. The guard from LSU is going to go to the Denver Broncos. They take an offensive guard to try to help protect Drew Lock. So now that puts the Rams on the clock. But what do you think about the offensive lineman pick there for Denver, trying to get some protection for the young quarterback?
You can never go wrong. When you've got a young quarterback, protection is a must, because that is the number one thing that will ruin a young quarterback quicker than anything. The only other thing that can ruin a young quarterback quicker, well, not quicker, but that can ruin a young quarterback is constantly changing systems. So if you're changing offensive coordinators every year, that's going to ruin the development.
And John Elway has always been the person who's wanted to go out and draft that right quarterback.
Well, he's tried how many times?
He thinks he has him in Drew Lock.
From what I've seen in the sample size of last year, he's got potential.
He might be. Depends on if he can be that consistent when he isn't injured and when he does have that starting job and when he's starting week in and week out.
Yeah, exactly. You are correct, sir. You see that stat for this Cushenberry kid?
Remember which one? The first O-lineman in LSU history to be awarded the number 18 jersey?
No. He committed 3 penalties in 1,006 snaps.
Really?
Yes.
That's pretty good.
That is impressive.
Give me a second. My TV is about to automatically turn off.
Uh-oh.
Can't do that.
Stepping away. Getting a breather.
We're back and the Rams pick is in. I'm gonna get rid of this chair. I want to stand up for a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Standing up.
What have we got here? The Rams. What can the Rams go with?
What are the Rams going to do? They took Cam Akers last round. Okay, so now they're showing the graphic on the screen about LSU. So I got a couple stats I've been waiting to use all night about the SEC and LSU. So LSU had 5 first-round picks last night. They become the 4th ever program to ever do that. USC and LSU have done it once. Miami University in Florida has done it twice, and Ohio State has done it twice. LSU made history on that front, and the SEC set the NFL draft record with 15 first-round selections last night. So the SEC and LSU knew how to produce some NFL talent last year.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we still don't know who the Rams are going to pick. Here comes the selection from Gruden to my left.
From Gruden?
Not Gruden.
McVay.
No, Goodell.
Oh.
Okay. Terrell Lewis. It's that kid from Alabama we've been mentioning.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Underclassman, I believe.
I believe so. 2019 second-team All-SEC right there.
Wow, yeah, but he's missed 25 games between 2017 and 18 due to injury.
That's
a lot.
That's an injury-prone guy. Standing at 6'5", 262 pounds, though. He's a pretty big guy for a linebacker.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got some speed, too, from this film I'm looking at.
Yeah, the thing I'm reading, it says he's got an explosive first step. And he's a physical and aggressive run defender. But the problem is, if he's not on the field, because he's in the trainer's room, what good is he?
Yeah, this says he has long limbs. He can win with speed and power, flexible around the edge, and he can drop into coverage. But again, it says he needs to improve getting off blocks, sometimes disappear for stretches on tape, and has a lot of injury history. So
yeah, that'll definitely cause you to fall down the board.
Yeah. Colts are up next. Got this pick from the Lions, who got it from the Eagles. I believe the Eagles had it, then they traded it to the Lions in that Darius Slay trade, if I'm not mistaken, and then the Lions gave it to the Colts in an I don't know trade.
I could see Frank Reich going for another tight end here. I mean, they lost Eric Ebron. They still have Jack Doyle, but they do like to run out of those tight ends.
Did you see McVay look at the camera?
No.
Oh my God, he had his leg up on the table, and then he looked at the camera. He's like, "Oh, I look very gay right now." And then he got up and started walking off the camera.
Maybe it'll show me in a second.
Okay, the Indianapolis Colts pick is in. Here comes the Goodell announcement. Okay, they took the safety from Utah, Julian Blackmon.
From Utah?
Says Julian Blackmon, safety, Utah.
There's a safety from Utah on here, Terrell Burgess, that's ranked pretty high. I don't see this other one.
A lot of these third-round picks are some guys that you might not like. At this point, you're just looking at the top guy.
Right.
I don't see him either.
Huh. Well, they must have seen something.
Let me scroll all the way down.
That's the thing, though. You know, sometimes when you get into these later rounds, you see some of these picks that you scratch your head, like you kind of wonder. But then you go,
I found him. I finally found him.
The scouts obviously seen something in him that either is a fit for their system or, you know, they see some sort of potential somewhere.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the rankings right now. Both the top two safeties are both from Utah. Julian Blackmon, the second best remaining safety, 9th overall safety at 106 in the prospect rankings. Terrell Burgess, you said from Utah, mentioned earlier, he's still on the board. Kavon Wallace from Clemson is still on the board. J.R. Reed from Georgia. So there's still some safeties left. And Buffalo is on the board. Ron Potesta's team is now picking. We'll see if he is pleased with this pick as well. AJ Epinesa, a steal of a defensive lineman from Iowa. So we'll see what happens here. They're showing Jacob Eason on the TV, and now they're showing Jake Fromm. So they're just going back and forth from the remaining quarterbacks at this point. We'll see you, Buffalo. They've got Josh Allen, so I'm pretty sure they're set at the quarterback position, I would say.
Yeah, and if you're looking for a developmental / backup, it's a little early, I think, to be going after one.
Definitely. I mean, if you're going to look for that, you're going to look for that Morgan kid we mentioned earlier when we're trying to joke about who Bill Belichick was going to take.
Well, New England's coming up here momentarily, so hold your breath because he still could draft him.
Still could happen. Did they trade the pick down? Let me double check.
Still says the pick is in for Buffalo.
Oh, apparently Bleacher Report has it in. Do you want to know?
Who is it?
Zach Moss, the Utah running back.
Moss going on a run.
Yeah, they're going to pair him with Singletary.
With Santana Moss.
So we'll see. We'll see how they use Zach Moss. That's interesting. Now the Patriots are on the clock. We'll see if they decide to go quarterback. And the Steelers still got a while to go until they pick, but both Fromm and Eason are on the board as we approach their pick. So who knows? Say the Browns are finally coming up at 24 here.
Let's see. Okay, so right now New England's up. New England picks again after the Giants. They'll pick at 36.
Okay, so they got two quarterback possibilities.
So right now
the list of teams left to pick before Pittsburgh if we're looking at teams that could take a quarterback. Of course, New England, 24 it's going to be Cleveland, so I highly doubt that they'll take a quarterback. They have a lot of trust in Baker Mayfield, only God knows why. Minnesota, don't know if they could be looking for a running back a backup type guy. The Texans are good with Deshaun Watson. The Raiders have been rumored to be taking that quarterback. They were rumored to possibly take Jordan Love. They might have taken a quarterback up with their first 2 third-round picks, but they didn't. So they're there. Baltimore Ravens, no. Tennessee Titans, do you think your team's going to take a backup?
I could see Tennessee drafting a quarterback. I don't know if it'll be at 93 here. It picked 29. Because, I mean, behind Tannehill, there's really not much there. I mean, we have Logan Woodside. They drafted Luke Falk last year in the 6th round. They put him on the practice squad, and Miami picked him up.
And then Miami dropped him, and then New York picked him up.
Yeah, so he was going to be a developmental kid for us, but he didn't stick around on the practice squad. He didn't last. I mean, you wonder, like the way Tennessee structured Tannehill's contract,
they wouldn't want
in theory, it's a 2-year deal. They could get out of after 2. So if, Fromm or Eason is there, could you look at him? Sure. And just figure as your, potential starter down the road, you give him a couple seasons to sit.
Belichick's on camera this time.
Is his dog still sitting in his chair?
No. Look at he's looking at all these computers with his little zip up very far down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so next after the Titans, the Packers, they took Jordan Love. Denver, they took, Drew Lock last year. Kansas City, they have Patrick Mahomes. They're fine. Cleveland, we already mentioned them. Baltimore, already mentioned them. The Giants, I don't know. Maybe they were reports that they were looking into Justin Herbert in the 1st round. New England Patriots, again, if it would be this pick, it would probably be that pick. New York Jets, they might not be comfortable with Sam Darnold.
New England took a outside linebacker from Alabama.
Okay, they took
Anthony
Jennings.
Jennings.
Anthony Jennings.
I'll tell you what. You were talking about Tennessee a second ago. If Jordan Elliott is still on the board when Tennessee picks, I could see them taking him.
I think they will take Elliott if he's on the board.
Because they drafted Jeffrey Simmons last year, and the kid flashed a lot of potential coming off the torn ACL. And I think that's part of the reason why they traded Casey to Denver on top of the salary cap dump. But they're going to slide Simmons into Casey's old spot, and that could open up a spot for a Jordan Elliott to slide in there, give us some youth on the D-line, and I mean, it could work.
Was that you?
What?
Art Moretti said, I don't think they draft one this year. Are you talking about the Steelers and a quarterback or the Titans and a quarterback? Who's not drafting what? Browns on the clock. This pick from the Saints. Saints traded their way up to take Zach Bond a little earlier this round.
Mm-hmm. Both. He says both.
Okay, so I mentioned the Titans and a quarterback and the Steelers and a quarterback. So he doesn't think either of those things will happen.
Nope, he does not.
3 hour and 40-minute marathon. And while we have a minute, because we still got a little bit of time before this third round ends, but while we got the time, Pizza Joe's hooked everybody up last night at YSN HQ. Open normal hours just down the street from YSN HQ, so make sure to go check them out. The reason we can put on this draft party for you guys. And again, Rick Dailey's challenge, still a lot of time to fulfill it. Get one fan from every fan base out here.
Get them in here. Have them say hi and what team they represent.
I think they signed cheap vets for 1 year, both Tennessee and Pittsburgh, or just Pittsburgh or just Tennessee. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers go out and try to trade for a Jameis Winston. He still doesn't have a contract. Maybe trade for an Aaron Rodgers, sign a Jameis Winston. I wouldn't be surprised if they do go the route of signing or trading some veterans.
I tell you, Pittsburgh's biggest problem, though, is they're always so tight against the salary cap.
That is.
They have the room to go out and sign a Winston
deal through 2024.
Do what?
With Aaron Rodgers' deal through 2024, his contract. He's under contract till 2024 with the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, but Pittsburgh could never fit him under their cap.
That's what I'm saying. That's going to be a problem for Pittsburgh.
And even if Pittsburgh wanted to go out and sign a veteran like a Jameis Winston or anybody else, they're so tight against the cap, I don't think it's financially feasible. They'd almost have to draft a quarterback at some point.
If they want to pick up a backup quarterback this year, they're going to have to go with Eason or Fromm if they're there. If not, then it's
because look, I'm not going to lie, I'm not a Steelers fan. But if I was, I am not happy with my quarterback room behind Ben Roethlisberger. We saw that last year.
Yeah, Pitt has to choose soon when they're going to drop Ben and rebuild. He's taken a lot of hits. If he gets hurt this year, I can see the tank for Trevor. Maybe try and tank for Justin Fields. I can see that as a real possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what they want to know. That's what the Steelers have to think about. Maybe they could sign, if they could get Jameis Winston for enough of a bargain just to fit him under for 1 year as a backup in that QB room, and then next year try to trade up again in the first round, or maybe if their first round pick is high enough to take Justin Fields, maybe take a good quarterback next year, let Jameis Winston walk, and then get a good young QB underneath of Ben Roethlisberger.
Well, here's the flip side. Here's the flip side. So they tagged Bud, right? Are they going to sign him to a long-term deal?
I don't know. I honestly do not.
Because if not,
because that last year was a contract year, and he went out. He showed that he deserves the big money contract.
Right now, if they don't re-sign him, and you lose a Bud Dupree, yeah, you still have T.J. Watt. But you've got to replace that production on the other side. Pittsburgh's defense has always been predicated on their edge rushers. Ever since the days of Dick LeBeau and Dom Capers with the zone blitzes and all that stuff, Pittsburgh has always been known for their linebackers. They churn linebackers out about as well as they do wide receivers. But you've got to have somebody to fill that spot. Because if you don't, teams will take TJ Watt away.
And I think the one play there are a couple of players on the defense that they won't let anybody touch. Maybe it's Stephon Tuitt. They signed him to a big money deal before we even knew he was going to be insanely good, before he tore his pec last year and ended up going out for the season. TJ Watt, I think, is one guy that they're not going to let anybody touch. I think they got lucky in that draft that he fell down to 30 for the Pittsburgh Steelers to be able to take him. And that year, I was avid TJ Watt. Let him fall to us. I didn't think he'd fall to us. And a lot of mock drafts I was seeing said, they really don't need TJ Watt. They'll probably pass up on him. And a lot of people said, a lot of people were thinking, telling me, maybe TJ Watt isn't the best fit. And I was just thinking that they were absolutely insane. And now we got TJ Watt. Now he's one of the best players on the defense. So I don't think he's really going to be touchable. And then Minkah Fitzpatrick. They gave up a first-round pick for him. He was worth a lot. They paid the right amount for Fitzpatrick to lead that secondary with Joe Hayden.
But they still have the fifth-year option to use on
Pittsburgh.
They still have the fifth-year option to use on Fitzpatrick. So they have him there.
Yeah. So as a Steelers fan, I just hope they can find a way to keep all of them there in Pittsburgh, especially on that defensive side. Maybe let a Ben Walker or a James Conner, because we could have had J.K. Dobbins to take his place.
Did he say what I think?
He did. Yeah, he did.
Not there. So we'll see Cleveland is up now. They took a safety with their second-round pick. Their first-round pick was Jedrick Wills.
Says the pick is in.
Pick is in. We don't know who they're going to pick just yet. We'll see if Bleacher Report has anything new to report, and they do. This is a crusher for you as a Tennessee fan. Jordan Elliott, the defensive tackle from Missouri, is gone.
That's okay.
It's not okay.
It's okay.
He's now a Cleveland Brown.
It's okay.
And now we got to face
I could see Tennessee realistically also taking a tight end here.
Yeah.
To pair with Jonnu Smith. Jonnu really came into his own last year. Delaney Walker, unfortunately, as much as I love him, his body's just starting to break down. And he was owed too much money, so they cut him. And, I mean, we have Ferkser on the roster, and he's made some big plays for us. But in my opinion, he's not a number 2 tight end. So, we've got Jonnu 2 more years on his rookie deal. You can't go wrong as long as they bring in a tight end that has some blocking ability, because obviously we are a run-first offense. Yeah. But you bring in a tight end that can block and has some receiving ability, because I can see Arthur Smith running a lot of those multiple tight end sets that we've talked about. And, we do have a fullback on the roster, but we also do use the tight ends in that role as well. We motion them into the backfield, which that's just been a staple of Tennessee's offense from the early 90s when they were still the Oilers. I can remember Frank Wycheck doing the same thing, and he was a tight end. And back then we had Lorenzo Neal opening up holes for Eddie George. And in my opinion, Lorenzo Neal was probably one of the greater fullbacks that ever played the game. I mean, he blocked for a lot of 1,000-yard rushers. He blocked for Eddie George, and then he went to the Chargers and he blocked for LaDainian Tomlinson for a little bit. So, just little quirks and little information as a fan that I've known from over the years.
Yeah, Billy McCartney chiming in with the worthless pick for the Browns. A little harsh there, but I do think he's a steal. But I don't think there was a big need to address that defensive line.
Thanks, Billy.
Yep.
That right here.
Keep that right all night.
Till we get another comment worth posting.
All night.
Billy, what team do you represent?
Okay, so now we're at the Vikings pick here. They're at 89. I think they take an offensive lineman. They're going to go with either Lucas Niang from TCU or Nick Harris from Washington. One of these two players, 70 and 75, according to the CBS Sports rankings, 11 and 13 among offensive linemen in these prospect rankings. So defensive tackles are not good picks for anyone, and he supports the Browns. So defensive tackle, I mean, it could be a good pick. It just depends on how they use him. If he's going to be someone that they use more on the edge instead of interior, that might hurt his value. He's more of an interior defensive tackle. Roger Goodell's back to sitting down. Was a Titan. Was when the Browns were gone, though. Basically, Eddie George fan. Okay. So they take another defensive back here.
Go up there.
Dantzler from Mississippi State goes to the Minnesota.
That is the third corner they've drafted?
I'll check. So in the first round, they drafted a corner.
They drafted the receiver first.
Jeff Gladney from TCU in the first round. Second, they drafted Justin Jefferson with their first pick.
Yep.
Second pick, they had Gladney. Vikings pick. They took Ezra Cleveland, offensive tackle from Boise State, with their second round pick. So that's their second defensive back. And I mean, with an aging secondary, I see that as a good decision to try to bolster that defensive backfield, especially when it's aging and they're going to need to completely tear it down and rebuild. I think that's a good option from them to go out and get some now while the talent is as high as it is in this draft, especially with secondary players overall.
Okay, I'd like to change my thought process here. I can see Tennessee taking a tight end, but I was scrolling down through best available and I saw something else that caught my eye. There is a center from Wisconsin.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Bill O'Brien is pissed.
Why?
Watch.
I'm watching.
He's sitting there like he wants to kill himself. Love Colts drafting Wisconsin running back. Yeah, the Colts took Michael Pittman.
Jonathan Greener.
The Colts took Jonathan Taylor. And then I think they took Zach Moss. No, the Bills took Zach Moss. That's my mistake.
Greener goes to Houston.
Wow, yeah, Bill O'Brien's upset about something.
He got up and left. They took Jonathan Greenland out in Greenland.
Well, he might have left because they're out of draft picks.
Outside linebacker.
Away.
He gives all his draft picks away, but they just got Greenard.
He does.
Outside linebacker from Florida. He began at Louisville. He transferred. He was the team captain in 2018. First team All-SEC in 2019. So that's not a bad get for Houston. I don't know what Bill O'Brien's upset about. He's probably upset that he didn't screw his team over farther.
It's possible. He couldn't find anybody to take the pick, so he had to make one.
He took Greener. He's like, shoot, this dude's good. Okay, the Raiders have traded their pick, the 91st overall, to the Patriots.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Could they be taking a quarterback?
Uh-oh.
Greenard's tape looks pretty good.
New England either came up here for a quarterback or for a tight end.
One of the two. I mean, Baltimore might be looking at a tight end, especially with Peyton Hurst in that trade. And then Tennessee would probably be in the market for a tight end to run that 12-man set, 2 tight end offense.
Yep.
So, I mean, a couple of teams that are coming up half for New England that might have loved a tight end to be there. The kid from Dayton, what's his name again? I keep losing it.
Looks like he's dunking.
Trotman from Dayton, yeah. I bet he's the pick here for New England. And I bet Baltimore and Tennessee would love to have that kid there for them to pick, but the Patriots traded up to make this pick. They made a lot of trades in this draft. They've traded up twice, and then they traded away their first-round pick.
I read earlier that through like the second, third, and fourth round or something like that, New England had more draft picks than anybody.
Yeah, because they keep trading away their first-rounders for second, third, and fourths. Really thought Andy Dalton would be traded to New England. Also, Cam Newton could be landed in New England, so doubtful for a quarterback here. And we'll see.
Andy Dalton the only one
wants to go there. I don't think Bill Belichick wants Cam Newton to go there.
Andy Dalton is realistically the only veteran quarterback that I could see going to New England.
Yep. All right. pick. Roger Goodell's sitting back in his chair like he's reading a story to his children. And there's the UCLA tight end you had mentioned.
That you guys on your site have ranked as like the 12th best, and on ESPN ranked as the 3rd best.
Yeah. So Devin Asiasi.
Well, now CSC is in New England.
CSC is a New England guy, and Troutman is still on the board for Baltimore and Tennessee. So unless they wanted the UCLA kid, they still got one of the better tight ends on the board if they want to go the tight end route. But yeah, we were right on the position. We were just wrong on the player.
Yep.
Let me make sure he is ranked that low. Yeah, he is. I'm not crazy. Devin Asiasi, 12th ranked tight end according to CBS Sports, 181st overall in the prospect rankings. Big body there. Billy McCartney says in Asiasi, he looks like he's got some speed to break off some long runs, especially at his big size. So New England has made 4 picks in the last 2 rounds, 0 in the first. They went with Kyle Duggar, Josh Uche, and Anthony Jennings and Devin Asiasi. They traded up to get Uche and Asiasi, Jennings, and the kid from, let me see, who is it? Kyle Duggar. Those were their regular scheduled picks.
Baltimore on the clock. Tennessee picks next.
Then it's Green Bay. And then we'll have to look at the big draft board here.
You know, I'm going to sit back. I'm not even making a prediction for what Tennessee can do. As I sit here and think about it, the closer we get to the pick, the more different options run through my head for what they could do. There's like 5 or 6 positions they could hit here. Just sitting, running down through it. I could see him taking a receiver. I could see him taking a tight end. I could see him drafting a center. I could see him potentially taking a quarterback. I mean, there's too many options. I can't do it.
I see them either taking a tight end or a safety here because Terrell Burgess from Utah is still on the board here. 65th overall in the CBS rankings, 6th ranked safety. And Kavon Wallace, 105 overall, 8th ranked. So there's a couple of safety options here for New England, and I think that's the one position they might lack as Eric DaCosta makes the call to John Harbaugh as they discuss who they're going to pick. And I see Baltimore either going with the Troutman kid from Dayton or either Wallace or Burgess at the safety position. Wide receiver. I don't see the Baltimore Ravens taking a wide receiver here. I mean, they could. That's a possibility. They could take a wide receiver.
We got breaking news.
Breaking news.
What's this breaking news?
Go on Twitter right now. If you're out there watching our little draft party, go on Twitter and look up Bill O'Brien because he blew up and he MF'd whoever was on that phone, the GM or whoever it was, but his kid was as strong as an ox, stone faced while everything was going on. It's going to be everywhere. It's already all over Twitter. Bill O'Brien,
Wow.
He was PO'd.
Well, who could he be mad at? He's the GM.
Mad at somebody. He said, "This is your bleeping guy. You call him that." Basically, is what it looked like he said.
Wow.
Yeah, somebody says, "Is it me or was Bill and Brian not happy about that pick?" He said, "F you, man," and walked off camera.
Wow.
Yeah, that was why that kid was smirking.
What?
I cannot find any video. I can't find the audio. Can you find the audio, or is it just the story right now?
Wow. No audio, but you can read his lips.
DJ, text that to me so I can watch it.
All right.
Oh, wowzers.
Wow.
See, Bill O'Brien trying to destroy the Houston Texans.
Bill O'Brien tweeted 4 hours ago. He tweeted, "Yep, listen to the kids."
Wow.
We're about to listen to his kid talk about how he MF'd everybody in the draft room off camera.
Yeah.
All right, Ravens selection is in. They do go with a wide receiver. Great prediction from Billy McCartney as Art Moretti roasts the crap out of Bill O'Brien. It is the Texas product, Devin Duvernay. So the Ravens go with a wide receiver here. And now Tennessee's on the clock. This is your team.
Yep.
Make a prediction.
Ah, why you gotta put me on the spot, man?
Mike, what's your Twitter?
What's my Twitter? Let me see.
At
Child Prodigy 1
Yes,
3.
that is exactly what it is.
Okay, well, Tennessee's picks in already.
Yeah, we'll see who they decide to pick here.
I agree there, Art. Bill O'Brien makes up for being a bad coach by being a worse GM.
That's great.
Tennessee is going to take the tight end from.
Shout out Billy McCartney. I love you, brother.
Tennessee is going to take the tight end from
Dayton?
Missouri.
Okay.
Going out on a limb here.
Wow.
But I think it's going to be tight end. I think they go tight end here.
Okay.
Now we got a milestone here we need to celebrate with Billy. He finally hit on a pick. Only took 90. Hey, blind squirrel finds it every now and then, man. All right, Tennessee's pick is in. It's got to be a tight end, right? It's got to be a tight end. Could be a center, could be a quarterback, could be a receiver, could be a running back. I don't know. I'm not in their draft room. They won't return my calls.
Yep.
I've tried.
Pick is in.
Yep.
Where's DJ at? I have my Twitter handle.
DJ. He done disappeared.
He done disappeared. All right. So I honestly am interested to see who the Titans are going to pick here. Very, very interested.
I'm interested as well. I have a lot invested in it.
They can run that double tight end sets like the old Pats. That was what you had suggested.
Yeah.
Ricky. So Billy McCartney on the same page with you.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
They're
a popular personnel grouping.
Absolutely. They're on a commercial break, so I'm going to have to ask you to hold the fort down for about 30 seconds here. I got to hit the bathroom.
You're on the clock.
On the clock.
With the number 2 pick in the 2020 YSN bathroom break, Michael McKenzie has selected. We don't know. We haven't gotten the pick. Tennessee on the clock. 9-7 record last year, second place in the AFC. Should have won the division. I don't know how Bill O'Brien continues to win the division like 4 out of the last 5 years. But he's going to be famous on social media platforms, ladies and gentlemen, as he was not happy about the pick that they made. Although I don't know who he would have been arguing with unless it was the owner of the team or director of player personnel or vice president of operations or the director of operations. It's hard to say, but well, I guess we'll find out more information on that in the coming days. Tennessee still no pick released. It still says the pick is in. As the nervousness creeps in for me. Titans. Yeah, Andrew Luck was hurt and retired. It's why Houston kept winning. Yeah, I mean, that was a big part of it. Tennessee was in a bit of flux. I mean, Jacksonville made that run 1 year, made it all the way to the title game, and then decided that giving Blake Bortles $500 million was a great idea.
We're back.
That imploded. There he is. He's back.
What happened?
Nothing. It still says the pick is in.
Okay. Is DJ back for my Twitter handle yet?
You ready for his Twitter handle, DJ? He says, hang on.
Okay.
He's enjoying some more of that wonderful Pizza Joe's pizza.
Pizza Joe's open normal hours. Thank you to them for sponsoring this 2-night draft party. It's been a real blast, Rick.
Yes. What's your Twitter handle?
All right. It's Michael with a capital M.
Michael with a capital M.
706
706
861
861
99.
99. No results found.
Really? That's what it says. If you want to see it.
Michael 706 86199. Do you follow YSN?
No.
No. Oh boy. Boy.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I literally just got this Twitter handle.
Wow.
Just so you could send this to me. I'm following you guys right now. There you go.
Boom. Followed YSN.
There we go. Followed.
Tennessee, the pick is in. Who is it?
Who will it be as Adam Pace embraces his children? All right. So you want to try it again, DJ?
I'm going right.
He's working on it.
Sorry, Billy McCartney. I just got Twitter so that I could get this Bill O'Brien video sent to me. Following them now.
You're going to need to get a better Twitter handle.
Yeah. Should be like Michael 8675309.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, who'd have thought in a million years that Bill O'Brien would be the reason somebody would create a Twitter handle? I don't know.
Who knows?
You know, I'll bet you if you contacted him, he'd probably trade you a 5th-round pick for your Twitter handle.
Okay. Sounds good. Millie McCartney, start a poll or comment for Michael's new Twitter handle.
Right?
I think that's legit.
Yeah, I'm going to try to change the Twitter handle right now.
No, you got to put it on the.
Don't.
Ask people what it should be.
Yeah, we need to take a poll. What should his new Twitter handle be?
What should the new Twitter handle be? As
I think it's a couple rounds too early to take a running back.
You're not going to be very happy with this. Yeah, or you talked about this last night.
Evans. Who's Evans?
Darionton Evans.
From Appalachian State?
Appalachian State running back.
I'm sorry? What?
Appalachian State running back.
Excuse me?
Two-time Sun Belt player Darionton Evans is the running back pick for Tennessee to back up Derrick Henry. Aren't ready at I wanted Dobbins.
Well, guess what? At least we drafted a running back.
Is that what he is?
I guess.
No, Art Moretti has the best one at I wanted Dobbins.
Oh, that wins. That wins. I wanted Dobbins.
God, that is perfect. Okay, Billy McCartney came in with M squared YSN. That might be a good one. I got to take a Twitter poll. Or maybe
take a Twitter poll. You're getting rid of your handle.
DJ could take the Twitter poll.
You're gonna screw with all your followers.
I'm your boss.
My 0 followers.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Art, I know you're watching this. Do you remember back in was it like 2008 when Tennessee drafted some running back and I was talking to you on the phone and I said, who is this kid and where is he from? Never heard of him. Turned out that guy was Chris Johnson. I didn't know who Chris Johnson was. So maybe he might be okay.
Did you watch his tape?
No, I try not to. I trust John Robinson. I trust my general manager.
Did you ever figure out what that was yesterday?
Look at Mike Vrabel.
Vrabel had in the background.
Yeah, it was the dude from the Incredible.
Yeah, look at Mike Vrabel.
He's on.
I'm happy.
Yeah. Look, you see that little kid next to Matt LaFleur? He's like, please, Dad, don't yell at me like Bill O'Brien did.
Oh my God, this is great.
Yeah, see, Art remembers. I was really upset.
Green Bay with the 94th pick.
And
they will select
quarterback.
They got a tight end. Josiah DeGuara from Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
First in all-time receptions for a school tight end. Second in receiving yards. First place in school history is Brent Selleck with 1,135.
Wow.
So he's been setting school records.
That's good.
M×2 YSN, Billy McCartney coming in with some of the Twitter handle ideas. I think it's down to either I wanted Dobbins or M² YSN.
Well, you only had 3 options.
Still, though.
I don't know. I wanted Dobbins. I kind of like that.
I wanted Dobbins is great.
But the problem is, like, what if he turns out to be a bust?
I don't know.
Like 3 or 4 years from now.
If he turns out to be a bust, then it's a dodging a bullet for the Steelers. But if he turns out to be good, we will forever resent them for that pick.
Right. It's a double-edged sword.
And if he just turns out to be a solid player, then, it's whatever.
Hey, everybody could add Tom Brady.
Yeah, it's true. You know what? I'm going to throw a Twitter handle in there.
Let's see it.
Oh, do I need to type it in?
I don't know. I think so.
All right, I could do that. Hang on.
My Denver Broncos on the clock now. Their pick is in. As Matt LaFleur makes the call to Josiah DeGuara. Jacob Easton and Jake Fromm still on the board as Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is almost
That's mine.
Streaming Star MM, and then YSN comes in on Facebook with what is that, M.I. Kuiper or M.I.L. Kuiper?
Yeah, Mil Kiper.
Okay.
Mil Kiper.
Mil Kiper.
Yeah.
Streaming Star MM from DJ.
Right.
Mil Kiper, they really want it to be Mil Kiper.
I'm telling you, man, you are his replacement. You just got to wait like 100 years until somebody hits him with a wooden stake.
I might have to hit him in the head.
We ain't gonna kill him, hitting him in the head. You got to get him with a wooden stake, man. Come on, he's a vampire.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, I'm gonna burn his hand with some garlic bread to distract him.
Take him to Olive Garden.
Yes. Okay, so the pick is in for the Broncos. They're going to select McTaven Agam, defensive tackle from Arkansas.
Finally, Razorbacks. Woo!
Their first pick of the draft.
That's my college team. So
Okay.
I'm a Razorback guy.
I'm sorry.
DJ, did I tell you that I applied for their head coaching football job? The Razorbacks, Arkansas. I did. I sent an email to their athletic director because I was interested in the job.
Did you ever get an email back?
No, they didn't even acknowledge me.
Did they open it?
Probably. I don't know. I was heartbroken. You don't know what it's like to not feel wanted.
No.
Oh my God. It was horrible.
What did you put under experience?
I wrote a huge email, dude. I laid a whole plan out. And I detailed everything. And I told him, hey, Columbus took a chance.
What? Christopher? Or
yeah.
The city?
Yeah, Christopher Columbus took a chance. I may not have all the coaching experience in the world, but I have things that you can't teach.
Remember, they found America by mistake.
Exactly. And that's just how, but had he not taken that chance, he never would have found it.
Kansas City is on the clock now as the Agam pick is going to be made here by Denver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams will pick before the Steelers make their selection.
Oh, boy.
Is the punter still on the board?
Hold on. Let me see what the best available punter is here.
All right.
That'd be the kid from A&M.
All right. So I think there's 2 options here for the Steelers. They're either going to take a defensive lineman as Agam now off the board, leaving the best defensive lineman available to be Jason Snowbridge from North Carolina. If they were to go defensive lineman routes, if they were to end up to go with a quarterback, of course, it's Jacob Eason and Jake Fromm still on the board. James Morgan. Maybe an Anthony Gordon could be a decent fit in Pittsburgh. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to take a risk on the Washington State product.
There's still a center out there from Wisconsin, I think. Oh, you're talking. I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Let's see what interior linemen are.
Vermonti Dawson.
What interior? Okay. Lucas Nyang is still available, interior lineman. Maybe Nick Harris.
Why doesn't Pittsburgh potentially look at a tight end? They've only got Ebron on a short-term deal.
But they do have Vance McDonald as a backup.
But if you're so enamored with McDonald, why'd you sign Ebron?
Because he's too injury prone.
Who, Ebron or McDonald?
No, McDonald. McDonald's very injury prone, so they signed Ebron to a deal so that he could take over as a starting running back, as the starting tight end, so that Niang just got picked by the.
DJ is saying that the Steelers are going to take a kid from Ohio State. Who was it?
Malik Harrison. I would like to see that. Love the Steelers getting Fromm. Browns would turn the tables with him starting. Why don't you display that one from Billy McCartney?
All right. I'm taking 30. I'll be right back. Michael, You're running the ship.
All right. So Kansas City Chiefs selection is in. They're going to take Lucas Nyang, offensive tackle from TCU. I know I just mentioned he might go to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Where's this at? I got to see.
DJ joins in for Rick Dailey while he takes 30.
Let's talk about this right here. Right meow.
Steelers getting Jake from State Farm.
Yeah, I don't think this is first off, if Jake Fromm goes to Pittsburgh, Billy McCartney, Billy Mack, it's bad news for Brownie Town. Bad news. Because he is so underrated. So incredibly underrated. Jake Fromm, again, national championship his freshman year. National championship. Now, granted, he had two good running backs. What's that?
He actually choked that.
He what?
He choked the national championship game.
Okay, but he's good. He's good.
I'm going to give you an interesting stat here that might change your mind about Jake Fromm.
You just hate Jake Fromm.
Being a pass-happy offense, and they have been for the past few years, if they don't want to change things up and go with Jake Fromm, he has won either 0 or 1 games with throwing more than 30 passes at Georgia.
Okay, yeah. I understand.
5 games, he's thrown 30-plus passes. He's only won 1, I believe.
We already had this argument.
He threw that many against the Oklahoma in the Rose Bowl that 1 year.
We already had this argument. Just because he is not a good college quarterback does not mean he won't be a good professional. It doesn't mean anything. Would you agree to that?
I think that if I'm looking at things,
other than Peyton Manning, how many Heisman Trophy winning Super Bowl MVP quarterbacks are out there?
I'm going to be honest, there's not a lot.
Just saying.
But I'm not saying that
Cam Newton
because Jake Fromm didn't win the Heisman mean he could still be good.
Did Ben Roethlisberger
I think that it doesn't matter what award you win. You need to prove that you can win in college.
Wow.
You need to prove that you can win in college. I think that inconsistent college quarterbacks are the ones that get the knocks. But when you have Jake Fromm, who is consistently
Heisman the year they were drafted.
Okay. Loses games when he has to throw the ball a lot, which is what the Steelers are known for doing. I don't think it's a good fit. I think Jacob Eason needs to be the pick if he's still on the board.
How much did Ben Roethlisberger throw the ball in college at Miami University of Ohio? Was he throwing the ball 50 times a game?
No.
Okay. How many Super Bowls does he have?
Jake Fromm can't win when he throws more than 30 times. He's proven it.
Okay. Well, maybe he doesn't have the
college consistently when he was throwing more than 30 passes.
In college. How good was Eli Manning in college? Did he win a national championship or win the Heisman Trophy? No. How many Super Bowl championships does Eli have?
2.
How many does Ben Roethlisberger have?
2.
How many does Tom Brady have?
6.
Okay. Did any of them win the Heisman Trophy, or were they even? Yeah, I mean, look at it. The statistics are in the favor of a quarterback.
Did Mahomes win it?
Mahomes didn't win.
Exactly.
But no. I mean, you look at this. All the better quarterbacks.
Drew Brees never won it.
Yeah, Drew Brees.
The Browns just made a pick, and we are going to just ignore that because their picks have been irrelevant since the dawn of existence.
Jacob Phillips.
So the Ravens are on the clock now, fellow division rival. They've actually had a decent draft. I cannot not acknowledge the Ravens draft. They've actually had a decent draft.
Yeah. I think so.
There we go. We got Billy is chiming in. It's Billy hour. Big Ben is he's a bad choice for an argument.
Bad choice for an argument. I don't know about that one.
About what?
Why is he a bad choice for an argument, Billy?
I think he's only saying that because Ben did not go to a Power 5 school. He went to Miami University of Ohio, who is in the MAC.
Brady was in the national championship team.
I think he's talking about Tom Brady. Did they win the national championship?
Like Brian Greasy.
Michigan won a national championship?
I thought so when Brady was there.
Well, now, Michael, you were doing a great job, but that comment, I'm going to come find you. What? Oh, okay. I know exactly what comment I made. I said that the Browns draft picks have been irrelevant since the dawn of existence.
Well, just pretend you're a strike zone and Billy McCartney won't find you.
Okay. Whoa. Wow. Billy McCartney thrown under the bus.
I want to see. I don't remember Tom Brady winning a national championship.
He didn't as a player.
You have to look that one up.
Michigan national.
He was on the team. I think Tom Brady started in college, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he sat behind Brian Greasy.
Oh. Well, he didn't play. I think the argument is when these players are playing, maybe that's
Michigan
comparison. Kate Kelly with the hey-yo.
Hey-yo, got him. That is tough, Billy. Look, check this out. Billy says tough with 2 Fs.
That's tough.
2 Fs. He says to hell with the spelling. And we got to get Kate.
He was a backup. I think Billy McCartney, that makes no sense because I think DJ's trying to mention, I mean, no offense, Billy, but I think DJ's trying to mention that these quarterbacks, when they're starting in college, they're not winning national championships or Heisman Award winners. But if you think about it in recent, I mean, Baker Mayfield, he's terrible. Never mind him. But
Heisman Trophy.
Heisman Trophy first overall pick, and he had a decent year when Greg Williams took over as the interim offensive coordinator or interim head coach, and Malik Harrison just went to the Baltimore Ravens.
So in the AFC North, you have 3 Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks.
Let's talk about Kyler Murray for a second. He won the Heisman Trophy, and he's with the Arizona Cardinals, and he won Rookie of the Year. Lamar Jackson, Heisman Trophy winner in college. He is running the AFC. So the recent Heisman winning, good top tier quarterbacks are doing pretty good.
Are you watching this, Michael?
Billy McCartney with another tough with 2 Fs. Billy's thumbs aren't having strokes tonight. And then Billy's thumbs are having strokes tonight.
Let's stop talking about strokes. Malik Harrison to the Ravens.
That's 2 Ohio State products that have gone to the Ravens.
That is a Super Bowl waiting to happen.
Jackson can carry his team through the playoffs. No, DJ right about Heisman Trophy guys don't pan out. Okay. Now, the only argument I'm going to make is the success of recent Heisman Trophy winners. I mean, if you look at the past few years, Kyler Murray won the Heisman Trophy, and he won the Rookie of the Year award this past year. Lamar Jackson won the Heisman Trophy, and he's running the AFC right now.
Wait, in order to run the AFC, don't you have to go to the Super Bowl and be an AFC champion?
In the regular season, let's say.
Oh, what trophy do they end up
North right now. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are running the AFC North. 2 straight years as AFC North champions.
What trophy do they hand out for the regular season champion? Is that the invisible one, or what is that? Cool.
Just saying, recent Heisman Trophy winners and highly regarded quarterbacks have done better than they have in the past. I will say they're evolving in terms of NFL talent.
Gettleman going to put his mask on again?
Probably.
Matt Peart of UConn.
Too much hype and can't live up to it in the NFL.
Well, let me ask you this. Peyton Manning is the only guy that I can think of recent past that lived up to the hype of being a Heisman Trophy winner.
And when I mention recent history, I'm not talking about going back to the 1990s. I'm talking about I'm talking about from 2010. Okay. Yeah, didn't pan out, but Mark Ingram has been a staple in the Saints and Ravens running back.
So let's go to
Johnny Manziel, big bust.
Yeah, he was cool.
Obviously.
He was successful.
Troy Smith, bust. Carson Palmer, nothing. He led multiple teams to the playoffs.
Okay, let's go. Joe Burrow. Okay, we can't count him yet. Kyler Murray hasn't led his team to the playoffs.
I think he's showing promise.
Baker Mayfield.
Heck no. Let's disregard him.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson's doing pretty good.
Derrick Henry.
He's doing pretty good.
Marcus Mariota.
He was doing decent, but
oh, stop! Don't
decent.
Marcus Mariota.
Decent.
Stop it.
The thing that
you're gonna diss Marcus Mariota. You're gonna diss Marcus Mariota.
You want to talk about the Titans fans right here, okay?
Marcus Mariota. No, I want you to diss Marcus Mariota because just a few months ago you were praising him about how he has more years left in the tank.
Yeah, sure. And then he's back up to Tannehill now because his thumb fell off or whatever he was claiming.
He's in Las Vegas right now waiting for Derek Carr to die off.
Okay, let's keep it going. Jameis Winston.
If he could cut off his interceptions, he's a pretty good quarterback. If he could cut off the interceptions, he's a pretty good quarterback.
Nuts were candy and nuts. You know how the end goes, Michael. I mean, let's stop protecting these guys. They're Heisman Trophy winners. They're supposed to be the best, right? That's why they get drafted in the first round. You're
dissing them because they can't pan out in the NFL because they have been absolute busts in the 1980s, 90s, and 2000s. Since 2010, they're not complete busts. Most of them. With the exception of RG3 and John Manziel, of course. And maybe Baker, and probably Baker Mayfield in a couple of years.
Okay. Is RG3 a bust?
No.
Pretty close to it. Did I mention RG3? In my 3 busts of the 2010s?
I'm just going through the lineup now. Cam Newton.
Yeah. No.
2015 suit. He was good, but he's not good anymore.
Okay. Ingram, I'll give.
Ingram's been a staple in the Saints and Ravens backfields.
Sam Bradford.
Oh, his knee would have held up.
Tim Tebow.
One hit wonder.
Troy Smith.
He was a bust.
Matt Leinart.
Bust.
Who the hell is Jason White?
He was quarterback for the Redskins and the Raiders and the Browns.
Carson Palmer, I'll give you that one.
He was all right.
Eric Crouch.
Eric Crouch was drafted by the Bears, and they tried to convert him to a wide receiver.
Chris Winkie.
Oh, boy, Carolina.
Ron Dane.
Played for the Giants.
Ricky Williams.
Yeah,
and then you go to Charles Woodson.
Yeah.
So more oftentimes than not, I would say probably a 20% clip. You've got a chance of it being a complete bust with your Heisman Trophy winner.
When you go back to 2000, that argument is very legit.
And Johnny Manziel.
What was the 2000? Who was the 2010 Heisman winner?
2010, Cam Newton.
Cam Newton. So since Cam Newton up, the Heisman winners have been on the uprise of being decent NFL players since 2010. Not 2000.
3 out of 10.
3 out of 10 busts.
No, 3 out of 10 good ones.
Okay.
Derrick Henry, I'll give. Are we counting 2010 or are we counting after 2000?
Yes, we're counting 2010.
All right, Cam Newton. And Lamar Jackson.
Cam Newton in his prime was pretty good.
It's too early to say Murray's not a bust.
He won Rookie of the Year, so he's showing promise.
Sam Bradford won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, don't forget about that.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does in the sophomore.
But Sam Bradford didn't get surrounded by weapons in DeAndre Hopkins.
Who?
Like, he didn't get improvements. Like,
Is Baker Mayfield a bust?
he will be in a couple of years.
Okay. You think Kyler Murray's the guy?
I think Kyler Murray could be one of the guys.
I think Lamar Jackson will be busted in a couple years.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't think Marcus Mariota's a complete bust.
Mariota's got a playoff win.
Billy says that's good.
Yeah,
For
Mariota has led a couple of teams that have come on the brink of playoffs, and even he has that playoff win, like Ricky just mentioned.
Billy, if you hit 300 on Pletch's team, you're not in the starting lineup. So I really
okay. Let's pick it. Okay, the Steelers fans here. Ugh. Okay, New England's pick is in, and after New England, the Pittsburgh Steelers pick.
Who'd the Jets take? We skipped right over them.
Here, let me get back on Bleacher Report real quick. The Jets actually traded it to New England.
You did.
New England has that pick right above the Steelers. Matt Pert, offensive tackle, went to the Giants, and Tanner Muse, safety from Clemson, went to the Las Vegas Raiders. So the Patriots have traded up to take this pick away from the New York Jets. They'll be their 5th pick of the night. I believe their 3rd pick in the 3rd round. And then our Pittsburgh Steelers will come up where this whole conversation started at whether Jake Fromm, being his college, can't win a game throwing a lot, stat came up.
When's the 3rd? Jake Fromm's going to be. I mean, he's not going to get picked here.
I would be mad with Jake Fromm. I just think if I were Kevin Colbert, I would take Jacob Eason. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to be upset if we take Jake Fromm.
Jake Fromm.
What's other than that? Eason throws more. What's the hook?
My understanding is Eason has a big arm.
6'6", 231 from Washington.
Yeah, well, the last quarterback drafted out of Washington didn't pan out. Jake Locker.
Excellent size and the arm strength to drive the ball into tight windows and outside the hashes. Streaky passer who misses within the strike zone.
Oh, he's like Jimmy Garoppolo.
Uh-oh. He's an erratic decision maker. Well, that's Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
Adequate pocket mobility.
Nothing new.
He's not much of a threat to run.
That's nothing new.
Doesn't mean he won't try.
No, not Jake.
You know what? To hell with it. Get this Prince Tega Wanahago. Let's go with him.
The lineman?
Yep, why not? I just like his name.
Okay, so from
KJ Hill wouldn't be bad.
So from accurate passer, does not put the ball in harm's way, works through his progressions quickly. Does not have the strongest arm, won't be confused with the dual threat quarterback, and has tiny hands.
Patriots with another tight end.
Dalton Nee. And the Steelers are on the board.
The moment you've all been waiting for.
Oh my goodness, boys. What do I need to say again?
What needs to be said?
Oh, I know what he wants me to say. He's probably got Pletcher on the phone. I'm not going to say it again.
Oh.
We got 5 picks left in the draft.
Yep.
We'll see. The pick is in. I'm not going to just not look at Bleacher Report if they are in. What?
No, we got Wormley.
Oh, my God. What the hell did we just do?
Easy, Michael.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, boy.
We didn't take a quarterback.
That's okay. That means that Ben's good.
Alex Highsmith. Defensive end from Charlotte.
Woo!
What? Why do we need a defensive end?
Who's the best available here?
Why not?
That kid is out.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's picking his butt, too, right on national television. Who is that? He's going to be a Twitter star.
Yeah. Doing the Enzo Amore. How you doing? Oh, now the dog's in front of the camera. There we go. Get out of there. Get out of there.
Yep. Alex Highsmith. Oh, it says outside linebacker from Charlotte.
So he's a hybrid. Let's see this. Let's see
Yep.
his tape.
All right, I'm going to read about him.
Highsmith.
Highsmith. How did he not win the Heisman?
Oh, he's got a
15.
He's jacked. He's ready to go.
Ooh.
All-American. Conference USA leading sack getter.
Began career as a walk-on. 14 sacks, 21 and a half tackles for loss. Those are both school records. Okay, so according to CBS Sports, which we know can have high differences from ESPN's rankings, he's the 15th among edge rushers. Let's read about him. A rating of 74. Shows good balance, aware player that knows when to peel off his rush, uses quick hands to shed blocks. Average burst off the line and a bit of a tweener.
Oh, boy, here we go.
6'3", 248, and that's it for the Steelers.
Yep, so Bud's on a rental.
Billy McCartney wants you to pronounce a name, I think.
I would like for him to get a speak and spell so he can figure out how to spell E-I-C-K. Oh, man. I don't know.
On the clock. Just a few picks left to go here in this third round, and that will be it for the
What are
night.
they going to?
4 picks left. The Eagles, then the Rams will pick, then the Vikings, and then the Ravens, and then we will be done for the draft party. Another 4.5-hour marathon. Of course, brought to you by Pizza Joe's. DJ, they had some pretty good food last night. Of course, down there at HQ for you guys.
Yeah, shout out to Pizza Joe's. Leonard Stanley, the owner over here in East Palestine, making sure we're hooked up. I've been eating cold pizza all night, and I'm okay with that because it was delicious last night, and I'm a big cold pizza fan. So thanks to Leonard and all his crew over there for hooking us up here at Pizza Joe's. Thanks for all of you guys for tuning in. And Michael, fantastic job. Rick Dailey, fantastic job. You guys killed it.
Taylor, outside linebacker from Colorado, goes here to the Eagles.
I hijacked the captain's chair from Rick. The Eagles fan.
Night.
Linebacker, Davion Taylor. Interesting.
All right, Rams pick is in. Took Terrell Lewis, an outside linebacker. I wonder what they're going to do here. I wouldn't be surprised if they go tight end.
They need something, man. Like,
maybe they'll take a quarterback.
Yeah, Jared Goff would lose his mind. He'd actually go play for that high school team.
One quarterback has been taken so far tonight, and it looks like it will remain that way.
Jalen Hurts, right?
Yeah, all the way up in the second round by the Eagles.
The Eagle, that was probably the shocker of the night.
But did you see that Carson Wentz welcomed him on Twitter? They showed that.
What else are you going to go on Twitter and say, F the Eagles, F this guy, I'm done with this effing team?
No, that's Bill O'Brien.
And
oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, when they drafted Mason last year, he was not a happy camper.
Oh, last year?
But it's not, who wasn't a happy camper?
Ben, when they drafted Mason Rudolph.
Ben's towards the end of his career.
DJ,
Was that?
wasn't that 2 years ago? Rudolph wasn't a rookie last year.
No, that was 2 years ago. He's right. Rudolph's first year on the active roster was last year. They had him sit his rookie year.
That's right. That's right.
They had him sit his rookie year. He's been in the league.
They had Landry Jones backing up Roethlisberger.
Yep.
Years ago.
So I mean,
Yes, they did.
the only thing I can say the difference is between Mason Rudolph and the Jalen Hurts pick is because Jalen Hurts, no, not Jalen Hurts, Carson Wentz is not towards the end of his career as Ben is.
Well, the rate he's going, he could be.
Yeah, I would disagree with that.
Terrell Burgess finally goes, safety from Utah.
Oh, and there's the mask, little Corona mask. Look at the view from McVay's house. Holy cow. I don't think that we're ever going to draft like in New York City or anywhere ever again.
Supposedly it's in Vegas next year.
Tree likes the Claypool pick. That can only be one person, and there he is, Cody Murray. I wasn't okay with it at first, Murr. I'll be honest with you. I was not.
I honestly wasn't.
And now I like it. The more I read up about him, the more I was getting text messages from all of YS Nation. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it now. We're going to call him Deadpool. So, what else we got here?
Okay, Saints traded. Did the Saints trade up or?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Were they there before? I didn't see them.
No, they were not.
All right, so they traded.
Yeah, they traded with the Vikings to make this pick, and Baltimore will pick next. They have a lot of third round picks.
Could be the Saints taking a QB here.
I see that as a very real possibility.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they traded with the Vikings.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the virtual draft? I dig it. So does Billy. I like it. I don't think it'll ever be – I mean, they'll probably do it because they can make money on it, but I think this has been fantastic. I think seeing kids and draft picks in their element in their homes has been neat.
Mm-hmm. It was different.
The OG is Brett Favre, though.
Boom.
Got here New Orleans, Baltimore, Cincinnati.
No, just New Orleans, Baltimore.
New Orleans, Baltimore.
I
wish they wouldn't do that. You know,
because then it makes you think they'll keep going.
Yeah. Well, they want you to keep watching. They want those ratings to stay high.
Who watches the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th round?
I'm guessing you two.
Dude, that GM's kid's looking pretty happy. Yeah, I say the pick right here, they're going to go with Jacob Eason.
You think?
Yes, I do. I think they take a quarterback.
Did you cheat?
No.
Well, sir, you are.
Nope. There's that Troutman kid, tight end from Dayton. Me and Rick have been talking about all night.
Wow.
That dude's got a puppet. He had like a crank yankers puppet.
All right, so we'll see who Baltimore picks, but Jacob Eason or not.
No doubt it's a moneymaker, but I hope they do a hybrid version going forward. You know, the big thing I was thinking about last night from a business perspective was like suits and chains and like all the get up that they usually spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on. It's not there this year. So interestingly enough, and a lot of those guys I'm sure get that stuff as comp like they do at like the Oscars and stuff, but I only saw one guy suited up, and it was a wide receiver. I can't remember who it was.
All right, so we got a question. Monarchs 9 on Periscope. What do you think of the Rams pick? Terrell Burgess from Utah. I think he was a steal. He was ranked 71st, I believe, according to these CBS rankings that we're looking at right now. I'm going to double check. Yeah, Burgess number 65, ranked 6th among safeties, according to CBS. So I definitely think it's a steal for the Rams sitting late in the 3rd round, not just late, but 3rd to last pick of the night. It says he's got dynamic athleticism, zone coverage savvy, quarterback-esque man coverage skills, and has veteran-like instincts. He's got a draft scouting report rating of 84. So I definitely think it's a great steal there for the Rams sitting at number 40 in the 3rd round.
And I want to stand corrected here, Billy. Good job calling me out. Tua also suited up, and it was a beautiful suit. I dug that suit. Especially the inside. They show off those insides. Yep.
Ravens pick is in. It's the final pick of the night.
Listen, it doesn't matter what they do the rest of the way. The Ravens have won the draft. End of story.
They got a lot of 3rd, 2nd round steals.
They picked up like the way the Dolphins, and we all kind of agreed with the Dolphins being the winners of the draft after the first night. The Ravens have stolen the draft.
and it's not even close.
Well, it depends.
And imagine the AFC, the best record in the NFL, the AFC #1 overall seed going into the playoffs, goes into the draft and wins the draft. That is insane. Amazing front office.
In the draft, they need an interior lineman. They have to replace Marshall Yanda. I don't care. Running. They
take a lineman right here. That's a great pick for the Ravens.
Yeah, because didn't they trade Wormley to the Steelers?
Yeah, they traded. Yeah, we got a defensive tackle this offseason, which is kind of why the Highsmith pick kind of confused me. But with him being an outside linebacker, he can be a hybrid. Yeah, Prince Tega Wanogo from Auburn still on the board. Nick Harris from Washington. Tyler Biadasz from Wisconsin. That's the Wisconsin center you guys were talking about. So,
yeah. I mean, I'm not
there
either. I mean, like I'm an Ohio State kind of fan, sort of fan, but I'm not in love with them. I know, because you would give up everybody's just so you can get your quarterback next year. Oh, he's got the Skittles back out.
Skittles are out. Last pick of the draft, I think it's going to be the Auburn Tega, whatever his name is. Oh, they took an interior lineman. Rick called it.
He's a tackle.
Oh, it says tackle.
The Ultimate Warrior.
The Ultimate Warrior. Oh, and he is legit.
Senior Bowl participant.
Wow. Ravens are doing it, man.
Yeah, the Ravens had a really good.
I don't like this
draft.
This cat's falling asleep. Look, who is that?
That's that David Pollock.
David Pollock is falling asleep.
He wants to kill somebody right now.
No, he just wants to snooze. He wants to hit
last night.
He wants to hit the purple mattress, is what he wants to hit.
Yeah, Ravens took Patrick Queen last night, an inside linebacker steal there at number 28, I believe it was.
I think he's going to have problems. I think he's too small. He's only 6 foot. He's 6 foot tall.
Okay. I think he showed enough at LSU for people to be able to get excited about him. So
again, there's a big jump with linebackers at that next level. Same with quarterbacks.
Draft tonight. They took Patrick Queen in the first, J.K. Dobbins in the second, Justin Matabik, Devin Duvernay, Malik Harrison, and Tyre Smith.
You know what also worries me a little bit is the Browns have not had an exciting draft, and all the fans are used to, these marketing guys. And the Browns are actually building something that could be viable for the future. So
they're going to blow it up in 2 years.
The AFC North,
that'll happen.
The AFC North could be the division of what it used to be, the yesteryear, where it's a slugfest.
You mean the AFC Central?
Yeah,
like
the AFC
Houston
Central.
and Jacksonville were in there.
Something like that. So, but that's Roger Goodell's wrapping up. That means we get to wrap up. It is 12:04, just a shade past midnight here. We've been going for 5 hours. You guys have been going strong. Michael, Rick, thank you guys both so much for all your great work. This is something will be an annual fest for us. We're excited for it. You guys did your homework, and your homework paid off for you in huge dividends. So great work, young man, and we'll get you a new Twitter handle soon. And Rick Dailey, RD, as well as CW, who made a kind of an appearance.
Yeah, he was here for a minute.
He was in for a little bit.
So you guys did a fantastic job. Thank you guys all out on YS Nation. We appreciate you each and every time we take to the airwaves. And that's going to do it for our coverage tonight. Thanks to Pizza Joe's, the official sponsor of the YSN Draft Party here from YSN HQ. That's going to do it for us. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on your